My name is Su Yun, a transmigrator, and also a good-for-nothing who awakened the lowest F-grade beast-taming talent at Ningxing No. 1 High School in Huaxia. Although I had ranked first in cultural studies for 3 consecutive years, in this blue star world where beast-taming reigns supreme, an F-grade talent is almost equivalent to having none. The beast-taming space I had unlocked offered minimal improvement for beast cultivation. Beast-taming talents are divided into 9 levels from SSS to F, and only those who reach E-grade can become true beast-tamers. And I awakened precisely the F-grade eye of insight. Because I stubbornly chose to enter the beast-taming class, I became the disgrace of the class. A group of students surrounded me, mocking and threatening me to the extreme. The buzzcut boy Ma Liangfei even threatened, after a week's vacation, "I hope I won't see you in class 3 anymore. I have plenty of ways to make your life miserable." They were worried I'd drag down class 3's academic performance and affect resource allocation. Just as I was reeling from these memories and the harsh reality, the moment I returned to my shabby apartment in the outer city, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The beast-taming attribute system has been successfully activated and bound to host Su Yun. System first binding detected, rewarding host with a newbie gift package. My heart is filled with ecstasy, the cheat has finally arrived. The system introduces that killing demonic beasts earns beast-taming points, which can be used to allocate points and enhance the strength of tamed beasts. This completely compensates for the shortcomings of my F-level beast-taming space. System, open that newbie starter pack for me. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a juvenile Azure Dragon, Ultra SSS level beast-taming talent enhancement, and 300 beast-taming points. Azure Dragon, a mythical creature that belongs to the legends of both worlds. Super SSS tier talent, surpassing the highest SSS tier on Blue Star. I immediately chose to claim it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Ultra SSS tier talent Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth can see through the data panels of all tamed beasts. My pet space suddenly expanded from 8 square meters to the size of 4 football fields, and the internal pet space began to rapidly grow. Ding! Contracting with the Azure Dragon hatchling is successful. A surge of powerful energy flooded my body. When a beast master forms a contract with their beast, they receive an energy feedback. The Azure Dragon's high racial potential allowed me to complete a physical transformation. Beast racial potential is divided into 5 levels from low to high: Extraordinary, Commander, Monarch, Overlord, and Supreme Overlord. I couldn't wait to check my data panel. Host, Su Yun, Contracted Beast, Azure Dragon, Hatchling Stage, Beastmaster Talent, Eye of Truth, Ultra SSS-grade, Beast Points, 300, Beastmaster Level, Novice Beastmaster. I opened the attribute panel of the Little Azure Dragon, Contracted Beast, Little Azure Dragon, Hatchling Stage, Attributes, Wood, Dragon, Space, Level, Hatchling Level 1 Racial Potential. Skills, includes skills from basic to divine tier, Dragon Soul, System Explanation. The 3 question marks regarding racial potential indicate it surpasses top tier overlords. Since I haven't reached that level yet, the details cannot be displayed. The Little Azure Dragon's potential exceeds all existences on Blue Star. I immediately summoned the Little Azure Dragon. It measures about 40 centimeters in length, covered in emerald green scales with 2 small bumps on its forehead. It affectionately rubs against my pants leg like a puppy, then climbs onto my shoulder to nuzzle my cheek. Without hesitation, I commanded the system, allocate all 300 beast-taming points to the Little Azure Dragon. Ding! Attribute points successfully added. The Little Azure Dragon's power instantly surged to juvenile level 6. You should know that it usually takes ordinary people 2 to 3 months to level up from 1 to 6. A level 6 juvenile Azure Dragon could absolutely dominate among rookie beastmasters. 7 days later in the class competition, I'll dominate effortlessly. The 7-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. I returned to the gate of Ningxing No. 1 High School, my enhanced physique allowing me to maintain even breathing after the long-distance run. Hey, isn't this that worthless Su Yun who awakened a measly F-level beast-taming talent? The person arriving was none other than the wealthy playboy Ma Liangfei, accompanied by several of his lackeys. Ma Liangfei sneered, "Have you thought about your 7-day vacation? Are you going to quit the beast-taming class or not? Idiot." I coldly cursed, not wanting to waste any more words on him. My words completely enraged Ma Liangfei and his lackeys. "Stop barking at me over there. As the king of dogs, you better keep those damn mutts behind you in line." I dug my ear and mercilessly insulted him. I turned and walked toward the school, ignoring Ma Liangfei's furious shouts behind me. Ma Liangfei sneered viciously, "Since this good-for-nothing Su Yun refuses to back down, we'll just have to help him quit. Just wait till the class competition, I'll make sure to wipe the floor with you, trash." Chapter 3, Class Preliminaries Begin, Dark Secrets. When Su Yun arrived at Beast-Taming Class 3, most students had already taken their seats. Their homeroom teacher, Huron, sat at the lectern, gazing down at the students murmuring among themselves, lost in thought. "Report!" Su Yun stood at the classroom door and called out to Huron. The call drew the attention of every person in the classroom. Upon seeing Su Yun enter, the murmurs in the classroom fell silent for a moment. Then, their earlier conversation about the class competition shifted entirely to Su Yun. Su-yun, that good for nothing with an F-rank Beastmaster talent, actually showed up. I thought he'd use the 7-day break to reconsider and drop out of our Beastmaster class. If he doesn't drop out, we're the ones who'll suffer. Sigh. My family's just average. It's hard enough for them to buy me a decent beast, let alone spare any extra cash for beast resources. All I can get depends on the school. But with him dragging down our class's overall scores, how many resources do you think we'll get? Yeah, that useless Su-yun. It's bad enough he's screwing himself out of graduation, but now he's dragging us all down with him. Being stuck in the same class as him is the worst luck I've had in 8 lifetimes. Though muttered under their breath, the taunts reached Su-yun's ears with crystal clarity. If Su-yun could hear them standing at the classroom door, Hu-rong sitting at the front desk certainly couldn't miss them. Yet, though he heard them, he made no move to stop the remarks, letting the students continue. His intentions were now crystal clear. He intended to use peer pressure to drive Su-yun out of the Beastmaster class. Su-yun's presence in Beastmaster Class 3 was affecting the class's performance, impacting not only the students themselves, but also significantly affected him personally. After all, the amount of his bonus was directly tied to the class's overall performance. However, as the homeroom teacher, Hu-rong found it inconvenient to confront Su-yun directly. Therefore, he could only use these students as his mouthpiece. Come in. Hu-rong glanced over and said indifferently. Amidst the scornful stares of his classmates, Su-yun entered the classroom and took a seat in the back row by the window. Facing the collective scorn and mockery directed at him, Su-yun paid it no mind. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes slightly. If Su-yun were truly the person they claimed him to be, then he might care. But reality was far from that. To Su-yun, this group mocking him was no different than a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes buzzing around the kind he could swat away with a flick of his wrist. Just wait. The class competition. Ha! Not long after Su-yun sat down, Ma Liangfei arrived in the classroom with his gang of minions in tow. They had intended to confront Su-yun, but upon seeing Hu-rong at the lectern, they reluctantly held back their anger. Ma Liangfei sat back down at his desk, shooting Su-yun a cold, dismissive glance. Just you wait until the class competition, I'll cripple you. The class competition proceeded in order of class number. This year's senior class at Ningqing First High School was divided into 12 classes. Su-yun's class, Beastmaster Class 3, was scheduled third. They waited until noon before their class finally took the stage. Hu-rong led Beast-Taming Class 3 in formation, marching orderly toward Ningqing No. 1 High School's Beast-Taming Arena. However, even while marching in formation, Su-yun remained the isolated one. Su-yun paid it no mind, casually trailing at the rear of the line. A true warrior walks alone. Even trailing at the rear, Su-yun could still hear the mocking whispers directed at him from within the ranks. Facing these taunts, Su-yun merely sneered inwardly. Laugh now, but soon enough, you'll be crying. As the group approached the entrance to the duel grounds, they encountered Class 2 students emerging from the arena after their match. That must be Class 3, right? Class 3? Isn't that the class with that useless F-rank beast tamer? Yeah, that guy's supposedly Su-yun, the one who's always top in academics. Oh, it's him. He awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent yet still chose to join the Beastmaster class? I think he's lost his mind. The Beastmaster class requires Beastmaster points for college entrance exams. With his trash F-rank talent, how many points could he possibly get? Good thing he wasn't assigned to our Class 2. Otherwise, we'd all suffer because of him. Students from Class 2, gazing at Su-yun clearly isolated at the rear of the line, hurled scornful taunts. Su-yun had been the top student in academic subjects at Ningqing First High School, making him quite famous on campus. Many recognized him. The Su-yun of the past, top in academics, was someone they couldn't hope to match. Now, with his trash tier F-grade talent, they felt free to belittle him. Su-yun silently shook his head, refusing to let these words affect him. They only knew the Su-yun of the past. Su-yun eagerly anticipated the day he would prove them all wrong. That day wouldn't be long in coming. If Su-yun's predictions held true, the class tournament would be followed by the school team selection competition. The entire Beastmaster class would be watching that match. Then, Su-yun would make them eat their words. As Class 2 exited the arena, Class 3 entered under Hu-rong's leadership. The battle arena resembled an indoor stadium. Spectator seating flanked both sides, with the combat arena stretching across the center. The combat zone was as large as 1.5 basketball courts. Hanging at the center of the arena was a massive screen. Matches were determined by random draw. Class 3 had 44 students. The first round would determine 22 participants. The 22 qualifiers then face off in a double elimination bracket to determine 11 finalists for the top 10 tournament. The extra person would automatically advance to the next round by receiving a bye. The final 6 contestants will continue with head-to-head matches. The 3 final victors will compete in the championship match to determine the 2 players selected for the school team. The draw ceremony concluded swiftly, taking less than 3 minutes. Su-yun drew the number 1. After the draw, the students in the venue began chattering again. What number did you get? I got 3. What about you? I got 15. Wonder what number Su Yun got. Yeah, I wish Su Yun and I had the same number. If he were my opponent, I'd be guaranteed to advance this round. Most of these remarks were directed at Su Yun. Su Yun remained indifferent to such murmurs. Before proving his worth, speaking out to counter them would be the weakest move. In their eyes, such a move would only reveal weakness. At that moment, Su Yun seemed to sense their presence. And he turned his head slightly. Then, he saw Ma Liangfei at that moment, flashing him a sinister grin. Su Yun frowned, puzzled as to why Ma Liangfei would flash him such a sinister grin at this moment. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Yun recalled his one number. He hadn't thought much of it before. But when combined with Ma Liangfei's sinister grin, it seemed rather deliberate. Su Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced in Hu Rong's direction. At that moment, Hu Rong's gaze was also fixed on him. Ha! Seeing this, Su Yun sneered inwardly. He had figured it out. He was being set up. Ma Liangfei, who had awakened a B-rank Beast Master talent, was the strongest in their class. Assigning him to Ma Liangfei in the very first match, Hu Rong's intentions couldn't be more obvious. Wasn't it to use Ma Liangfei to cripple him, forcing him to withdraw from the Beast Master class? Old Hu, nice plan, but you're bound to be disappointed. Chapter 4, the match begins. Instant kill battles. Quiet. Hu Rong's stern voice cut through the air. The once noisy arena instantly fell silent at the sound of his voice. Hu Rong scanned the crowd and announced, "The battle order will follow the numbers you drew. The one who drew number 1 step onto the battlefield and prepare for combat." Exactly as Su Yun had anticipated, Ma Liangfei stepped forward from the ranks onto the combat platform. Su Yun followed closely behind, stepping out of the ranks. As Su Yun stepped forward, the previously quiet combat room erupted into noise once more. Number 1 is actually Su Yun. Su Yun's opponent is Ma Liangfei, the strongest fighter in our class. Ha! Who'd have thought we'd get to see Su Yun get beaten to a pulp in the very first match? Brother Ma, beat the crap out of Su Yun for me. Show him that his trash F-rank Beastmaster talent doesn't even deserve a spot in the Beastmaster class. Amidst these shouts, Ma Liangfei was the first to summon his beast. A white hexagram magic array appeared, and a wolf-shaped beast about a meter long materialized on his body. This wolf-like beast was covered in grayish-brown fur, with rock-like armor forming a shield on its back. Its body measured about a meter in length. The wolf-like beast's appearance instantly drew gasps from the surrounding students. Holy crap! Ma Liangfei's contracted beast is actually a rock armor wolf with the racial potential of a low-tier commander class. Whoa! Ma Liangfei's beast is a rock armor wolf. Judging by its presence, it must be at least a level 5 juvenile now. Whoa! Reaching level 5 juvenile in just 7 days? That growth rate is terrifying. Hearing the gasps echoing around him, Ma Liangfei couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He turned to Su Yun, a taunting grin spreading across his face. Useless trash, see the gap between us now? Kneel before me now and apologize for your earlier disrespect. If you do, I might go easy on you once the match begins. If you wait until the match starts to apologize, it'll be too late. Apologize? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, smiling. That line works just as well for you. Apologize to me now while you still can. Once the match starts, it'll be too late. Before Ma Liangfei could respond, the surrounding students grew restless. One by one, they stared at Su Yun with expressions that suggested they were looking at a fool, their voices filled with mocking laughter. Did I hear that right? Su Yun just told Brother Ma to apologize to him? Looks like Su Yun's lost his mind. Su Yun must be out of his mind. No sane person would say something like that. He's just a good-for-nothing, and he wants Brother Ma to apologize to him? This loser is getting way too cocky. Brother Ma, don't hold back, just cripple him right now. Amidst the chorus of mockery, Su Yun began summoning his beast companion. A white hexagram pattern appeared, and his beast companion, the little green dragon, materialized before him. The little Azure Dragon's appearance left the crowd utterly bewildered. What kind of beast is that? It looks just like the low-tier extraordinary species potential, the emerald leaf snake. As the voice echoed, the murmurs of confusion faded, replaced by a wave of jeers. I'd say it's definitely a low-tier extraordinary species potential, a green leaf snake. It's actually a trash pat like a green leaf snake. A worthless beast tamer paired with a worthless beast, perfectly matched. With such a worthless beast, I can't imagine how Su Yun dared to speak to Ma Liangfei like that. Ma Liangfei watched the little green dragon's appearance, a look of contempt spreading across his face. The emerald leaf snake was the absolute bottom tier among all tamed beasts. In the wild forests, they're practically a dime a dozen. As worthless as sewer rats. With such a worthless beast, you dare demand my apology? Ma Liangfei shook his head and commanded the rock armor wolf before him, "Gray armor, attack. Bite him to death." Woof! The rock armor wolf roared, its forelegs surging forward as it charged fiercely toward the little green dragon. Facing the ferocious charge of the rock armor wolf, Su Yun remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of panic. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, barely perceptible on his face. Just then, the little green dragon, which had been curiously surveying its surroundings, suddenly fixed its gaze on the rock armor wolf charging toward it. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted from the little green dragon's body. The moment this wave touched the rock armor wolf, it instantly halted its forward charge. Next, a distinctly human look of terror spread across its face. Gazing at the young green dragon before him as if it were a hellish beast, its body began to tremble uncontrollably. The rock armor wolf's unusual state quickly caught the attention of everyone present. One by one, their expressions turned utterly bewildered. Why is the rock armor wolf trembling so violently? What's going on? At that moment, Ma Liangfei, the rock armor wolf's beast master, was equally baffled. He couldn't fathom what the rock armor wolf was so terrified of. Uncertain, Ma Liangfei urged. Gray armor, charge. What are you afraid of? However, the rock armor wolf was now utterly consumed by fear, completely deaf to its master's words. Let's end this. Su Yun's calm voice suddenly echoed through the air. The voice sounded like a demon's whisper. The moment the words left his lips, the rock armor wolf's eyes turned white involuntarily. In that instant, he felt utterly drained and powerless, as if struck by a heavy blow. Thud! The next instant, the rock armor wolf's body crashed straight to the ground without warning. Rock armor wolf lay unconscious. As this scene unfolded, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Every student, including Ma Liangfei, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Faced with the rock armor wolf collapsing without warning, they had no idea what had just happened. Only Hu Rong, the homeroom teacher, seemed to have caught something. His gaze locked onto the little green dragon, his eyes betraying deep disbelief. Facing Ma Liangfei, who stood frozen in place, Su Yun sneered coldly, "Trash." With that, he addressed the little green dragon, "Yuan, come back." Yuan was the name Su Yun had given the little green dragon. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately returned to Su Yun's side. He climbed up Su Yun's leg and onto his shoulder, then nuzzled affectionately against Su Yun's cheek. Su Yun extended a finger to stroke Yuan's head, praising, "Well done." With that, Su Yun turned and walked away from the battlefield without looking back. With the task done, he swept his robe and departed, concealing his deeds and fame. As Su Yun departed, the battle room, which had been plunged into silence, erupted with gasps of shock. What just happened? What just happened? How did the rock armor wolf suddenly collapse? Can someone explain this to me? Hu Rong stared at Su Yun's retreating figure as he walked off the battlefield, muttering in disbelief, How is that possible? That was the sovereign's might? The sovereign's might was a skill that could only be awakened by those whose racial potential reached the sovereign tier. The skill Yuan had just unleashed bore an uncanny resemblance to the sovereign's might Hu Rong knew. Could it be? Hu Rong's gaze abruptly shifted to Yuan perched on Su Yun's shoulder. Could this beast, resembling a green leaf snake, be a beast with monarch-level racial potential? The thought sent shockwaves across Hu Rong's face. A beast with monarch-class potential? What did that even mean? Ordinary people simply couldn't come into contact with beasts of this caliber. By ordinary people, Hu Rong meant those like Ma Liangfei, the ordinary folks with a bit of money in their pockets. Yet Su Yun had managed to master a beast of this caliber. Could it be? At that moment, a bold and terrifying thought emerged in Hu Rong's mind. Could it be? Su Yun is the descendant of some influential figure? Chapter 5, Shock. A shift in attitude. The thought sent a chill through Hu Rong's heart. If that were true, then his earlier covert actions against Su Yun would mean. Cold sweat broke out on Hu Rong's forehead. He resolved to find an opportunity soon to apologize to Su Yun and extend goodwill. Even if Su Yun wasn't the descendant of some influential figure in China, his status couldn't possibly be low. Otherwise, how could he have obtained a beast that possessed the monarch race potential, the power to wield king's might? Hu Rong had completely misunderstood Su Yun. What Yuan had just unleashed was hardly king's might. What Yuan had unleashed was the far more potent dragon's might. Though both were high-tier skills, what kind of being was a dragon? If Hu Rong knew the truth, he would likely be even more shocked. Dragon attributed beast tamers, especially those capable of unleashing the dragon's might skill, were far more precious and rare than even those with monarch-level potential. In Huaxia, without a family with at least 1 billion in influence, you couldn't possibly obtain one. Compared to Hu Rong's shock, the battlefield and the surrounding students remained utterly bewildered. To the naked eye, they couldn't discern anything like Hu Rong could. After all, Hu Rong was a seasoned teacher and a genuine professional beast tamer. No matter how you looked at it, he was leagues beyond these fledgling novice beast tamers. Just now, did any of you sense any unusual fluctuations? Just as everyone was still bewildered and confused, a tall girl with a long ponytail suddenly spoke up. She was Zhao Shi, the class monitor of Beastmaster Class 3, possessing a C-rank awakened Beastmaster talent. Special fluctuations? Now that you mention it, there really did seem to be a peculiar fluctuation just now. Yeah, I felt it too. But the rock armor wolf went down so suddenly, I completely missed the fluctuation. Zhao Shi's words struck a chord, and a chorus of realization echoed through Class 3. Zhao Shi glanced at Su Yun, who sat calmly in the spectator seats, then turned back to analyze. If I'm not mistaken, Su Yun's emerald leaf snake likely unleashed the high-tier skill king's might. Whoa! King's Might. Isn't King's Might a skill only mastered by beasts with monarch-level racial potential? How could Su-Yun's low-tier extraordinary emerald leaf snake possibly learn it? Class monitor, are you saying Su-Yun's emerald leaf snake is a beast with monarch-tier potential? How could that be? That's a beast with monarch-tier potential. How could a loser like Su-Yun possibly contract such a beast? Zhao Shi's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, sparking murmurs of astonishment and confusion. Facing the stunned murmurs, Zhao Shi shook his head. This is the only explanation for why Ma Liangfei's rock armor wolf suddenly collapsed. Besides, that fluctuation earlier couldn't have been fake. Most of us genuinely felt it. Zhao Shi was right, it was the only plausible explanation for why the rock armor wolf had collapsed without warning. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, they had no choice but to temporarily accept this explanation. In an instant, the gaze everyone directed at Su-Yun changed. If Su-Yun had indeed unleashed the high-tier skill King's Might while commanding his beast, it proved beyond doubt that his beast possessed at least monarch-level potential. Moreover, to instantly kill Ma Liangfei's level 5 rock armor wolf, Su-Yun's beast must itself be at least level 5. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Su-Yun anymore. No one wanted to face him in the upcoming matches. One by one, they began to feel fortunate that they hadn't drawn Su-Yun in their first match. This stood in stark contrast to their initial eagerness to face him. On the battlefield, Ma Liangfei stared blankly at the scene. He naturally overheard the students' discussions. How is this possible? That good-for-nothing Su-Yun, how could he possibly obtain a beast that taps into the potential of a sovereign race? Ma Liangfei couldn't believe it, muttering in utter disbelief. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to disbelieve it, this was the undeniable truth. The winner of this match is Su-Yun. Hu Rong, who had also recovered from his shock, stepped onto the battlefield and announced the result. He shot Ma Liangfei a complicated look. Ma Liangfei had been their class's most promising candidate for the school team selection. Yet he had been ruthlessly crushed and eliminated by Su-Yun. Hu Rong felt no regret over this outcome. He had already made up his mind to curry favor with Su-Yun. There was tension between Su-Yun and Ma Liangfei. Wasn't the best way to curry favor with Su-Yun to deliberately ignore someone he had a beef with? After Hu Rong announced the match result, Ma Liangfei remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. He seemed stunned, unable to bear being eliminated in the first round. Hu Rong shot Ma Liangfei a glance, his voice cold as ice. The competition is over. Get down quickly. Time is tight. Don't waste others' time. Only after Hu Rong's reminder did Ma Liangfei snap out of his stupor. He shot a bitterly resentful glance at Su-Yun, who sat calmly in his seat nearby, then walked back to the arena. He retrieved the unconscious rock armor wolf into his beast-taming space and descended from the battlefield. The student who drew number 2, please proceed to the next match. As Ma Liangfei descended from the arena, the matches continued. Each match lasted approximately 3 to 5 minutes. The remaining 21 matches were successfully concluded in under an hour and a half. The second round also employed a lottery system. This time, Su-Yun drew number 3. After the draw, the students who had advanced to this round began chattering excitedly once more. I got number 11 this time. What number did you draw? I got 6. Wonder what number Su-Yun drew. Any number is fine, just please don't let it be 11. I really don't want to face Su-Yun. Me neither. Even a level 5 young rock armor wolf got one shot by him. I'd stand no chance. This time, the discussion was a complete reversal from last time. The scene of Su-Yun instantly killing Ma Liangfei's rock armor wolf was still vivid in their minds. Even Ma Liangfei and his group might not stand a chance against him, let alone Su-Yun, who had instantly killed his beast. Facing the terrifyingly powerful Su-Yun, no one wanted to draw him. I explained the rules last round, so I won't repeat them now. The match begins immediately. The student who drew one will now step forward for the match. As Hu Rong finished speaking, every student in the class nervously stared in Su-Yun's direction. When Su-Yun showed no reaction, the two students who drew one both breathed a sigh of relief. The students who didn't draw the number 1 felt deeply regretful. If Su-Yun had drawn number 1, they wouldn't have encountered him. As long as they didn't face Su-Yun, they still had a fighting chance. This pattern persisted until the third match, the one corresponding to the number Su-Yun had drawn. After Hu Rong finished speaking, Su-Yun, who had been seated in the spectator area, stood up and slowly made his way toward the battle arena. As Su-Yun moved toward the arena, a girl who had also drawn number 3 suddenly widened her eyes. The others, witnessing this scene, all wore expressions of relief. The tension that had been hanging over their hearts finally eased. For the girl who had drawn number 3, however, the weight on her heart had finally crushed her spirit. With extreme reluctance, she made her way onto the combat platform. Brother Su, I believe you'll advance for sure. Brother Su? Do we even need to believe in him? Exactly. Brother Su's a sure bet to advance, okay? The mocking and dismissive voices from the previous round vanished completely. Instead, every voice now groveled at his feet. That's just how this world works, brutally realistic. Before you demonstrate overwhelming strength, everyone looks down on you. But once you demonstrate power that crushes them, everyone starts groveling at your feet. Chapter 6, Instant Kill, Again. After the match began, the girl summoned her beast. Her beast was a turtle-type creature with a massive jaw and a deep green shell covered in moss-like growths. Suyun activated his Super SSS Tier Truth Eye talent. The data panel for this turtle-type beast instantly appeared before his eyes. Beast Big Mouth Turtle. Attribute, Water. Level, Juvenile Level 2. Skills, Basic, Charge, Water Spray. Intermediate, Water Cannon. Racial Potential Moderately Supernatural. Evolution Path Giant Mouth Turtle Highly Supernatural Deep Sea Turtle Lower Commander Mystic Water Spirit Turtle High Commander. The girl swallowed hard. Though she knew she had a 99% chance of losing this battle, she still decided to give it a shot. After all, there was still that 1%. Of course, that 1% was just wishful thinking on her part. Big Mouth, use spray. However, just as the girl prepared to issue the command, she suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of terror emanating from the giant mouth turtle through their Beastmaster contract. Immediately afterward, the giant mouth turtle collapsed without warning, its eyes rolling back like Ma Liangfei's rock armor wolf. Big Mouth Turtle has lost its combat ability. The winner of this match is Su Yun. Hu Rong, now mentally prepared, didn't freeze like last time. He strode confidently to the center of the arena and announced the result. The students gathered around the arena erupted in stunned gasps. Holy crap! Did you feel that? That fluctuation appeared again. No doubt about it. That fluctuation must be the high-level skill King's Might, something only a beast with monarch-class potential can master. Su Yun actually contracted a beast with sovereign-class potential. Man, I'm so jealous. If only I had a beast with sovereign-class potential too. For a moment, every pair of eyes fixed on Yuan brimmed with envy. A beast with sovereign-class potential. That's not something just anyone can obtain. After effortlessly defeating his opponent once more, Yuan lifted his head with pride. As the legendary divine beast, the Azure Dragon, even in his juvenile form, he possessed his own inherent pride. Returning to Su Yun's shoulder, he affectionately nuzzled Su Yun's cheek with his head while simultaneously conveying a thought through their beast-taming contract. Upon receiving the thought, Su Yun immediately nodded and praised, "You did great." The matches continued, with most bouts lasting between 3 and 5 minutes. Occasionally, a few matches ended in under 2 minutes with overwhelming dominance. 11 contestants emerged victorious from the 22 participants. This round of matches was again determined by drawing lots. As for Su Yun, Hu Rong didn't bother having him draw lots. Instead, he was blatantly given a bye by Hu Rong. Yet, despite this blatant manipulation, not a single one of the remaining 10 qualifiers found it objectionable. After witnessing Su Yun's overwhelming strength in the first 2 rounds, his power had far surpassed their expectations. Now, no one wanted to face Su Yun. Su Yun's bye, exempting him from this round, was nothing short of fantastic news for them. The competition commenced. This top 10 tournament would consist of 5 matches in total. The total duration was kept just over 20 minutes. The 5 victors, along with the bye recipient Su Yun, formed the 6 contestants for the upcoming top 6 round. The quarterfinals also used a draw system. Su Yun drew the number 2. The unlucky soul who also drew 2 was a long-haired boy. His name was Wang Chaoyang, and his awakened Beastmaster talent was rated C grade. When Wang Chaoyang saw that his opponent was Su Yun, his vision instantly went black. His heart, hanging by a thread, died just like that girl in the second round. The battle commenced, and the outcome was unsurprising. Wang Chaoyang's beast was instantly obliterated by Yuan's casually unleashed dragon's might skill. Wang Chaoyang, defeated in an instant, clicked his tongue, a bitter taste filling his mouth. With his C-rank Beastmaster talent, had he not encountered Su Yun, he might have had a chance to compete for a spot on the school team. After silently lamenting his terrible luck, Wang Chaoyang recalled his unconscious beast and walked off the battlefield. The spectators at the sidelines didn't seem particularly shocked by this scene. It was an expected outcome. Having witnessed it so many times, they no longer felt the initial shock. They held no doubt that Su Yun would claim first place in this class tournament and earn his spot on the school team. In fact, their discussions had long shifted from whether Su Yun could secure a spot in the school team trials to whether he could earn a permanent position on the team. Given Brother Su's current strength, securing a permanent spot on our school's team shouldn't be too much of a stretch, right? Yeah, I doubt anyone else at our school could one-shot that low-tier rock armor wolf, a subordinate species, like Ma Liangfei did. I think maybe the only one in our school who could do it is Class 5 school beauty, Lin Yunxi. She's the one who awakened an A-grade talent. Right. I almost forgot about our school's Lin Yunxi. You know what? Maybe the only one who could possibly beat Brother Su is that Class 5 beauty Lin Yunxi. Who knows? We haven't seen Brother Su's true strength yet. What should I do? I'm kinda looking forward to seeing Brother Su and the school beauty Lin Yunxi face off. Don't worry, the school team selection tournament starts the day after the preliminaries end. It'll be here soon enough. While the students were still discussing, the quarterfinals on the battlefield had concluded. Ultimately, the 3 victors were Su Yun, Zhao Shi, and a tall, lanky boy. This boy was named Lu Zihan, possessing a C-grade talent for beast taming. At Hu Rong's call, the three gathered at the center of the arena. Hu Rong glanced at them, lingering a moment longer on Su Yun, then announced, "For this final match, we won't draw lots. Zhao Shi and Lu Zihan, you two will face off first. The loser will then battle Su Yun." Agreed? Agreed. Zhao Shi and Lu Zihan agreed without objection to Hu Rong's arrangement. After all, facing Su Yun first meant certain defeat. Not only would they lose, but their beasts would be knocked unconscious, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight for a significant period. Without the ability to fight, what difference would it make from conceding defeat outright? And wouldn't the other person who avoided fighting Su Yun be getting off scot-free? This format was the fairest possible arrangement for both of them. Seeing that neither had any objections, Hu Rong glanced at Su Yun once more. Su Yun had yet to express his opinion. If Su Yun wished to engage one of them in combat first, Hu Rong would gladly respect his choice. However, Su Yun raised no objection and simply nodded. All right. Such a one-sided, near-instantaneous battle held little interest for Su Yun. Not a single worthy opponent. He wished he'd fought 10 opponents when he got a bye in the top 10 tournament. At least that might have offered some challenge. With Su Yun's acquiescence, the battle to determine the school team selection spot officially commenced. Zhao Shi and Wang Chaoyang each summoned their beasts. Zhao Shi's beast was an elemental water-type creature. Su Yun activated his Eye of Truth to examine the data panels of both beasts. Beast Xiao Quanling. Attribute, Water. Level, Juvenile Level 3. Skills, Basic, Water Mist, Water Shield. Racial Potential Highly Extraordinary. Evolution Path Water Elemental Spirit High Commander Rain Summoning Spirit Lower Sovereign. Lu Zihan's beast companion was a canine-like creature covered entirely in black and white fur. Its appearance bears some resemblance to the border collies Su Yun had seen in his previous life. Beast Little Wind Dog. Element Wind. Level Juvenile Level 3. Skills, Basic, Bite, Swiftness. Racial Potential Highly Extraordinary. Evolution Path, Swift Windhound Lower Commander Hurricane Wolfhound Higher Commander. Chapter 7, Hu Rong's Misunderstanding. The moment Zhao Shi and Lu Zihan summoned their beasts, they simultaneously commanded their creatures to attack. Both beasts unleashed their techniques almost simultaneously. The battle between Xiao Quanling and Xiao Fengquan was fierce. It could easily be considered the most intense match of the entire class tournament. Su Yun's matches had been instant victories, not even remotely intense. The battle raged on for 5 minutes until Xiao Quanling caught Xiao Fengquan off guard and defeated it. Zhao Shi successfully secured the spot to represent Class 3 in the school team selection. Lu Zihan, who had lost the match, wore a look of profound desolation in his eyes. Facing Su Yun, he had absolutely no chance. Moreover, the intensity of this battle had left his wind dog with significant injuries. Lu Zihan took a deep breath, his mind made up. He turned to Hu Rong, who was preparing for his final match against Su Yun, and spoke. "Master, may I concede defeat in the final match? Surrender?" Hu Rong paused in surprise before nodding. "You may." In his view, Lu Zihan had no chance of defeating Su Yun, especially with his beast already injured. For him, conceding defeat was actually a wise choice. Lu Zihan has chosen to concede. Therefore, Su Yun shall claim the final spot. With the final spot decided, the class preliminaries officially concluded. Hu Rong turned to the class monitor, Zhao Shi, and instructed. "Zhao Shi, take the students back to class. Any students whose beasts require treatment may visit the campus medical clinic on their own." "Understood." Zhao Shi responded before beginning to organize Class 3's team. Just as Su Yun was about to follow the group back to class, Hu Rong called out to him. "Su Yun, hold on a moment. Come with me." The other students in the class didn't find it unusual that Su Yun was singled out by Hu Rong. After all, Su Yun had demonstrated such formidable power today, it was only natural he'd be questioned about certain matters. Unsurprisingly, it would likely concern the origin of that sovereign-grade potential beast. Su Yun's thoughts were much the same as theirs. He too believed Hu Rong had singled him out for precisely this reason. But Su Yun remained unflustered. Regarding Yuan's origins, Su Yun had already prepared countermeasures during the 7-day holiday. During those 7 days, he had visited a beast cultivation base within Ning City. He spent his life savings of 20,000 yuan to purchase a beast egg from the blind box section. These eggs were untested, and no one knew what kind of beast lay within. What kind of beast hatched from it depended entirely on luck. The vast majority hatched into weak Kuan class beasts with low racial potential. Yet, a rare few had hatched beasts with the potential of commander class or even sovereign class races. This beast egg was purchased by Su Yun to cover his tracks. Whenever anyone questioned Yuan's origins, Su Yun claimed it had hatched from that very beast egg. He was lucky, so what's the problem? Little did he know, Hu Rong had already imagined everything for him. In a way, Hu Rong's explanation was even more plausible than what Su Yun had imagined. After all, it wasn't uncommon in China for influential figures to send their offspring to small counties for training in willpower and mental fortitude. It was precisely because of these precedents that Hu Rong had considered this possibility. Thus, Zhao Xu led the entire Class 3 away from the battlefield, while Hu Rong escorted Su Yun back to his office. Hu Rong's office was a private suite, occupied solely by him. "Come, Su Yun, take a seat." As soon as they entered, Hu Rong warmly invited Su Yun to take a seat. Su Yun didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly in a chair. Su Yun hadn't forgotten Hu Rong's covert hostility toward him. He was secretly targeting him, yet expected Su Yun to put on a friendly face for Hu Rong? Dream on. Su Yun just wanted to quickly explain the matter concerning Yuan and leave as soon as possible. After sitting down, Su Yun cut straight to the point. "Teacher Hu, just get to the point." He had already prepared his responses. This caught Hu Rong off guard as he was about to pour Su Yun a glass of water. He could detect the impatience and displeasure in Su Yun's tone, but Hu Rong wasn't actually angry. He had long noticed Su Yun's subtle hostility toward him, which had bred resentment in his heart. Su Yun's reaction was perfectly normal. Hu Rong set down the cup he'd picked up and strode over to Su Yun in 2 quick steps. A chair stood before Su Yun, but instead of sitting down, Hu Rong reached out and moved it aside. Then, looking at Su Yun with a smile plastered on his face, he said, "Su Yun, with all those people outside just now, I want to apologize for my previous inaction. I hope you won't hold it against me. After all, I was only looking out for your best interests. I thought you'd awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent, and I feared that such a low rank might prevent you from graduating from the Beastmaster class. That's why I tried to use other students' words to make you back down. But now it seems my worries were entirely unnecessary. With your abilities, you can absolutely graduate from the Beastmaster class. I apologize for my previous inaction." Saying this, Hu Rong pulled a bank card from his upper pocket and handed it to Su Yun. "This card contains 50,000 yuan. Consider it a personal reward from me for earning your spot in the school team selection." Hu Rong was clever. He didn't frame it as an apology payment, but rather as a reward for securing the team selection spot. This completely changed the nature of the transaction. Su Yun glanced at Hu Rong, whose face was beaming with a smile, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hu Rong had summoned him to his office, not to interrogate him about Yuan's background, but to apologize? Hu Rong's apology left Su Yun utterly perplexed. What was Hu Rong's motive for apologizing? Could it be that the strength he'd displayed today had intimidated Hu Rong? Was he apologizing because he feared that once he grew powerful enough, he might seek revenge? This was the only plausible reason Su Yun could think of. Su Yun's guess was pretty much spot on. The truth was that Hu Rong had indeed been intimidated. But it wasn't Su Yun's strength that had him cowed, it was the non-existent elder standing behind Su Yun. It could only be said that what had intimidated Hu Rong wasn't Su Yun, but Hu Rong himself. His own imagination. Su Yun glanced at the bank card in Hu Rong's hand. Regardless of the reason, receiving money from someone was a good thing. His total savings amounted to no more than 35,000 yuan. Spending 20,000 on that blind box beast egg left him with only 15,000. Although Yuan's power level had increased, he didn't need to purchase resources, but he did consume food. The daily food expenses for Yuan were astronomical. Over the 7-day holiday, just to meet Yuan's daily food requirements, Su Yun spent a full 10,000 yuan. That averaged out to 1,400 yuan per day. And that was only for the lowest grade food. If he'd wanted Yuan to eat anything decent, that 10,000 yuan wouldn't have lasted a single day, let alone 7. Hu Rong's 5,000 yuan this time effectively resolved his immediate crisis. "Thank you, Teacher Hu." Cash-strapped Su Yun didn't hesitate to decline. He took the bank card and smiled as he thanked Hu Rong. After all, someone was handing him money, a whopping 50,000 yuan at that. There was no reason for Su Yun to put on a cold face. Seeing Su Yun not only accept the bank card but also express gratitude, a huge weight lifted from Hu Rong's shoulders. As a mere teacher, he couldn't possibly withstand the retaliation from such a powerful figure. Hu Rong waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Don't mention it. This is all earned through your own abilities." Chapter 8, The Principal's Shock. After Class 3 finished their competition, they were dismissed for the day. Due to the ongoing selection of school team competitors over the past few days, classes were suspended. Precisely because classes were cancelled, any class that had finished its competition entered a vacation-like state. The 12 Beastmaster classes spent 2 days selecting the final 24 participants for the main competition. Principal's Office, Ningqing First High School. Principal Zhang Huayang of Ningqing No. 1 High School sat at his desk, sipping tea while reviewing the list of the 24 students who had secured spots on the school team. Ahem. Suddenly, upon seeing one particular name, Zhang Huayang choked on his tea in surprise. Wiping the droplets from his mouth, he pulled the list closer. After carefully verifying that he hadn't misread it, his eyes widened in disbelief. This. Isn't Su Yun from Beastmaster Class 3 supposed to have awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent? How did he secure an official spot in the school team selection? Shock and confusion swirled within Zhang Huayang. Unable to make sense of it, he pulled out his phone and dialed Hu Rong's number. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hu Rong's voice came through. "Principal, what do you need?" Mr. Hu, did you make a mistake with the selection for your class's school team? After Zhang Huayang finished speaking, Hu Rong paused for a moment before replying, Principal, some matters are difficult to explain over the phone. Please wait a moment, I'll come directly to your office to discuss this with you. Alright. Moments later, Hu Rong arrived at the principal's office. The moment Hu Rong entered, Zhang Huayang pressed him urgently. Mr. Hu, how did Su Yun secure a spot on the school team? Didn't he awaken the lowest tier F-grade talent? Hu Rong said nothing further. Instead, he pulled out his phone and opened a video saved in his gallery. Principal, you'll understand once you watch this video. Video? Zhang Huayang took the phone from Hu Rong with curiosity. The footage showed Su Yun in combat. Naturally, Hu Rong hadn't filmed it live. That day, he had been utterly stunned by Su Yun's displayed prowess. How could he have thought to record anything? These clips were specifically extracted from surveillance footage he had retrieved. Su Yun had fought only 3 battles, each lasting less than 30 seconds. The entire compilation lasted less than a minute, so Zhang Huayang finished watching it quickly. After watching it, he froze in place. His eyes widened, filled with utter disbelief. This Su Yun actually possesses such strength? Ma Liangfei, with his B-grade Beastmaster talent, was undoubtedly the top contender for the school team this time. And yet, someone like him was instantly defeated by Su Yun's Serpentine Beast? Facing Zhang Huayang's utter shock, Hu Rong said nothing more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Hu Rong had anticipated Zhang Huayang's utter disbelief. Having witnessed Su Yun's battle firsthand that day, his own shock had been even more profound than Zhang Huayang's. It took Zhang Huayang a long while to recover from the shock. Huff. Zhang Huayang drew in a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. His tone was calm as he remarked. This Su Yun, he's no ordinary man. His tone was calm, yet it couldn't conceal the shock within. If I'm not mistaken, the skill Su Yun's beast used to instantly kill its opponents in the video should be the high-tier skill King's Might, exclusive to the Monarch race's potential, right? Yes. Hu Rong nodded again. I was present that day. The fluctuations I sensed were undoubtedly those of the high-tier skill King's Might. Whoa! Upon hearing Hu Rong's confirmation, Zhang Huayang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. A Beastmaster wielding sovereign-tier racial potential. At such a young age, to possess a beast-taming skill of this caliber. In China, the background of someone like that is almost never simple. Clearly, he and Hu Rong had come to the same conclusion. Su Yun's background was most likely extraordinary. For a moment, Zhang Huayang felt as if he were in a dream. Initially, he'd only heard rumors about disciples from prominent families being sent to schools in small counties for mental and psychological training. He never imagined such an assignment would come to their school. Zhang Huayang set down the roster for the school team selections, stood up, and sighed. Whether Su Yun has powerful connections or not, his future is bound to be extraordinary. After speaking, he turned to Hu Rong and instructed, Teacher Hu, keep this matter confidential for now. Understood, Hu Rong nodded firmly. Zhang Huayang waved to Hu Rong. Alright, that's all for now. You can go back to your duties. Then I'll take my leave, Principal. Wait. Hu Rong turned around and had just reached the doorway when Zhang Huayang suddenly called him back. Hu Rong turned back, puzzled. Principal, is there something else? Send me a copy of Su Yun's combat footage. I'll use it as reference when selecting seed players. Seed players. Hearing those 4 words sent a jolt through Hu Rong's heart. Seed players were the strongest group selected by the school through comprehensive visual assessment of students' beast-taming talent, beast species potential, and combat footage. This elite group was known as the seed players. Seed players were practically halfway into the school team. The school team. Seed players were exempt from the first round of competition, advancing directly to the second round. Furthermore, seeded contestants would not face each other prematurely during the tournament. Only when only seeded contestants remain will they face each other in combat. The reason for this arrangement is to prevent strong players from facing each other too early. School team selections naturally prioritize the strongest players. After all, these team members will go on to represent the school in various competitions. This concerns the school's reputation and the allocation of educational resources, so the team members must be selected based on merit. Naturally, the school cannot allow top talents to be eliminated prematurely. This is precisely why seeded players were established to prevent strong students from facing each other too early and being knocked out. Upon hearing the principal's intention to include Su Yun among the seeded players, Hu Rong felt a surge of excitement. Having a student from one's own class selected as a seeded player was a tremendous honor for any teacher. Of course, the accompanying bonus was also quite substantial. Ahem. Alright, Principal, I'll send it to you right away. Hu Rong immediately pulled out his phone and began the process. After sending the video to Zhang Huayang, he promptly exited the principal's office. Chapter 9, Becoming a Seed Player. March 11th, the day after the school team finalized its roster. At noon, Su Yun lay sprawled on his bed, clutching his phone as he read a private message sent to him by his homeroom teacher, Hu Rong. The message detailed the rewards for becoming a school team member. Simply becoming a team member would grant a 100,000 yuan bonus. Beyond the 100,000 yuan bonus, they would also gain a chance to enter the Ningqing Wilderness Zone to hunt demon beasts for real combat training. The 100,000 yuan bonus was incredibly tempting to Su Yun. With that 100,000 yuan, Su Yun wouldn't have to worry about his living expenses for over 2 months. But what excited Su Yun even more was the chance to hunt demon beasts in the wilderness area within Ningqing City. Su Yun's ability to enhance his beast taming skills relied entirely on beast taming points. The source of beast master points was slaying demon beasts. To hunt demon beasts, one had to venture into the wilderness outside the city. The wilderness outside the city walls lay beyond the protection of human military forces. These places were overrun by demon beasts. Even the most basic wilderness zone harbors demon beasts of at least the commander level. For Su Yun in his current state, the danger was immense. Those who venture into the wilderness zones either possess immense strength or come from deep-rooted backgrounds with powerful protectors. Su Yun possessed neither of these advantages. As for the areas under military protection, they had long been eradicated by the military and teams dispatched by the Beastmaster associations across the land. Even if any remained, they were merely scattered individuals. Thus, hunting beasts to earn Beastmaster points became Su Yun's greatest challenge at present. Fortunately, just as Su Yun was feeling sleepy, the school delivered a pillow. As a member of the school team, he could enter a wilderness zone within Ningqing City to hunt demon beasts for training. The wilderness zone within the city walls differed significantly from those outside. This area was jointly established by the local Beastmaster Association and the school as a dedicated training ground for local students. No demon beasts of excessively high tiers roamed within. The highest level beasts within only reached the 9th level of the juvenile stage. This place isn't accessible simply by paying. Only students who excel within the academy earn the opportunity to train within its confines. Upon seeing this reward, Su Yun sprang up from his bed like a fish leaping out of water. The chance to safely hunt demon beasts had finally arrived. Ha ha ha. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now, his biggest worry was solved. It was like getting a pillow just when you needed one. Beep. Just as Su Yun was reveling in this excitement, Wurong sent him another message. Heaven rewards diligence. Su Yun, you've been selected as one of the 8 seed players for the school team tryouts. The school has high hopes for you this time. Seed player? This term was no stranger to Su Yun. Every year, Ningqing No. 1 High School selected seed players for its team. Through the memories of his original body, Su Yun understood exactly what being a seed player meant. He felt no surprise at being named a seed player. He took down Ma Liangfei's level 5 rock armor wolf in a single encounter. If he wasn't a seed player, who was? The following morning at 8 a.m., Ningqing First High School's Beastmaster Arena. Today marked the official selection tournament for the school team. The spectator stands on both sides of the arena were packed with students from all 12 classes of the Beastmaster department. The buzz of nearly 500 students discussing filled the entire arena, making the venue incredibly noisy. In the section reserved for Beastmaster Class 3, the students were debating whether Su Yun would make the school team. Ma Liangfei sat in the corner of the class, his expression grim. Originally, he could have participated in today's competition. He now deeply regretted why he had provoked Su Yun in the first place. He regretted even more volunteering to approach Wurong and arranging for Su Yun to be his opponent. With his awakened B-rank Beastmaster talent and the Rock Armor Wolf, a low-tier dominator species with hidden potential, he would have secured a spot in this competition without fail, had he not crossed paths with Su Yun. Hey, where's that good-for-nothing Su Yun from your class? Suddenly, a male voice rang out from the seats of Class 2 nearby. The voice instantly drew the attention of many Class 3 students. The students frowned and turned to look. That battle had solidified Su Yun's reputation within Class 3. Hearing someone call Su Yun a loser naturally rubbed many the wrong way. What kind of loser? You're the one who looks like a loser. Yeah. He doesn't even qualify for the official school team tryouts, yet he dares call brother Su a loser? The Class 3 students coldly berated the Class 2 student who had called Su Yun a loser. Faced with the barrage of insults from Class 3, the Class 2 boy looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was he dreaming? Why were these Class 3 students suddenly defending that good-for-nothing Su Yun? Just 2 days ago, when they were mocking Su Yun, hadn't this entire group from Class 3 been standing by laughing at the spectacle? It wasn't just this boy who was bewildered. Everyone in Class 2 who heard these words was utterly dumbfounded. It had only been a day since the preliminary rounds ended, so the news of Su Yun securing a spot in the main competition hadn't had much time to spread. Therefore, very few people knew about it. After staring blankly for a moment, the boy from Class 2 spoke up in confusion. What's going on? Why are you suddenly defending that good-for-nothing Su Yun? Many Class 2 students turned to Class 3 with puzzled expressions, seeking an explanation. Not only Class 2, but many from Class 4 nearby had also heard the commotion and turned their heads in confusion. Su Yun wasn't just an academic prodigy, he was also the only one who had awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent and joined the Beastmaster class. His fame was considerable. Many students and teachers at Ningqing First High School knew Su Yun. Faced with the crowd's bewilderment, the Class 3 students offered no explanation. Only one boy among them sneered coldly, "Humph, you'll find out soon enough." Inside the preparation room of the battlefield, all 24 contestants participating in this competition gathered here. The 8 seated players were seated on the left side of the room, while the remaining 16 contestants occupied the right side. The atmosphere in the preparation room felt eerily tense. All eyes were fixed on one person, and their gazes uniformly betrayed a look of utter disbelief. Soo-Yun? Didn't he awaken an F-rank trash pet talent? How did he end up here? Yeah, how did he even get here? And he's sitting in the section reserved for seated players? Did he sneak in? It's entirely possible. After all, if he's willing to shamelessly join the Beastmaster class despite awakening an F-rank talent, sneaking into the prep room isn't beyond him either. Soo-Yun leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, arms crossed over his chest. He paid no heed to the murmurs, finding the situation rather amusing. Seems his reputation hasn't spread yet. Hey! This isn't a place for a loser like you. Get the hell out of here. Just then, a jarringly discordant voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire preparation room. The room instantly fell silent at the sound. Chapter 10, Go Feiyan's Provocation. The brief silence in the preparation room was completely shattered by the sudden outburst. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a tall, muscular boy standing there. Upon recognizing the speaker, one student blurted out in astonishment, "It's Go Feiyan." The others quickly realized who it was, their faces equally filled with shock. Go Feiyan was no stranger to their school. All because he had an elite-level Beastmaster for a father. Relying on his elite-level Beastmaster father, Go Feiyan was essentially untouchable within the school. Anyone who crossed him was guaranteed a rough time. Soo-Yun, who had perfectly inherited the original host's memories, was naturally familiar with Go Feiyan's notorious name. Meeting Go Feiyan's furious glare, Soo-Yun lifted his eyelids slightly and murmured 2 words, "Asshole." With that, Soo-Yun closed his eyes once more. The moment Soo-Yun uttered "asshole," Go Feiyan froze in place, and many others in the preparation room also froze. Once they processed it, disbelief spread across their faces. Did I just hear Soo-Yun say something? Did he call Go Feiyan an asshole? He actually dared to call Go Feiyan an idiot? Soo-Yun's in for it now. Has Soo-Yun lost his mind? How dare he call Go Feiyan an idiot? I think Soo-Yun really has lost his mind. Not only is he a useless fool who can't see it himself, forcing his way into the Beastmaster class, but he also has the nerve to call Go Feiyan an idiot. Looks like we're in for a show. While some were shocked that Soo-Yun dared to insult Go Feiyan, others wore expressions of anticipation. Being called an idiot in front of so many people only fueled Go Feiyan's rage. He glared at Soo-Yun and barked, "You piece of trash. What did you just call me?" This time, Soo-Yun opened his eyes, his face wearing an expression of utter impatience. "Not only are you an idiot, but how can your ears be so deaf?" This time, Go Feiyan truly lost all restraint. Throughout his 3 years of high school, when had Go Feiyan ever been publicly insulted by anyone? Which student in the school didn't bow and scrape before him? And now some F-rank Beastmaster talent waste dared speak to him like this? This felt like a serious challenge to the authority he'd built over his 3 years of high school. Fine, you're asking for it, aren't you?" With that, Go Feiyan began striding toward Soo-Yun. He rubbed his fists together, preparing to beat Soo-Yun senseless. "Quiet, everyone." Just then, the door to the preparation room burst open, followed by a stern voice. At the sound of this voice, all eyes in the room turned toward the entrance. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, short and stout, with a receding hairline. His name was Kong Hong, a director within the Beastmaster division. As Kong Hong entered, the room fell silent, and Go Feiyan halted his approach toward Soo-Yun. Before Kong Hong could speak, Go Feiyan interjected, "Director Kong, Soo-Yun snuck into the preparation room. I was just about to kick him out." Kong Hong glanced at Go Feiyan and replied indifferently, "Soo-Yun did not sneak into the preparation room. He is a participant in the school team selection competition, just like all of you." After Kong Hong finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the preparation room. Then, everyone stared at Kong Hong in astonishment, utterly unable to believe what he had just said. "Director Kong, what did you say? Soo-Yun is a participant in the selection trials just like us? Director Kong, are you sure you're not joking?" Voices of disbelief echoed throughout the preparation room. The most shocked of all was Go Feiyan. He stared at Kong Hong in disbelief and said, "Director Kong, you're saying that good-for-nothing Soo-Yun earned a spot in the school team tryouts through the class competition?" "That's correct." Kong Hong nodded. "Whoa!" As Kong Hong confirmed the news, a collective gasp of disbelief filled the preparation room. Hearing that Soo-Yun had earned a spot in the school team tryouts through the class competition felt no less astonishing than hearing an ordinary person catch a bullet with their bare hands. One by one, eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Soo-Yun. "Wait!" Then, as if suddenly realizing something, someone exclaimed, "Soo-Yun's seat is in the seated players section. Doesn't that mean the school has officially designated him as a seated player?" As the voice rang out, the others finally caught on. "Whoa!" A collective gasp filled the air once more. Just qualifying for the school team tryouts through the class competition was shocking enough. But Soo-yun not only secured a spot in the school team tryouts, he was also designated a seeded player by the school? This wasn't just an ordinary person catching a bullet with their bare hands. It was like an ordinary person catching a missile with their bare hands. For a moment, the majority of students in the preparation room gaped so wide their mouths could have fit an egg. They all felt like they were dreaming, convinced Kong Hong was playing a joke on them. An F-grade Beastmaster talent getting a spot in the school team tryouts was bad enough, but being named a top contender by the school? Who would believe such an outrageous story if he told it? Kong Hong looked at the stunned students but said nothing more. When he first heard the news, his shock had been no less than theirs. Had he not seen Soo-yun's battle footage, he himself wouldn't have dared believe such prowess existed. Kong Hong offered no further explanation. Instead, he announced, "The competition is about to begin. Get yourselves ready." His gaze then shifted to Gu Fei-yang as he issued a warning, "This is competition time. No physical altercations between contestants are permitted. Should any physical altercation occur, even as a seeded competitor, the school will immediately disqualify you from further participation." At Kong Hong's warning, Gu Fei-yang shot Soo-yun a furious glance. Even though his father was an elite-level beastmaster, he dared not act too arrogantly in front of the school leadership. To avoid disqualification, Gu Fei-yang suppressed his anger and returned to his seat. After confirming Gu Fei-yang had returned to his seat, Kong Hong promptly exited the preparation room. After Kong Hong departed, no one dared call Soo-yun a good-for-nothing anymore. Having been selected as a seed player by the school, Soo-yun's abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. He must be hiding some special techniques. In no time, a crowd gathered around Zhaoxi, also from Class 3, asking her for details about Soo-yun's class match. Gu Fei-yang shot a sidelong glance at Soo-yun, a cold sneer forming in his mind. He hoped he wouldn't face him in the upcoming matches. "If I do, I'll cripple his beast control." Even though Soo-yun had been designated a seeded contestant by the school, Gu Fei-yang still held him in utter contempt. His absolute confidence in his own abilities was the reason. Chapter 11, Seed Players Announced, shocking the entire arena. Kong Hong emerged from the preparation room and took his place at the center of the battlefield. Microphone in hand, he delivered the pre-match address. The tedious speech dragged on for about 5 minutes before finally ending, by which point the gathered students had grown extremely impatient. "Alright, the competition is about to begin. The rules for this tournament remain unchanged from previous years. Seeded players skip the first round and advance directly to the next stage. There are 24 competitors in total, with 8 designated as seeded players. Now, I will announce the list of seeded players. Suha from Class 1, Yang Ji from Class 2, Lin Yunqi from Class 5, Wang Yiran from Class 7, Gu Fei-yang from Class 8, Zheng Ming from Class 10, Xinyu from Class 12, and Soo-yun from Class 3. The names read aloud were largely acknowledged by the gathered students. These individuals had all awakened formidable beast-taming talents during the talent awakening ceremony. However, when everyone heard the final name, eyes widened and shock spread across every face. Even the entire arena fell noticeably quieter. Moments later, a wave of disbelief rippled through the arena. What? Who did Director Kong say was among the seed contestants? Soo-yun from Class 3? Isn't that the one who awakened an F-rank worthless Beastmaster talent? No way. How could that loser have awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent? A loser with an F-rank talent becoming a seeded player? Impossible. Exactly. If he can be a seeded contestant with an F-rank talent, then what about me? I have an E-rank talent. Does that mean I should be on the school team? Exactly. The school must have made a mistake. Class 3's designated area. Hearing Soo-yun selected as a seed player, though they'd expected it, they couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. But beyond shock, they felt a deep sense of pride. Class 3 had a seed player too. Most eyes from nearby Class 2 and Class 4 were now fixed on Class 3's section. Their expressions were equally stunned. Now they understood. They hadn't understood why Class 3 had defended that good-for-nothing Soo-yun so fiercely before. Now, they understood. Soo-yun had been designated a seed player by the school. But immediately, endless doubts flooded the minds of this group. How could Soo-yun, who had awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent, possibly become a seed player? With this question weighing on their minds, they turned their gaze toward Kong Hong, standing at the center of the combat arena. Kong Hong heard the disbelieving voices ringing in his ears, and instinctively, it felt deafening. His expression remained impassive, as if he had anticipated this scene all along. Silence. His sharp command instantly silenced most of the noise within the arena. Kong Hong spoke, Soo-yun has been selected as a seed player. No matter how shocked or incredulous you may be, this is an indisputable fact. I understand many of you have significant doubts about Soo-yun's selection as a seed player. All I can say is that you must trust the school's evaluation process. Our school has always adhered to strict and rigorous standards in selecting seeded contestants. Soo-yun's inclusion signifies that he possesses the potential worthy of this status. If any of you still refuse to believe it, then please just sit back and watch the competition unfold. At that time, Soo-Yun will undoubtedly demonstrate the strength that earned him his seed player status. Kang Hong's words had a significant impact. The voices questioning Soo-Yun's selection as a seed player gradually diminished. The voices that had once questioned Soo-Yun began to shift toward speculation about whether he was hiding some hidden ability. This only deepened the students' curiosity about why Soo-Yun had earned his seed status. One by one, they began anticipating Soo-Yun's matches. They wanted to see what special techniques Soo-Yun possessed. Kang Hong glanced at the time. It was exactly 8:30. Without further ado, he declared, the school team selection tournament officially begins now. With that, the large screen suspended above the battlefield flickered and lit up. The names of the 16 contestants participating in this round were neatly arranged on the screen. Clearly marked beside each name was their respective class. Kang Hong pointed at the screen and explained, these are the 16 contestants participating in the first round. The competition format remains unchanged from previous years. Matchups will be determined by computer randomization. With that announcement, the 16 names on the screen instantly scrambled. After a series of random changes, they eventually settled into 8 pairs. Each pair displayed the names of 2 students. Surveying the matchups displayed on the screen, Kang Hong announced in a clear voice, the first match will be between Li Pengfei from Class 12 and Huang Bowen from Class 9. As Kang Hong finished speaking, 2 male students emerged from the preparation room at the northernmost end of the competition area. As they emerged, students from Class 4 and Class 9 erupted in fervent cheers, rallying behind their respective contestants. The 2 took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Kang Hong glanced at them and announced, the rules are simple, the battle continues until one side's beast can no longer fight. Alright, the match begins. As soon as Kang Hong finished speaking, Li Pengfei and Huang Bowen simultaneously began summoning their beasts. Kang Hong stepped down from the arena while they summoned their beasts. The battle erupted. Neither contestant yielded ground, simultaneously commanding their beasts to launch attacks. This battle was exceptionally fierce. After all, both had fought their way through classes of over 40 students. Their strength spoke for itself. This match determined whether they would secure a spot on the school team. Joining the school team meant not only representing the school in external competitions but also gaining access to valuable resources. Neither dared hold back, unleashing their full beast-taming talents as their beasts fought at peak strength. The battle raged on for a full 6 minutes before finally coming to an end. The victor was Li Pengfei from Class 12. The 2 were evenly matched, leaving Huang Bowen from Class 9 puzzled by his defeat. The spectating students found this battle utterly thrilling. A battle of this caliber was nothing like the preliminary class matches held just 2 days prior. Truly a battle between geniuses. Inside the observation room, school administrators sat among the crowd, watching the battle unfold via the large screen feed. The principal occupied the central seat in the front row, with the vice principal seated to his left. To his right sat the other director of the Beastmaster department. Behind the trio sat the 12 homeroom teachers of the beast-taming classes. Principal Zhang Huayan watched the conclusion of the first battle, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This year's students seemed promising. Vice Principal Su Hong, sitting beside him, immediately chimed in, indeed. This class might just bring some pleasant surprises to Ningxing First High School. Another beast-taming department director, Tan Yi, added. Exactly. Lin Yunxi awakened an A-grade beastmaster talent, and the beast she contracted possesses the potential of a lower-tier sovereign species. This class is undoubtedly one of the most promising in Ningxing No. 1 High School's history. What do you think? Could Soo-Yun be a match for Lin Yunxi? At that moment, Zhang Huayang suddenly spoke up, steering the conversation towards Soo-Yun. Apart from Lin Yunxi, Soo-Yun was the only other student in the entire school who had contracted a beast with potential at least on par with a sovereign class species. After a moment of contemplation, Vice Principal Su Hong shook his head. It's hard to say. After all, we haven't witnessed the true strength of Soo-Yun's beast. Principal, I personally believe Soo-Yun is unlikely to be a match for Lin Yunxi. Tan Yi added, explaining, when the racial potential of the beasts is equal, what matters is the Beastmaster's talent and the beast's level. As far as I know, Lin Yunxi's beast was cultivated by her father since she entered her senior year. It has already reached level 8 juvenile, a strength that cannot be underestimated. Soo-Yun's beast seems to be only around level 5-6 in its juvenile stage, a gap of 2 full levels. Tan Yi's analysis made perfect sense, and Su Hong nodded in agreement. Director Tan has a point. Zhang Huayang, however, remained largely silent. Clearly, he still held a different stance on the matter. Some inexplicable intuition told him that Soo-Yun was no ordinary person. As the 3 school leaders steered the conversation towards Soo-Yun, the group of homeroom teachers behind them also shifted their focus to him in unison. 11 homeroom teachers turned their gaze toward one person. That person was Hu Rong. Their expressions were deeply meaningful. One female homeroom teacher joked with a smile. Well done, Teacher Hu. Who knew your class was hiding such a big fish as Soo-Yun? Yeah, you didn't even give us a heads up beforehand. After working together for over a decade, you kept this from us too? Faced with the teacher's teasing, Hu Rong gave an awkward smile, feeling utterly powerless to explain. If Suyun hadn't exposed himself during the class competition, this homeroom teacher might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life. Chapter 12, Audience Mockery, Second High-Tier Skill Unleashed. Each of the 8 battles lasted between 5 and 8 minutes. The school's selection process proved quite astute. 15 of the 16 contestants possessed comparable skill levels. Only one individual demonstrated strength far surpassing what they'd shown in the class preliminaries. This individual dispatched their opponent in under 2 minutes. He certainly added a lot of excitement to the tournament. The 8 matches lasted nearly an hour in total. Following the conclusion of the first round, the spotlight shifted to the second round, the most anticipated matchup of the tournament. The battle between the seeded players and the qualifiers. The second round did not commence immediately. The 8 participants' beasts had sustained varying degrees of injury during the first round and required treatment. Therefore, the second round was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. The current time was 9:39 a.m. Nearly 4 hours of rest lay ahead. At 1 p.m., the arena was bustling with activity. The spectator stands on both sides were already packed with every student from the Beastmaster department. Each student gazed at the arena with eager anticipation. Ah, finally, this match. I've been waiting for this one for ages. The seeded players are about to fight. I really want to see how strong they are. Suyun was selected as a seeded contestant. Whether he's a mule or a horse, we'll find out after this round. The format for this match pitted the 8 advancing contestants against the 8 seeded players. As for the pairings, they were still determined by computer randomization. After the computer's random draw, Suyun's opponent was named Zhou Tianyu. In the preparation room, Suyun raised an eyebrow upon seeing his opponent's name. Zhou Tianyu? The name sounded familiar. If he remembered correctly, the person who had displayed formidable strength in the first round, dispatching his opponent within 2 minutes, was named Zhou Tianyu, right? Thinking this, Suyun glanced sideways at a long-haired boy in the preparation room. At that very moment, the long-haired boy's gaze also fell upon Suyun. Upon seeing his face, Suyun confirmed that this was indeed Zhou Tianyu. The moment their eyes met, Suyun saw intense curiosity in the long-haired boy's gaze. Clearly, he was curious about the exact method Suyun had used to become a seeded player. Suyun averted his gaze and silently shook his head. Curiosity? You won't be curious for much longer. Class 11's Zhou Tianyu is actually facing off against Suyun. If his opponent is Zhou Tianyu, even if Suyun has some hidden tricks up his sleeve, he probably won't stand a chance against Zhou Tianyu. Yeah, Zhou Tianyu's demonstrated strength is already on par with the seeded players. Exactly. Zhou Tianyu's skill level has created a complete gap compared to the first round competitors. This match is going to be something to see. Students in the stands, upon seeing their respective opponents, wore expressions of anticipation. Especially Suyun, whom they were most eager to see, and now he'd been paired with such a formidable opponent right off the bat. The matches proceeded according to the class order of the seeded players. Suyun was in Beast-Taming Class 3, so his match was scheduled as the third bout. The first 2 battles had both ended in under 3 minutes. Seeded players were, after all, seeded players. The school's judgment was quite sharp. The strength displayed by the seeded competitors was simply incomparable to that of the unseeded. Though the battles weren't particularly intense, they showcased one-sided dominance that had the crowd of students buzzing with excitement. Next up is the long-awaited third match. Seeded player versus Zhou Tianyu. After the second match concluded, referee Kong Hong stepped onto the arena and announced loudly. As his words faded, Suyun and Zhou Tianyu emerged from the preparation room. Taking their respective positions on opposite sides of the arena, Kong Hong declared the match open. The beast summoning array activated, and Zhou Tianyu was the first to summon his beast. Zhou Tianyu's beast was a bird-like creature covered in blue fur. With wings spread wide, it measured at least a meter in length. It was important to note that this was merely its juvenile stage. Suyun activated his truth eye, and information about this massive blue bird appeared before his eyes. Beast, Swift-Wind Azure Bird. Attribute, Wind. Level, Juvenile Level 5. Skills, Basic, Wind Blade, Wind Wings. Intermediate, Wind Wing Combo. Racial Potential Lower Commander. Evolution Path, Gale Wings High Commander Sky Wings Mid-Tier Sovereign. Spectator Seats. Watching the Swift-Wind Azure Bird glide through the low skies, the students gazed with envious eyes. So cool. If only I could have a Swift-Wind Azure Bird too. Even if it doesn't match my beast-taming talent, I'd still want one. While admiring Zhou Tianyu's Swift-Wind Azure Bird, they didn't forget about Suyun's beast. What kind of beast could Suyun have? If Suyun has been holding back, it must be in his beast-taming, right? Many eyes fixed intently on Suyun, eager to see what his beast would be. Over at Suyun's side, after reviewing the Swift-Wind Azure Bird's information, he shook his head and summoned Yuan. Swift-Wind Azure Bird. It felt inferior to his own Yuan. The white beast summoning array glowed brightly, and Yuan, now 60 centimeters long, appeared before Suyun. After several days of growth, Yuan's length had successfully increased from 40 centimeters to 60 centimeters. After Suyun summoned Yuan, the once noisy battlefield instantly grew quieter. The students stared at Suyun's beast, utterly speechless. Suyun's beast is actually a green snake? If I'm not mistaken, this snake should be a low-tier extraordinary species with the potential of a jade leaf snake, right? It does look somewhat like one. Wait, how could a low-tier extraordinary creature like this emerald leaf snake be selected as a seed contender by the school? Ha! Compared to Zhou Tianyu's swift-wind azure bird, this emerald leaf snake is no better than an earthworm. Of course it does. An earthworm wouldn't even fill swift-wind azure bird's stomach, but this emerald leaf snake could at least make it half full. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Suyun's beast, the student's expression shifted from surprise to mockery. On the battlefield, Zhou Tianyu visibly froze upon seeing Suyun's beast. He had assumed that Suyun, selected as a seed contestant based on his F-grade beast master talent, would possess a formidable beast. Little did he expect that his beast companion was actually a low-grade green leaf snake with potential as an extraordinary seed? In an instant, Zhou Tianyu lost all interest. He had been looking forward to seeing just how powerful Suyun's beast companion was, only to be met with this? Zhou Tianyu now only wanted to end the battle quickly. He commanded his swift-wind azure bird, use wind blades to end this fight. Seeing Zhou Tianyu's somewhat casual attitude, Suyun clicked his tongue. Even his opponent looked down on him. It seemed he was paying the price for his beast's appearance after all. Thinking this, Suyun silently shook his head. Well then, today he, Suyun, would show these people what it meant to judge a beast by its appearance. Yuan, Giant Tree Stranglehold. Chapter 13, Instant Kill. The entire arena was stunned. As Suyun issued his command, Swift-Wind Azure Bird on the other side flapped its wings, unleashing two transparent wind blades that streaked toward Yuan at breakneck speed. Yuan lifted his head slightly. Facing the two wind blades, his eyes flashed with a human-like sneer. Hum. A flash of green light erupted as immense wood elemental energy coalesced within Yuan's body, forming a 2-meter-wide green magic circle before him. Boom! The array, carrying a powerful wood elemental energy, exploded outward in all directions. Even its mere aftershock instantly shattered the two incoming slashes. In the next instant, several vines as thick as an adult's arm surged forth from within the formation. One by one, the vines shot toward the Swift-Wind Azure Bird soaring through the air, wrapping around it. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Zhou Tianyu froze in place. By the time he snapped out of it and ordered the Swift-Wind Azure Bird to evade, it was already too late. The vine's speed was simply too fast. They were every bit as fast as the skills unleashed by wind attribute beast tamers. Several vines crisscrossed around the Swift-Wind Azure Bird, forming a vine cage that sealed it inside. After successfully trapping the Swift-Wind Azure Bird, the vine cage began to rapidly contract, tightening its grip to strangle the bird within. Swiftwind, use Windwing Slash now. Cut through these vines. Seeing Swiftwind Azure Bird about to be strangled by the vines, Zhou Tianyu urgently commanded. Windblade Slash, a mid-tier wind attribute skill capable of unleashing continuous slashes, considered an advanced version of Wind Edge. Upon receiving the command, Swiftwind Bluebird flapped its wings, unleashing wave after wave of wind blades toward the vines. Yet no matter how fiercely the wind blades struck, the vines showed no sign of breaking. The Swiftwind Azure Bird was fine when it wasn't attacking, but after its assault, the vines of the vine cage suddenly contracted. They bound the Swiftwind Azure Bird tightly. After binding the Swiftwind Azure Bird, the vine cage continued to contract, as if intent on slicing it apart. Intense pain caused the Swiftwind Azure Bird to emit a piercing cry. It began to struggle instinctively. Yet every struggle seemed utterly futile. Trails of blood seeped through the Swiftwind Bluebird's azure feathers. At this moment, the battle was decided. I surrender. Zhou Tianyu's panicked voice rang out. As his words fell, the vines binding Swiftwind Azure Bird vanished in an instant. The battlefield fell into silence. With a thud, the Swiftwind Azure Bird plummeted from the sky. This single blow had robbed it of its ability to fly. Zhou Tianyu conceded defeat. The victor, Suyun. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. Silence. Within the entire arena, the 500-odd spectators were now plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the scene unfolding before them with utter disbelief. Mouths gaped open, eyes filled with shock. Some even felt as if they were dreaming. It all seemed so unreal, so illusory. Instant kill? Does anyone know what that vine skill was? How could it be so powerful? Judging by the attack pattern, it resembles a high-tier wood attribute skill Giant Tree Stranglehold. What? An advanced wood attribute skill Giant Tree Strangle? What? You're saying that was an advanced skill? Mastering an advanced skill at the juvenile stage? Isn't that only possible for a sovereign class beast tamer with exceptional potential? Whoa! At this revelation, countless spectators sucked in their breath in unison. Only a beastmaster with sovereign great potential could master an advanced skill at the juvenile stage. So that meant Suyun's beast companion, how could it possibly be a lowly extraordinary species like the emerald leaf snake? This beast's racial potential was at least that of a sovereign race? In that instant, they understood why the Academy had selected Suyun as a seed contender. How could a beastmaster wielding a sovereign race's potential not be deemed a seed contender? In the observation room, Principal Zhang Huayang's gaze sharpened. Vice Principal Su Hong stared in disbelief. Director Tan Yi's face was etched with shock. This is the high-tier wood attribute skill, Giant Tree Stranglehold. Su Hong murmured, combined with the previous king's might, that makes 2 high-tier skills demonstrated so far, right? 2 high-tier skills? His racial potential must be at least that of a low-tier sovereign. Tan Yi sighed, 1 strike was enough to take down Zhou Tianyu. Even if Su Yun faces Lin Yunxi now, his odds of winning aren't low. Witnessing Su Yun's power in this battle completely overturned Tan Yi's previous assessment. The group of homeroom teachers behind them were also deeply shocked by Su Yun's power. They all looked at Hu Rong with envy. Possessing at least 2 high-tier skills and instantly defeating Zhou Yuntian, a seed contender, who could possibly match such power besides Class 5's Lin Yunxi. The only one who might still stand a chance was probably Gu Feiyang from Class 8. After all, his Beastmaster rank was considerable. Since his beast had been cultivated early, it now possessed the strength of a young beast at level 7-8. The lack of inherent racial potential in a beast could be compensated for by its taming level. Inside the preparation room, all the contestants were equally stunned by the clash between Su Yun and Zhou Tianyu. Gu Feiyang gazed through the window at Su Yun on the battlefield, his expression growing grave. Initially, he had assumed that even if Su Yun was holding back, he would only barely meet the threshold for a seeded contestant. The outcome, however, had greatly surpassed his expectations. The power Su Yun displayed in this fight commanded Gu Feiyang's full attention. That single strike, the Giant Tree Strangle, would have been difficult even for him to counter. But while he might struggle, others wouldn't. Su Yun had crossed him. What good was his strength if he had offended him? Stronger than him? Could he possibly be stronger than his old man? Then it would depend on whether Su Yun knew when to back down. If Su Yun knew his place, bowed his head, and apologized, the matter would be settled. But if he doesn't? Poof. In the seated contestants area stood a woman of otherworldly grace and icy poise. Her figure was slender and graceful, her exposed skin fair and delicate, and her features were exquisite, truly a vision of beauty. This woman was none other than Lin Yunxi, the renowned campus beauty of Ningxing First High School, the subject of countless whispers. At that moment, Lin Yunxi gazed at the concluded battle on the opposite field. Her eyes flickered with emotion, a faint thrill visible deep within her gaze. The match between Su Yun and Zhou Tianyu concluded, and the next bout commenced. Next up was the battle featuring campus beauty Lin Yunxi. After witnessing Su Yun's overwhelming prowess, even the anticipated appearance of Lin Yunxi failed to ignite the same fervor as before. There was no helping it. Su Yun's battle had left them utterly stunned. Only now did the students belatedly grasp the truth. Su Yun's beastmaster creature, how could it possibly be a low-tier extraordinary species like the emerald leaf snake? A beast capable of unleashing high-tier skills must possess at least the potential of a high commander-level species. Mastering 2 high-tier skills was the threshold for a sovereign-tier racial potential beast. Most of them had never witnessed Yuan unleash his second high-tier skill, so they remained unaware. The match progressed swiftly. All battles concluded within half an hour. Without exception, every seeded contestant advanced. The only suspense lay in Su Yun's match. But in the end, Su Yun shattered all doubts with his overwhelming strength. Now, Su Yun was widely regarded as one of the 3 strongest among the 8 seeded players. The other 2 contenders were Lin Yunxi and Gu Feiyang. The third round would commence after a 3-hour break at 5 p.m. During this interval, all students were free to move about. Students gathered in small groups, and the topic dominating their discussions was undoubtedly Su Yun. Su Yun went nowhere, returning directly to the preparation room to wait quietly. At school, due to his reincarnated self's reclusive nature, he had few friends. "Hello, Su Yun." Just then, a soft voice suddenly reached Su Yun's ears. Su Yun turned to see the speaker, none other than Ningxing First High School's renowned campus beauty, Lin Yunxi. Seeing Lin Yunxi approach, Su Yun froze. His mind raced through memories, trying to recall any connection between his original self and Lin Yunxi. After searching through his memories, Su Yun came to a conclusion: he and Lin Yunxi were not familiar at all. They had never even exchanged a single word in their daily lives. Su Yun asked in confusion, "What do you need from me?" Chapter 14, The Schoolflower's Request. What do you need from me? Looking at Lin Yunxi standing beside him, Su Yun wore a puzzled expression. Lin Yunxi spoke softly, "Su Yun, your match this afternoon was quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, the beast-taming skill you used was the high-tier wood attribute technique Giant Tree Stranglehold, correct?" "That's correct." Su Yun nodded, acknowledging it openly. Since Su Yun had unleashed that skill, he saw no need to conceal it. Seeing Su Yun's admission, a faint smile touched Lin Yunxi's lips. "Su Yun, I did come here today with a favor to ask of you." "Me?" Su Yun's face instantly filled with astonishment. Lin Yunxi came from a wealthy and influential family. What could she possibly need from a penniless kid like him? As if sensing his confusion, Lin Yunxi waved her hands, causing the white light of the beast summoning array to flare. Gradually, a humanoid creature materialized from within the array. Its form was petite, resembling an exquisitely crafted porcelain doll. 5 delicate pink petals sprouted from the top of her head. Drawing on the knowledge of beast taming inherited from his original body, Su-Yun instantly recognized this beast. A low-tier flower spirit with untapped potential. Activate the Eye of Truth. The flower spirit's detailed information instantly appeared before Su-Yun's eyes. Beast, Little Flower Spirit. Attribute, Wood. Level, Juvenile Level 8. Skills, Basic, Entangle, Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Charge. Intermediate, Absorb, Vegetation Spread, Floral Healing. Advanced, Emerald Shield. Racial Potential Lower Sovereign. Evolution Path Flower Spirit High Sovereign Floral Spirit Lower Overlord. Lin Yunqi introduced, this is my beast companion, Little Flower Spirit. Its racial potential is low-tier sovereign. I assume you're familiar with these details? Yes, I know. Lin Yunqi continued, typically, a beast with low-tier sovereign racial potential can master 2 high-tier skills. My Little Flower Spirit is still in its juvenile stage and has only mastered 1 high-tier skill so far. Her current strength has reached juvenile level 8, not far from the supernatural tier. She's nearly ready to learn a second high-tier skill. Since most of the skills my Little Flower Spirit has mastered lean toward support, I'd like her to learn an advanced skill that's more attack-oriented. The advanced skill Giant Tree Strangle is one of the many advanced skills available to beasts like my Little Flower Spirit, and it leans more towards the offensive side. Lin Yunqi's words made her intentions abundantly clear. Su-Yun understood the implication. Su-Yun looked at Lin Yunqi, raising an eyebrow slightly. So, you want my beast to teach your Little Flower Spirit the advanced skill, Giant Tree Strangle? There were 2 ways to learn other skills. The first involves consuming skill fruits condensed through special means from devouring higher-level beasts to acquire the skill. This method had obvious drawbacks. Not only are skill fruits prohibitively expensive, but skills acquired through them are inherently unstable in execution. The beast must undergo prolonged training and accumulation of experience with the skill to achieve stable execution later on. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. It also hinders the beast tamer's subsequent growth and evolution to some extent. The second method involves the beast sensing the aura emitted when the skill is used and comprehending it through its own innate understanding. Skills grasped through innate understanding carry no drawbacks and never become unusable due to instability. A skill mastered through self-realization is truly one's own. Subsequently, minimal time and effort are required to train this skill. It saves time, effort, and money. Generally, most people opt for the second method. Only those with exceptionally poor beast taming aptitude would opt for the first method. That's right, Lin Yunqi nodded with a smile. She then added, I won't let you teach for free. I'll pay you a guidance fee. Guidance fee? The mention of money instantly piqued Su-Yun's interest. As a divine beast cub, Yuan had an insatiable appetite. Over the past few days, Su-Yun could clearly sense Yuan's appetite growing. If he didn't start earning money soon, he wouldn't even be able to afford Yuan's daily meals. How much exactly? Su-Yun asked curiously. Lin Yunqi gave a mysterious smile and slowly held up 3 fingers. 3,000 a day? Su-Yun guessed. 3,000 a day was a substantial sum for Su-Yun at this point. With this money, Yuan's daily meals could be upgraded to a higher standard. Su-Yun was quite satisfied with the 3,000 yuan per day quote. Just as Su-Yun was about to accept Lin Yunqi's request, he saw Lin Yunqi shake her head. 3,000 for casting the advanced skill Giant Tree Strangle once. How does that sound? Ha! Su-Yun froze in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yunqi, his face betraying utter astonishment. What had he just heard? 3,000 for a single skill cast? For a moment, Su-Yun thought his ears had deceived him. Su-Yun raised an eyebrow and immediately replied, sure. Absolutely. Just cast 4 skills a day, and you'll rake in over 10 grand. Where else could you find such a deal? She's practically rolling in it. She's truly a bona fide little rich girl. Su-Yun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Seeing Su-Yun agree, Lin Yunqi felt a surge of delight. She hadn't known where to find a beastmaster skilled in the advanced technique of giant tree strangulation to teach her little flower spirit this skill. Little did she expect to find one so easily today. Su-Yun, are you free tonight? Yes. If you're free tonight, then let's start the training tonight. All right. After setting the time, Lin Yunqi turned and left the preparation room. Su-Yun plopped back down into his chair. Staring at the ceiling of the preparation room, he felt as though today's events were nothing short of surreal. He hadn't done anything, yet somehow found a job paying over 10,000 a day? Su-Yun wasn't alone in the preparation room. Several eliminated contestants had come to pack up their belongings. Lin Yunqi and Su-Yun's earlier conversation had been overheard by them. One by one, they froze in shock. They stared at Su-Yun sitting in his chair in utter disbelief. What were they seeing? The school's top beauty, Lin Yunqi, had actually invited Su-Yun to teach her about beast taming? But immediately, their stunned expressions turned to envy. The strength Su-Yun had just displayed far surpassed their own. Moreover, Su-Yun's beast mastery happened to possess the advanced skills Lin Deshaohua desperately needed. What else could they do but envy Su-yun? Chapter 15, the match begins a dramatic opponent assignment. At 4:50 p.m., spectators, students, and the 8 seeded contestants who had advanced gathered in the arena. The match would follow a 4v4 format, with the winning team advancing directly to the school team. The 4 losers would continue in head-to-head matches, with the 2 winners advancing to the next round. Ultimately, the victor would become the final member of the school team. The rules were straightforward, with matchups still determined by computer randomization. After the computer generated the matchups, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Su-yun's opponent was none other than Go Fei-yang, the very person he had clashed with earlier. In the preparation room, Su-yun's face flashed a look of surprise as he stared at his opponent. What a coincidence! For a moment, Su-yun thought he'd been set up again. Go Fei-yang's father was merely an elite-level beastmaster. To ordinary people, he might seem like an extremely powerful figure. But in the eyes of official schools, he was nothing special. Yet, even so, he was still being sabotaged? Had Ningxing First High School truly decayed to such a state? Yet on the day he clashed with Go Fei-yang, Kang Hong clearly showed no bias toward Go Fei-yang. For a moment, Su-yun felt uncertain. Was it mere luck, or had he been framed yet again? As he pondered, Su-yun's gaze shifted toward Go Fei-yang. Yet he saw Go Fei-yang, just like himself, wearing an expression of utter astonishment. Clearly, he too was utterly taken aback by this opponent assignment. Go Fei-yang's equally bewildered expression instantly confirmed Su-yun's suspicion. This time, he hadn't been cheated. It was truly a matter of luck. This computer system understood opponent allocation. Go Fei-yang, still in a state of surprise, glanced at Su-yun as if sensing something. When he saw Su-yun staring back at him, he instantly broke into a wide grin. He strode over to Su-yun's side, his face flushed with arrogance as he roared, "Ha! The heavens have eyes! They paired this useless piece of trash with me." This loud laugh instantly drew the attention of the other 6 people in the preparation room. They had already found it highly dramatic that Su-yun and Go Fei-yang were paired together. Now, seeing Go Fei-yang actively provoking Su-yun, they all wore expressions of eager anticipation, ready to watch the show unfold. Go Fei-yang stood beside Su-yun and declared, "Wimp, get down on your knees and apologize to me. Then we'll call it even. Otherwise, when we face off later, even if you kneel and call me daddy, I won't hold back." Su-yun didn't even glance at Go Fei-yang as he delivered this provocation. Exchanging even a single word with scum like Go Fei-yang felt like a waste of Su-yun's time. Faced with Su-yun's silence, Go Fei-yang frowned angrily. "You worthless piece of trash. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" As Go Fei-yang ranted on, Su-yun found it increasingly bothersome. He gave Go Fei-yang a dismissive glance and uttered, "Idiot." Just like before, those 2 plain, unadorned words struck deep into Go Fei-yang's heart. "Ha!" Go Fei-yang's eyes narrowed instantly. "What did you say?" Su-yun turned his gaze to Go Fei-yang and retorted, "Didn't catch that? Are you deaf? Fine. Fine. Fine." Rage surged within Go Fei-yang as he pointed at Su-yun, repeating the word 3 times. "Looks like you useless piece of trash have no intention of kneeling to apologize. In that case, don't regret it when the battle begins." "Regret?" Su-yun raised an eyebrow, his expression amused as he looked at Go Fei-yang. "I certainly won't regret it. I just hope you won't regret messing with me." "Me regret? Ha ha ha." Go Fei-yang laughed bitterly, overcome with rage at Su-yun's words. "Just wait. We'll see who ends up regretting this." Su-yun paid Go Fei-yang no further attention, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes slightly. He completely ignored Go Fei-yang. Knowing full well he was no match for Su-yun in verbal sparring, Go Fei-yang said no more. He turned and sat back down at his own seat. In the preparation room, Lin Yunqi glanced at Go Fei-yang, then shifted her gaze to Su-yun. Her eyes flickered slightly, her thoughts hidden. The first match commenced swiftly. The first match pitted Class 1 seeded player, Su Hao, against Class 7's Wang Yaran. Both seeded players, their strengths were fairly evenly matched. Their battle was intense. It lasted a full 8 minutes before Su Hao secured a narrow victory. The second match pitted Yang Ji from Class 2 against Xinyu from Class 12. This battle proved less intense compared to the previous one. Xinyu's beast from Class 12 possessed a species potential of mid-commander level, 1 rank higher than Yang Ji's lower commander level beast. Leveraging this slight advantage, Xinyu defeated her opponent in under 4 minutes. The third battle belonged to Su-yun and Go Fei-yang. This battle was undoubtedly the highlight of the day. Go Fei-yang's strength was well known among the students of Ningxing First High School. Having cultivated his Beastmaster early on, his Beastmaster prowess was at least at the level of a level 7 young beast. As for Su-yun, they only knew he was formidable. Exactly how powerful? That remained unknown. This battle against Go Fei-yang might finally reveal just how formidable Su-yun truly is. In the spectator stands, heated debates were raging over who held the upper hand between Su-yun and Go Fei-yang. So, who do you think is stronger, Su-yun or Go Fei-yang? Go Fei-yang, of course. What's there to think about? Go Fei-yang's beast companion, though possessing the racial potential of a high commander level species, has already reached at least level 8 in its juvenile stage. Meanwhile, Su-Yun's beast companion, despite having the racial potential of a sovereign-level species, seems to be only at level 6 in its juvenile stage. The disparity in strength alone is sufficient to compensate for the gap in racial potential. Exactly. And if I recall correctly, Go Feiyang's Beastmaster talent is a B-grade enhancement type, right? With an enhancement type talent, his Beastmaster's strength is significantly stronger. Exactly. Su-Yun's Beastmaster talent isn't just F-grade, it's not even an enhancement type. He's at a massive disadvantage in this regard. The overwhelming majority of students watching the match didn't hold much hope for Su-Yun. They all felt that while Su-Yun held an advantage in racial potential for beast taming, he faced a massive disadvantage in both beast tamer rank and innate talent. Only the students of Class 3, 90% of them, believed Su-Yun would undoubtedly win this match. Su-Yun and Go Feiyang arrived at the combat arena and took their positions on opposite sides. Gazing at Su-Yun across from him, Go Feiyang's face twisted into a cold smirk. His confidence in defeating Su-Yun stemmed from a hidden advantage. He had concealed this method exceptionally well, no one knew about it except his father. The match begins. As Kong Hong, the referee, announced the start, Go Feiyang activated his beast summoning formation, beginning to call forth his beasts. As for Su-Yun, Yuan had been concealed within the lining of his sleeve all along. With a flick of Su-Yun's thoughts, Yuan shot out from his sleeve and landed on the battlefield. This time, standing on the battlefield, not a single spectator in the stands dared to underestimate this mere 60-centimeter-long little snake. Yuan's performance in the previous match was still vivid in their minds. The right to breathe is something you fight for yourself. As Yuan stepped onto the battlefield, Go Feiyang's beast companion fully materialized from its beast space. His beast was a tiger thunder beast over a meter in length, its entire body covered in deep purple fur. The thunder tiger stood before Go Feiyang, its body crackling with purple lightning. Activating the Eye of Truth, information about this thunder tiger beast appeared before Su-Yun's eyes. Beast, Shadow Thunder Tiger. Chapter 16, The Might of High-Tier Spatial Skills. Beast, Shadow Thunder Tiger. Attribute, Lightning. Level Juvenile 8. Skills, Basic, Bite, Charge, Arc Flash, Shock. Intermediate, Thunder Claw, Lightning Flash. Advanced, Rainfall Lightning Strike. Racial Potential High Commander. Evolution Path Thunderclap Shadow Tiger Mid-Tier Sovereign Wasteland Thunder Tiger High-Tier Sovereign. Upon seeing the Shadow Thunder Tiger's stats, Su-Yun's eyes flickered. Go Feiyang's Wild Thunder Tiger actually possessed an advanced tier skill. Only young beasts with sovereign racial potential could master high-tier skills. For young beasts without sovereign racial potential, mastering an advanced skill requires acquired learning. Clearly, Go Feiyang's Shadow Thunder Tiger had acquired a high-tier lightning attribute skill through postnatal learning. Whether it had grasped it through innate comprehension or by consuming a skill fruit remained unknown. Go Feiyang didn't rush to order an attack. Instead, he crossed his arms and grinned at Su-Yun. A loser will always be a loser. What good is it that your beast's racial potential is that of a monarch? You're still no match for me, you piece of trash. I already gave you a chance back in the preparation room. Too bad you worthless piece of trash didn't appreciate it. Now, even if you kneel and kowtow to me, I won't let you off lightly. So confident? Su-Yun raised an eyebrow, scratched his ear, and retorted with disdain, is it because of that high-tier skill your Ghost Thunder Tiger possesses? Ha! Go Feiyang was utterly astonished by Su-Yun's words. An expression of disbelief spread across his face. How did you know? Su-Yun curled her lips and spread her hands. How could I possibly know your beast riding skill? Just a wild guess. Didn't expect you to admit it so readily. Go Feiyang froze upon hearing this. Had he just made a fool of himself? For a moment, Go Feiyang felt a surge of anger mixed with embarrassment. I was planning to catch that little snake of yours off guard, but now that you know, I won't hold back anymore. Yu-Yun, unleash the falling rain lightning strike. After Go Feiyang issued the command, thunder attribute elements coalesced within Yuleihu's body. Lightning flashed around its body, arcs of electricity weaving and tangling. Then, the Ghost Thunder Tiger leapt into the air, swiping its claws repeatedly toward Yuan's position. Crackle! Accompanied by a series of heart-stopping thunderous roars, bolts of lightning, dense as falling rain, crashed down upon Yuan. As the Shadow Thunder Tiger unleashed its rainfall lightning strike, shock rippled through the crowd, the spectator stands, the preparation room, and the principal's viewing chamber. Without exception, they all recognized this advanced skill rainfall lightning strike. Go Feiyang's beast master wielding such an advanced skill greatly exceeded their expectations. However, before their astonishment could fully settle, the scene unfolding on the battlefield caused their eyes to widen even further. At that moment, a peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from Yuan's body. This energy instantly engulfed the area surrounding Yuan Shang. The thunderbolts, falling as densely as rain, halted in midair whenever they approached within 2 meters above Yuan. It was as if time itself had frozen in the void surrounding Yuan. High-tier spatial attribute skill void confinement. What the hell? Go Feiyang's eyes widened in utter shock. From the spectator stands, a wave of intense gasps erupted. What's happening? Why have the lightning strikes near Su-Yun's beast stopped moving? Can someone explain this? This, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the effect of a high-tier spatial skill void confinement. Amidst the confusion as most spectators struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene, a voice of disbelief suddenly rang out. The remark sent shockwaves through the crowd, triggering a wave of gasps nearby. What? You're saying this is the high-tier spatial skill, void imprisonment? How is that possible? That's a spatial skill. Looks like it is. Didn't you see those lightning bolts just freeze mid-air? Exactly. I can't think of any other explanation besides the advanced spatial skill void imprisonment achieving this effect. Who knew Suyun's beast not only mastered advanced wood type skills, but also advanced space type skills? Wait. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Suyun's beast is a dual attribute beast spatial and wood? Whoa. A dual element beast, with the second element being the super rare spatial type? Suyun's beast is truly god tier. Terrifying indeed, truly terrifying. Inside the observation room, the school leadership and a group of homeroom teachers stood with their mouths agape, eyes wide with shock. Vice Principal Su Hong murmured in disbelief, it's actually the high-tier spatial skill, void confinement. Tanny murmured in disbelief, I thought mastering 2 high-tier skills was the limit for Suyun's beast. I never imagined it possessed a third high-tier skill. And this third advanced skill is actually the extremely rare spatial system. Tanny grew more astonished with every word. Mastering 3 high-tier skills at such a young age. Its racial potential was at least that of a mid-tier sovereign. Don't be fooled by the fact that the difference between a mid-tier sovereign's racial potential and a low-tier sovereign's racial potential is only 1 rank. The difficulty of acquiring a beast with mid-tier sovereign racial potential far surpasses that of obtaining one with low-tier sovereign potential. Just how powerful must the forces backing Suyun be? Master-level beast tamers? Or could it be that there exists a beast master of catastrophic proportions? Tan Yi couldn't fathom it. But he was certain of one thing now. If they could just latch onto Suyun's coattails, their school might just take off this year. It wasn't just Tanny thinking this. Zhang Huayang and Su Hong were both contemplating the same thing at that moment. Zhang Huayang's eyes flickered as he calculated inwardly, this year's resources must be funneled towards Suyun as much as possible. The battlefield. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Gu Feiyang was completely caught off guard. Still refusing to believe his misfortune, he commanded the Shadow Thunder Tiger to unleash lightning strikes upon the abyss. Without exception, every thunderbolt halted mid-air, suspended 2 meters above Yuan. Ha! Suyun's cold laughter echoed, it's time to end this. Yuan, expand the range. Yuan received the command, a flash of blue light darting through his eyes. Immediately, the peculiar spatial fluctuations radiated out from Yuan's body once more. This energy instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Mid-air, the Ghost Thunder Tiger, still in the midst of unleashing its lightning strike, abruptly froze. Everything it had just unleashed, including the thunderbolts themselves, froze mid-air. The entire arena seemed frozen in time, everything rendered motionless. This is a spatial type skill. Gu Feiyang finally realized belatedly through the sensations transmitted by the Ghost Thunder Tiger. Chapter 17, Gu Feiyang's Twisted Mind. Quickly use lightning strikes to break through the spatial lockdown. Once he grasped the situation, Gu Feiyang urgently commanded the Ghost Thunder Tiger. Spatial confinement seals off the space itself, not the energy within the beast rider's body. Electric arcs danced around Yulehu, converging before him. Boom! As the thunder attribute elemental energy coalesced within its body, a purple energy burst forth explosively from its front. With spacebound and sealed, attacks couldn't be launched at all. It could only explode before him, gradually shattering the sealed space around it. However, this single explosion yielded minimal results. To completely shatter the sealed space around him, he would need at least dozens more lightning strikes. Suyun wouldn't give him that time. Yuan, Void Blade. Upon receiving the command, Yuan gathered spatial energy within his body, and the peculiar spatial energy once again radiated outward. Translucent white energy coalesced before him into a razor-sharp blade. The blade was over a meter long. Whoosh! Yuan whipped his head, slashing the blade toward the Yulei Tiger suspended midair. Just as the void blade struck the Ghost Thunder Tiger, it vanished from its original position. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared. This time, it materialized less than a meter in front of the Ghost Thunder Tiger. Gu Feiyang's face paled in shock at the sight. He tried to command the Ghost Thunder Tiger to dodge. But the Shadow Thunder Tiger couldn't even break free from the confined space. How could it possibly dodge? Boom! The void blade struck the Shadow Thunder Tiger, its powerful energy shockwave shattering the sealed space around it. The Thunderstorm Tiger's body flew backward through the air. It finally crashed to the ground at Gu Feiyang's feet. This strike had inflicted severe injuries upon the Ghost Thunder Tiger. Its body was covered in wounds, and its breathing grew faint. Lying motionless on the ground, the Ghost Thunder Tiger was clearly unconscious. Gu Feiyang stood frozen in place. He couldn't believe he had lost so easily. His eyes were vacant. He couldn't fathom that Su Yunshui had defeated him in just 2 moves. In the stands, the defeat of Gu Feiyang ignited even more heated discussion. Go Feiyan lost into Su Yun in just 2 moves. 2 moves? Ha! If it weren't for the void bind lacking offensive capabilities, Su Yun could have taken Go Feiyan down in 1 strike. True. Go Feiyan was just lucky to last 2 moves against Su Yun. Ha 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 ha. Justice prevails. That Go Feiyan, relying on his elite-level Beastmaster father, has been arrogant and tyrannical around campus. Now that he's lost to Su Yun, I'll see how he keeps up that swagger. Yeah. I wonder how arrogant Go Feiyan will be now. Su Yun's strength is truly formidable. Go Feiyan's beast was not only higher level than Su Yun's, but also possessed an advanced skill. Yet Su Yun still managed to defeat him instantly. Exactly. Even the school beauty with her rank Beastmaster talent wouldn't stand a chance against Su Yun now. Su Yun's beast not only has 2 high-tier skills, but it's also dual attribute, one of which is even spatial. With that setup, Su Yun's beast is seriously breaking the rules. Our school might just get carried to new heights by Su Yun this year. Ha, if Su Yun can lift our school up, we'll all benefit too. I'd gladly call him Brother Su. Brother Su? If I could truly ride on Su Yun's coattails, then he'd be my Su dad. Kan Hong announced the match's outcome, his voice trembling with shock. Go Feiyan was ruthlessly crushed by Su Yun, his Dao heart beginning to crack. The so-called useless waste he had always looked down upon had now defeated him in just 2 moves. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. After the result was announced, Go Feiyan remained frozen on the stage, unable to believe the outcome. Su Yun walked toward the preparation room. As he passed the frozen Go Feiyan, his footsteps hesitated slightly. He glanced at Go Feiyan and murmured 2 words indifferently, useless. With that, Su Yun paid Go Feiyan no further attention and strode straight toward the preparation room. The word useless rang clearly in Go Feiyan's ears as he stood frozen in place. Like a sharp blade, they pierced straight into Go Feiyan's heart. His heart trembled. The cracks that had begun to form in his Dao heart shattered completely in that instant. Useless? The very person he had always regarded as a waste of space dared to call him a waste of space? But then again, he had been defeated in just 2 moves. What else could he be but a failure? No. He wasn't a waste. I still have connections. His father was an elite-level Beastmaster. And that good-for-nothing Su Yun? He has nothing. How dare he compare himself to me? Go Feiyan's heart gradually twisted. Endless resentment filled his heart. Today was supposed to be his moment to dazzle the crowd with his advanced skills. Instead, Su Yun had made him lose face in front of everyone. It was all Su Yun's fault. Go Feiyan's eyes slowly filled with hatred. He would make Su Yun pay for this. Inside the observation room, Principal Zhang Huayang and others were engaged in a delighted discussion about Su Yun's performance. Ha! Su Yun defeated Go Feiyan in just 2 moves. His true strength is undoubtedly far greater than what he's shown us. As Tanny finished speaking, Su Hong nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm truly curious just how powerful Su Yun's beast companion really is. Tanny frowned. I doubt it. Judging by Su Yun's performance today, even that girl Lin Yunqi wouldn't stand a chance against him. Su Hong sighed. To truly test Su Yun's full potential, it would likely take a beast of transcendent caliber. Tanny remarked, regardless, Su Yun's strength is undeniably formidable. With him on our team this year, our school stands a good chance of achieving an excellent result in the upcoming city-level University League. First place is a stretch, but we'll likely secure a top 3 finish. Ha 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 ha. As the conversation turned to the city-level high school league, Tanny and Su Hong exchanged a knowing smile. The group of homeroom teachers behind them also burst into laughter. The city-level high school competition was a contest among all Beastmaster high schools within the county urban area under the jurisdiction of the city. In this tournament, schools that achieve strong results not only see their participating students receive generous rewards but also earn substantial educational funding for the institution itself. Teachers of the Beastmaster classes would also receive substantial bonuses. Based on current observations, Su Yun's beast's racial potential is at least mid-level sovereign grade. Cultivating a beast with such racial potential requires massive financial backing, otherwise, it's impossible to nurture it to its full potential. Therefore, to ensure Ningqing First High School achieves an outstanding result in the upcoming Municipal University League competition, I personally pledge to contribute 200,000 yuan for Su Yun's beast cultivation expenses. Just then, Principal Zhang Huayang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 18, The Principal Leads the Fundraising Effort. The moment Zhang Huayang spoke, the entire preparation room fell silent. Everyone froze for a moment. The first to recover was Vice Principal Su Hong. To break the awkward silence, he chuckled and said, "Well, since the principal is willing to contribute 200,000 yuan for Su Yun's beast cultivation fund, I can't very well stand by without offering anything, can I? I personally pledge 100,000 yuan toward funding Su Yun's beast cultivation efforts." Tanyi quickly added, "As the head of the beast taming department, I'm also willing to contribute 100,000 yuan. Zhang Huayan cast a satisfied glance at the two men and nodded approvingly. You two truly live up to your roles as school leaders. Principal, as Suyun's homeroom teacher, I personally wish to contribute 50,000 yuan. Hu Rong suddenly spoke up at this moment. Hu Rong's words instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Their gazes held a mix of surprise, admiration, and approval. The admiring looks, naturally, came from Zhang Huayang and the other two school leaders. Principal Zhang praised, "Teacher Hu, you truly are the kind of educator who could nurture a student like Suyun." This remark was merely flattery. For everyone present knew that the actual teaching of the students had not yet begun. Adding the previous 50,000, Hu Rong had already given Suyun a full 100,000 yuan. However, Hu Rong paid little attention to this 100,000 yuan. If Suyun got into a prestigious university through the college entrance exam, the bonus he could receive would be several times more than 100,000 yuan. The most crucial factor wasn't the scholarship. It was Suyun's connections. If Suyun soared to great heights, his reputation as Suyun's former homeroom teacher would rise accordingly. Everything he was investing now was merely a future investment. Since Teacher Hu has taken a stand on behalf of the teaching community, I should also make my position clear. I personally pledge 2,000 yuan as funding for Suyun's beast cultivation. At that moment, another voice spoke up from among the homeroom teachers. The attention of everyone in the preparation room was drawn once more. The speaker was a middle-aged man, wearing glasses like Hu Rong, but slightly taller and more robust. His name was Zhang Hong, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. With Zhang Heng's declaration, the other homeroom teachers found it difficult to say much more. Refusing to contribute the 20,000 yuan would make them appear stingy. They were all professional beast tamers. 20,000 yuan was practically nothing to them. They might as well consider it an early investment in Suyun. In the end, all 10 homeroom teachers from the other classes, except for Hu Rong, readily agreed to personally contribute 20,000 yuan to Suyun for his beast training. Only one person remained hesitant, failing to give a definitive answer. That person was Ma Yanwei, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, where Gu Feiyang belonged. All eyes in the observation room turned to Ma Yanwei, awaiting his decision. Ma Yanwei did not rush to respond. Instead, he asked, "Principal, it seems we've overlooked one crucial matter. That issue is Suyun's Beastmaster talent. His Beastmaster talent is merely the lowest tier F rank. The beast taming space opened by an F rank talent has little effect on accelerating the growth of beast taming strength. The advancement of Beastmaster prowess depends not only on the abundance of resources, but more crucially on how effectively the Beastmaster space accelerates cultivation speed. The enhancement of cultivation speed within the beast taming space is especially crucial." Ma Yanwei's words caused the group of homeroom teachers in the observation room to suddenly realize something. Suyun's racial potential as a Beastmaster, coupled with the formidable strength he demonstrated in battle after battle, had gradually made them forget that his Beastmaster talent was merely F grade. Now, prompted by Ma Yanwei's reminder, they all recalled it at once. Following Ma Yanwei's words, several homeroom teachers began to question Suyun. "Principal, Teacher Ma has a point. Suyun's Beastmaster talent is simply too low." "Yes, I agree with Teacher Ma's perspective. A Beastmaster talent rating that low will significantly impact the growth of his Beastmaster abilities within the Beastmaster space he's developed. Even though Suyun possesses a beast with the potential of a mid-tier sovereign species, his Beastmastering strength won't improve fast enough. In the end, it'll all be for nothing." It all comes down to his beast-taming talent after all. Of course, not all voices in the observation room were skeptical or pessimistic about Suyun. Take Suyun's homeroom teacher, Hu Rong, for instance. Hu Rong glanced at Ma Yanwei before speaking. "Everyone, it seems you've overlooked one crucial point." "Overlooking something?" The skeptical homeroom teachers turned to Hu Rong in confusion. Hu Rong explained, "Doesn't the fact that Suyun obtained a beast with the potential of a mid-tier monarch race prove something?" At this remark, one of the many homeroom teachers who had previously questioned Suyun suddenly had a flash of insight. Right. If Suyun can obtain a beast with the potential of a mid-tier sovereign race, how could his background be simple? Upon hearing this, the remaining teachers who hadn't grasped the significance instantly understood. Beasts with sovereign-level racial potential were priceless treasures, virtually impossible to find on the market, not just in China but across the entire world. Even ordinary families with assets exceeding market value couldn't necessarily purchase one. Without connections to a powerful beast tamer, it simply wouldn't be possible. Suyun's background might not be as straightforward as it seemed. After the realization hit, the entire observation room fell silent once more. Hu Rong was satisfied with their reactions. He cleared his throat and continued, "I absolutely refuse to believe Suyun's Beastmaster talent is nearly F grade. The talent testing stones at Ningqing First High can only detect up to S rank talent. And with a stone of this caliber, it's relatively easy to conceal one's beast taming talent to prevent it from being detected and reveal the correct talent level. Suyun's beast taming talent has definitely been concealed." In the observation room, the homeroom teachers who had previously questioned Suyun all found this reasoning compelling. Among them was Ma Yanwei, who had raised doubts about Suyun. "My apologies, I was short-sighted earlier," he spoke up, offering his apology to Hu Rong. He hadn't considered how Suyun could have obtained a beast with the potential of a mid-tier sovereign species. Not only him, but the vast majority of homeroom teachers present had overlooked this possibility. Had it not been for Zhang Huayang's physique, even Tan Yi, the head of the Beastmaster department, hadn't initially considered this possibility. With all doubt gone, Ma Yanwei declared readily, to make amends for my earlier public questioning of Su Yun, I'll match teacher whose contribution 50,000 yuan personally. This 50,000 yuan wasn't just meant as an apology. It was also to prove that his questioning of Su Yun wasn't because Su Yun had eliminated Gu Feiyang from his class. Rather, it was purely to voice the concerns he harbored. Thus, under Principal Zhang Huayang's initiative, the 15 people in the observation room pulled together a staggering 700,000 yuan for Su Yun. In an instant, the once penniless Su Yun found himself modestly affluent. Chapter 19, Panlei Martial Arts Academy. The competition concluded, and the 4 final members of the school team were confirmed: Su Ha from Class 1, Su Yun from Class 3, Lin Yunqi from Class 5, and Qin Yu from Class 12. The 4 defeated contestants would compete in 2 additional matches to determine the final member of the school team. To ensure the contestants were in peak condition, this battle was scheduled for the following day, March 13th. Zhang Huayang had spearheaded a fundraising effort to gather 700,000 yuan for Su Yun, though Su Yun himself remained unaware of this. All he knew was that he had successfully made the school team and received a 100,000 yuan bonus. The match concluded around 5:30 p.m. Led by Kong Hong and the homeroom teachers, the students who had watched from the stands departed the arena in an orderly fashion. Su Yun and the other participating contestants followed their respective classes back to their classrooms. Back in the classroom, the moment Su Yun sat down, he was instantly surrounded by a crowd. This scene reminded Su Yun of the moment he had first arrived in this world. His seat had been similarly swarmed by a crowd. Only this time, the reason for the crowd was entirely different. Last time, it had been ridicule and curses. This time, however, it was praise and adulation. Brother Su, you're my hero. Brother Su, thank goodness you were assigned to our class 3. Brother Su, you should see how jealous the other classes look at us, pure envy. Bro Su, you're so badass you take down anyone in seconds. Haha, with Brother Su leading us this time, Class 3's results are guaranteed to be top-notch. Stay confident with Brother Su here, our class will definitely hold the top spot among all 12 classes. Facing this chorus of praise, Su Yun paid them no mind. They were nothing but a bunch of sycophants. He hadn't forgotten how they'd mocked and insulted him back when he hadn't shown his current potential. From now on, Su Yun was determined to have little to do with them. Exchanging pleasantries with them was utterly unnecessary. As he thought this, Su Yun's gaze drifted toward Ma Liangfei, who sat quietly in a corner of the classroom. Ma Liangfei had been the ringleader in mocking Su Yun back then. After that battle, Ma Liangfei had completely quieted down. Within the class, he no longer carried himself with the same arrogance as before. He seemed like a completely different person. He had become quiet and reserved. It seemed as though Su Yun's beating had driven him into a shell. Su Yun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. If Ma Liangfei could just keep quiet and stop causing trouble, that would be best. As for whether he was truly withdrawn, what did it matter to him? Since he chose to provoke me, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door to Class 3 was suddenly knocked upon. The classroom fell instantly silent at the sound, every pair of eyes reflexively turning toward the doorway. Under normal circumstances, no one would knock unless it was the homeroom teacher. But this time, the person knocking wasn't the expected Hurong. It was Lin Yunqi. Seeing Lin Yunqi arrive, astonishment spread across their faces. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? How did the school's top beauty end up here? What's the school's top beauty doing in our class? Doesn't Class 3 even have any friends of the school's top beauty? Lin Yunqi's arrival instantly drew a crowd of boys crowding the classroom door. With expressions they deemed gentle, they fawned over her one after another. Miss Lin, what brings you to our class? Miss Lin, if there's anything you need, just ask. Total suck-ups. Lin Yunqi observed these eager suitors offering their attentions without saying much. She'd seen this kind of thing too many times to be surprised anymore. Lin Yunqi smiled lightly and said, "This is Class 3, right? I'm here to find Su Yun." Su Yun? At her words, the group of boys froze. Their gazes then turned collectively toward Su Yun, who was surrounded by the crowd. Only now, surrounded by the crowd, did Su Yun recognize the visitor as Lin Yunqi. He stood up from his seat and waved at Lin Yunqi. Make way, make way. Su Yun pushed through the crowd surrounding him and made his way to the classroom door. We're leaving now, right? Su Yun asked. MHM. Lin Yunqi nodded. All right. After the brief exchange, Su Yun fell into step behind Lin Yunqi. It was already dismissal time. The reason so many students from Class 3 hadn't left yet was entirely because of Su Yun. Watching Su Yun and Lin Yunqi's retreating figures, the students of Class 3 felt momentarily dumbfounded. They couldn't quite wrap their heads around it. When exactly did Su Yun become acquainted with Lin Yunqi, the school's top beauty? How did Brother Su even meet Lin, the school's top beauty? No idea. In 3 years, Brother Su never even exchanged a single word with Lin Yunqi, did he? During the competition, they were both in the preparation room, right? Could that be when they met? Whoa! That's totally possible. Yeah, that's the only time they'd have had a chance to meet each other. For a moment, Class 3 erupted in discussion about this topic. The discussion boiled down to one phrase, the story that had to happen between Su Yun and the campus beauty in the prep room. Where are we going to train? Walking beside Lin Yunqi, Su Yun asked curiously. We're going to Panlei Martial Arts Hall, Lin Yunqi replied. Panlei Martial Arts Hall? Upon hearing this, Su Yun began searching her mind for information about the Panlei Martial Arts Academy. For beast masters, combat training, skill practice, and other aspects of training their beasts required specialized facilities and professional guidance. Martial arts academies provided combat training grounds, sparring partners, skill practice areas, and expert instruction. They feature advanced facilities specifically designed for beastmaster training. Throughout Ning City, there were 3 martial arts academies, Luoyan, Luofeng, and Panlei. Among them, the Luoyan Martial Arts Academy and Luofeng Martial Arts Academy were the most renowned in all of Huaxia. Branches of these 2 martial arts academies are established in nearly every city across China. Ningqing hosts branches of both these martial arts academies. As for Panlei Martial Arts Academy, it was only established 10 years ago. Its operational history pales in comparison to the Ningqing branches of Luoyan and Luofeng. Both of these martial arts academies have been in operation for 3 to 4 decades. Combined with their main branches, they boast a history spanning over a century. Having been in operation for only a decade, Panlei Martial Arts Academy simply cannot compare to the heritage of these 2 established schools. Yet, despite these circumstances, Panlei Martial Arts Academy consistently outshone both Luofeng and Luoyan Martial Arts Academies within Ningqing. The reason is simple, Panlei Martial Arts Academy offers more affordable training fees compared to Luofeng and Luoyan. Furthermore, Panlei Martial Arts Academy's headmaster is a master-level beastmaster, whereas the headmasters of Luofeng and Luoyan are merely elite-level beastmasters. The guidance offered by a master-level beastmaster was far beyond what an elite level could provide. Panlei Martial Arts Academy's remarkable turnaround was achieved through 2 key factors, its affordable pricing and the master-level beast tamer at its helm. Su Yun was somewhat familiar with Panlei Martial Arts Academy. The headmaster of Panlei Martial Arts Academy, that master-level beast tamer, wasn't his name Lin Tianqing? Chapter 20, Gu Feiyan's Resolve. Lin Xingtian, Lin Yunqi both bear the surname Lin. Su Yun couldn't help but make the connection. And Lin Yunqi's family background seemed anything but ordinary. It was evident from her low-tier beast with latent potential. And the place Lin Yunqi intended to take him was none other than the rock-solid Martial Arts Academy. Could it be? A bold thought suddenly surfaced in Su Yun's mind. If that were indeed the case, it would explain why Lin Yunqi could casually quote 3,000 yuan for a single skill activation. Yunqi. Just as Su Yun was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out beside him. His reverie shattered, Su Yun turned toward the sound. And there he saw an old acquaintance. None other than Gu Feiyang, whose Dao heart Su Yun had shattered earlier that day. What do you want with me? Lin Yunqi's indifferent voice rang out. Lin Yunqi seemed quite indifferent to Gu Feiyang's outburst. Lin Yunqi's cold tone did little to dampen Gu Feiyang's enthusiasm. A smile remained plastered across his face. It seemed he had long grown accustomed to Lin Yunqi's icy demeanor. Yun. Just as he was about to say something to Lin Yunqi, he suddenly noticed Su Yun standing beside her. Gu Feiyang stared at Su Yun beside Lin Yunqi in utter astonishment, his voice cracking with shock. You worthless. The word useless barely escaped his lips before Gu Feiyang realized something. He forced himself to swallow the rest of the sentence. What are you doing here? Su Yun glanced at Lin Yunqi before smiling. Of course I was invited by the school's top beauty, Lin Yunqi. Gu Feiyang had clearly come here for Lin Yunqi. Su Yun had said this precisely to provoke Gu Feiyang. Yunqi invited you? Gu Feiyang's brows furrowed instantly at the words. He turned to Lin Yunqi, pointing at Su Yun and demanding, Yunqi, did you really invite him? Yes. Lin Yunqi nodded, her expression still cold and indifferent. This time, Gu Feiyang lost his composure. After all, Gu Feiyang had never once accepted an invitation from Lin Yunqi. How long had Su Yun even known Lin Yunqi? And he'd already been invited by Lin Yunqi? Gu Feiyang hurriedly asked, Yunqi, why did you invite him? Faced with Gu Feiyang's persistent questioning, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Yunqi's eyes. She replied coldly, no comment. With that, Lin Yunqi didn't give Gu Feiyang a chance to say more. She grabbed Su Yun's arm and started walking toward the school exit. Caught off guard by Lin Yunqi's sudden grip, Su Yun froze momentarily. He instinctively followed Lin Yunqi as she walked forward. The sight of Lin Yunqi taking the initiative to pull Su Yun left Gu Feiyang completely numb. He suddenly felt as though a sharp blade had pierced his heart once more. Before Gu Feiyang could recover from his numbness, Lin Yunqi abruptly stopped. Turning to face Gu Feiyang, she warned in an icy tone, don't call me Yunqi anymore. We're not that close yet. With that, Lin Yunqi took Su Yun's arm and walked straight out of the school gates. Gu Feiyang, however, was completely frozen in place. He stared blankly at their retreating figures, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Lin Yunqi's words from moments ago echoed relentlessly in his ears. Though Lin Yunqi had always been somewhat cold toward him, she had never spoken to him like this before. And why had Lin Yunqi invited Su Yun? Yes. Su Yun. It must be Su Yun. Yunqi's attitude toward him must be because of that good-for-nothing Su Yun. In the end, Go Feiyang once again blamed it all on Su Yun. Watching Su Yun's receding figure, a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. Su Yun. He, Go Feiyang, would make Su Yun pay dearly. Ever since Su Yun appeared, he'd ruined so many of Go Feiyang's plans. The school team tryouts, which should have been his moment to shine, had turned him into a laughingstock among the students because of Su Yun. Even his beloved Yunqi's sister had been affected. Su Yun's presence had made Lin Yunqi say she wasn't close to him. Su Yun. It was all because of Su Yun. Go Feiyang's resolve to get revenge on Su Yun grew stronger by the minute. As it was dismissal time, many students had gathered at the school gate. This scene was witnessed by many. They all heard about Lin Yunqi inviting Su Yun. Su Yun was already a hot topic, and now he'd been invited by the equally popular school beauty. Before long, the incident at the school gate became known throughout the entire school. In no time, the incident sparked a heated debate throughout Ningqing First High School. Once they were out of Go Feiyang's sight, Lin Yunqi released the hand that had been holding Su Yun's left arm. Su Yun couldn't help but rub her nose with her right hand. He smelled incredibly good. Being held by Lin Yunqi like that, it was their first time being this close. Even before that, Su Yun could already detect the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Lin Yunqi. But being pulled so close intensified it. This scent, like the fragrance of 100 flowers, was truly delightful. Inhaling it felt almost soul-stirring. Ningqing First High School was located in the inner city district of Ningqing. Panlei Martial Arts Academy was also situated within the inner city. The Panlei Martial Arts Hall wasn't too far from Ningqing No. 1 High School. Su Yun and Lin Yunqi walked the entire way. Along the way, Lin Yunqi suddenly turned to Su Yun and said, Go Feiyang is a petty person. Over the past 3 years of high school, he's harassed me like this many times. You've been too close to me today, and I fear Go Feiyang has taken offense. Combined with your previous conflicts with him, this may provoke his retaliation. His father is, after all, an elite-level beastmaster, and today's incident was partly my fault. If you'd like, I can have my father intervene. He can warn Go Feiyang about his father, dissuading him from seeking revenge against you. Su Yun's eyebrows shot up at Lin Yunqi's words. An elite-level beastmaster was already considered a formidable figure in a small place like Ningqing. And yet, Lin Yunqi spoke with such confidence about having her father step in to warn Go Feiyang's father, to dissuade him from seeking revenge against her. By this logic, Lin Yunqi's father must be at least an elite-level beast tamer himself. Could it be that Lin Xingtian, the head of the Panlei Martial Arts Hall, was actually Lin Yunqi's father? If at first, Su Yun had merely harbored suspicions. But now, it seemed highly probable. Lin Yunqi's father was none other than Lin Xingtian, the master of the Panlei Martial Arts Academy, a grandmaster-level beast tamer. Su Yun shook her head at Lin Yunqi's offer. Thanks, but I'll pass. If he dares to retaliate against me, let him come. Asking Lin Yunqi to intervene would make him look like some freeloading pretty boy, wouldn't it? With his stat-boosting system, the Divine Beast Qinglong Cub, and his Ultra-SSS tier beast-taming talent, Su Yun had become quite the tough nut to crack. His appetite was also quite the thing. He wasn't about to start eating soft rice just yet. Alright then. Seeing Su Yun's confident demeanor, Lin Yunqi couldn't bring herself to say much more. Still, she quietly filed the matter away in her mind. After all, she bore some responsibility for this situation. If Go Feiyang really asked his father to retaliate against Su Yun, she would never stand idly by. As they spoke, the two had already reached the entrance of the Panlei Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 21, Su Yun, money doesn't mean much to me. The Panlei Martial Arts Hall wasn't exceptionally tall, standing roughly 4 stories high. Its footprint was vast, covering an area equivalent to 1.5 football fields. As soon as Lin Yunqi and Su Yun stepped through the entrance, a receptionist in a uniform approached them. Upon recognizing Lin Yunqi, the receptionist immediately greeted her respectfully, Miss MHM. Lin Yunqi gave a slight nod. Su Yun, following behind Lin Yunqi, witnessed this scene. The last shred of doubt he had harbored about Lin Yunqi's status vanished completely. The fact that Panlei Martial Arts Academy's receptionist addressed Lin Yunqi as Miss upon seeing her. That alone proved everything. Lin Xingtian, the master of Panlei Martial Arts Academy, was Lin Yunqi's father. Follow me. Lin Yunqi led the way, guiding Su Yun deeper into the Martial Arts Academy. Passing through the main hall, Su Yun observed numerous individuals engaged in training. Among them were students who had just awakened their beast-taming talents, as well as adults who had already entered society. Though the Panlei Martial Arts Hall appeared to be 4 stories tall, it actually only had 3 floors. Each floor of Panlei Martial Arts Hall was significantly taller than standard floor heights. After all, it was designed to provide combat and training grounds for beast tamers. The height naturally had to exceed that of ordinary floors. Lin Yunqi navigated the Panlei Martial Arts Hall with practiced ease, arriving at the 2nd floor and stopping before a luxurious training room. Lin Yunqi swiped a card and the training room doors slowly opened. The size of this training room was comparable to the combat arena within Ningxing First High School's combat hall. Lin Yunqi introduced to Su Yun, "This is my private training room. Our session will take place here." This is huge. Su Yun held back for a long moment before finally managing those two words. His own home was only 50 square meters. This single private training room was larger than 3 of his homes combined. The wealthy really have it made. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the two entered the training room, the door closed automatically. Su Yun couldn't help but keep observing the scene inside the training room. Inside were many pieces of equipment he had never seen before. Though unfamiliar, Su Yun could tell these were all tools used for training beast tamers. "Lin, I can just have my beast directly use its skill, right?" After a moment of quiet amazement, Su Yun cut straight to the point. "Yes." Lin Yunqi nodded, then pointed to the mannequin placed in the center of the training room and said, "Just cast your skill at this dummy model. Try to keep the skill active for as long as possible." "Got it." Understanding, Su Yun sent a mental command through his Beast Master contract, successfully transmitting his instructions to Yuan's mind. Upon receiving Su Yun's command, Yuan emerged from the sleeve of his robe. Su Yun did not recall Yuan into the beast taming space. On one hand, Yuan's level growth meant the beast taming space offered little benefit. This could be perfectly resolved through stat allocation. On the other hand, Yuan himself didn't want to return to the beast taming space. In Yuan's words, the beast taming space was too vast, and with only him as the sole beast inside, it felt unbearably dull. Thus, Yuan himself wasn't particularly keen on staying within the beast taming space. Thus, Su Yun simply allowed Yuan to remain outside. Yuan's 60-centimeter body wound its way up Su Yun's arm, perfectly concealed within his sleeve. Seeing Yuan emerge from Su Yun's sleeve, Lin Yunqi couldn't help but look on with some surprise. Typically, beast masters would recall their beasts into the beast space. It was quite rare to see someone like Su Yun keeping his beast out in the open. After a moment of surprise, Lin Yunqi summoned her own beast, Little Flower Spirit. Ting ting. The moment Little Flower Spirit appeared, it emitted a charming, melodious sound. Lin Yunqi crouched down, ruffled Little Flower Spirit's head, and smiled, "Lingling, make sure you take it all in properly later, got it?" Ting ting. Little Flower Spirit nodded earnestly. Lin Yunqi stood up and looked at Su Yun, smiling. "All right, we can begin." Su Yun responded, then pointed to the training dummy in the center of the room and instructed. "Yuan, use giant wood strangle on that dummy." Upon hearing this, Yuan began gathering wood elemental energy within his body. As the wood element energy gathered, a dazzling emerald green light blossomed from all around Yuan. Once the wood element energy was fully gathered, a 1-meter diameter magic array coalesced. Whoosh! 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 One after another, vines as thick as arms surged forth from the formation, striking directly at the dummy in the center of the training room. One vine after another shot through the air like sharp arrows, crisscrossing near the dummy. In the blink of an eye, several vines crisscrossed the area around the dummy. These vines began to intertwine and entangle, forming a vine cage. Once formed, the cage began to contract inward, tightening its grip on the dummy within. Beside it, the Little Flower Spirit watched the scene intently. Wood elemental energy coursed through her body as she sensed the energy fluctuations of the giant tree strangle skill, attempting to feel a connection. Moments later, the giant tree strangle skill dissipated. "What do you think?" Su Yun turned to ask Lin Yunqi. Lin Yunqi didn't answer, instead glancing at the Little Flower Spirit. Ting ting. Hearing the Little Flower Spirit's response, a hint of joy flashed across Lin Yunqi's face. It seems she's grasped some of the fundamentals. Su Yun was startled. After just one attempt, she'd grasped the threshold? Su Yun couldn't help but praise, "Your Little Flower Spirit has quite the aptitude." Lin Yunqi flicked her long hair and smiled, "To learn the giant tree strangle technique, Lingling, and I did a lot of homework. Apart from not sensing the energy fluctuations when casting the skill, we've pretty much grasped everything else. Even so, your Little Flower Spirit shows remarkable innate talent. Even with thorough preparation beforehand, being able to grasp the threshold upon first sensing the energy fluctuations released when this skill is unleashed is remarkable. That alone was quite remarkable. Want to try it again?" Su Yun asked. "Hold on a moment," Lin Yunqi shook her head. "Let Lingling digest what she just grasped on her own first." "All right." And so it went, from 6 o'clock until 7:30 in the evening. Over the course of an hour and a half, Yuan cast the giant tree strangle technique 5 times. At a rate of 3,000 yuan per cast, Su Yun earned 15,000 yuan in just an hour and a half. Stepping out of Panlei Martial Arts Hall, Su Yun stared at the additional 15,000 yuan in his bank account on his phone, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This was money he'd earned in just an hour and a half. Xiao Hualing's aptitude was truly remarkable. In just an hour and a half, she had nearly grasped the rudiments of the giant tree strangle technique. If progress continued at today's pace, Xiao Hualing might fully master giant tree strangle by tomorrow or the day after. The day Little Flower Spirit mastered Giant Tree Strangle would be the day Su-Yun lost his job. But Su-Yun didn't feel much about it. Over these few days, he'd earn at least 50,000 yuan. Besides, becoming a school team member would net him another 100,000 yuan as a reward, right? Su-Yun's primary need for money right now was to buy food for yuan. Beyond that, he didn't see much use for money himself. He wasn't one to indulge in extravagant pleasures. What use would it be? After all, yuan's level progression didn't require massive resource investments. Allocating beast master points was sufficient. Chapter 22, The Method of Skill Awakening. Su-Yun didn't rush home. Instead, he planned to buy yuan some good food first, to improve his recent diet. At present, he still had roughly 70,000 yuan left. The 100,000 yuan from joining the school team should come through tomorrow. Therefore, Su-Yun saw no need to be frugal. Su-Yun headed to a pet rearing resource shop in Ningcheng. This time, he spent a whopping 60,000 yuan outright. For 60,000 yuan, he acquired 2 items. 3 bottles of high-grade energy potion and 1 would attribute E-grade resource, the green leaf fruit. Energy potions were the most common food consumed by tamed beasts on a daily basis. They provide the maximum amount of energy a beast master requires for an entire day. They are categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. A basic one costs 100 yuan, an intermediate one 1,000 yuan, and a high-grade one 10,000 yuan. 3 energy liquids cost Su-Yun 30,000 yuan outright. As for that E-grade would attribute resource, the green leaf fruit, it also costs 30,000 yuan. Beastmaster resources, like Beastmaster talent, are graded from lowest to highest across 9 tiers: F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Beastmaster resources are essential for enhancing a Beastmaster's power. Although Yuan didn't need to consume these to level up, Su-Yun still wanted to buy some to improve Yuan's diet. After hailing a cab back home, Su-Yun stared at his balance, which had plummeted to just over 10,000 yuan, and couldn't help but sigh. Raising a beast was such a money pit. Fortunately, he had the stat allocation system. Approaching the bedside table, Su-Yun focused his thoughts, and Yuan emerged from his sleeve. Su-Yun then took out the green leaf fruit, placed it on the table, and smiled at Yuan. "Here, eat this. It's quite the treat." The green leaf fruit was entirely green, about the size of an apple. Yuan perched beside the fruit, tilting his head to observe it for a moment. Then, munch. Opening his mouth wide, Yuan swallowed the green leaf fruit whole. The moment it entered his mouth, it transformed into a pure stream of wood attribute energy, merging into Yuan's body. Feeling this energy surge into him, Yuan experienced a wave of profound comfort throughout his body. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. He wore an expression of profound satisfaction before crawling over to Su-Yun's side and nuzzling him affectionately. It was his way of expressing gratitude to Su-Yun. Yet, Yuan waited in vain for Su-Yun's response. For a moment, this left Yuan utterly puzzled. He lifted his head to look at Su-Yun. At that moment, Su-Yun's face was frozen in utter shock. Just moments ago, as Yuan consumed the green leaf fruit, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your beast companion Little Green Dragon has consumed a wood attribute resource, awakening its bloodline power and mastering the low-tier wood element skill, growth acceleration. An E-grade beast resource had actually allowed Yuan to master a new wood element skill? System, what exactly is going on here? Su-Yun asked the system in confusion. Ding! The Little Green Dragon belongs to the Azure Dragon clan and is currently in its juvenile stage, so its skill awakening is incomplete. By utilizing resources of corresponding attributes, the host has a chance to awaken skills of that attribute. The higher the grade of resources the host uses, the higher the tier of skills that may be awakened. The system's explanation made Su-Yun's eyes light up. Using resources to awaken skills? Is that even possible? Su-Yun's joy overflowed, impossible to conceal. The corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, unable to be suppressed. Using resources to awaken skills through bloodline power, this phenomenon had never been observed even among the beast tamers of dominant or top-tier dominant races. Truly worthy of the divine beast Azure Dragon. The power of bloodline was truly formidable. Was this the true value of the racial potential? E-grade resources could awaken a low-tier skill. What grade of resources would be required for mid-tier skills? What resources are needed for high-tier, or even super-tier skills? Could the highest-tier SSS-grade resources awaken God-tier skills? All remains unknown. Su-Yun must test this himself. But where could he possibly find the funds for such experiments now? Even purchasing a single E-grade resource left him sweating profusely. Let alone SSS-grade resources. Suddenly, Su-Yun realized that money had become unexpectedly important to him. Su-Yun's heart raced with excitement, eager to see if a D-grade resource could awaken an intermediate tier skill. Yet, when he pulled out his phone and glanced at his balance just over 10,000 credits, his excitement instantly cooled. He suddenly realized he wasn't quite as eager as he'd thought. Saving up for a day or two before checking wasn't out of the question. Beep. Just as Su-Yun tucked his phone away, a notification sound suddenly rang out. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, discovering it was a WeChat message from Wurong. Suyun tapped to open the message. Heaven rewards diligence, Suyun. Due to your outstanding performance in the school team selection tournament, the school leadership and homeroom teachers from all classes have pulled together 800,000 yuan as funding for your beast cultivation. Heaven rewards diligence, please send us your bank account number. The principal intends to transfer this sum to you immediately. The extra 100,000 yuan came from Kong Hong, who had hosted the competition. Holding his phone, Suyun stared at the message on the screen, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The school administration and homeroom teachers pooled funds for him? And the total amount was a staggering 800,000? Suyun clutched his phone, staring at the string of zeros and counting them over and over. After confirming he hadn't misread the number, Suyun's breathing grew increasingly rapid. 800,000 yuan. This was 800,000 yuan. 80,000 in one go. Suyun had never seen that much money in one go in his entire previous life. Suyun's heart was racing with excitement. Just moments ago, he'd been fretting about lacking funds for resource experiments, and now here it was. The school really understood him. It was like they'd delivered a pillow just when he needed one. Without hesitation, Suyun quickly typed out his bank account number and sent it to Wurong. He even added a thank you emoji. Upon seeing Suyun's thank you emoji, Wurong immediately replied with a message. Heaven rewards diligence, you're welcome. You show great potential, so the school will naturally allocate resources your way. Thank you for the school's cultivation. I will never forget this kindness. The 6 dots were Suyun's WeChat nickname. Feeling he should reciprocate, Suyun searched online for a lengthy passage expressing gratitude to the school and sent it over. It was just a matter of typing. On the other end of the phone, Wurong's face lit up with satisfaction upon seeing Suyun's message. Suyun is such a good kid. With a smile, Wurong sent Suyun's bank account number to Principal Zhang Huayang. Chapter 23, The Shocked Receptionist. After waiting about 5 minutes, Suyun's phone received a notification that the transfer had arrived. He opened the message and scanned the details, his mind filling with deep confusion. The amount was wrong. Not less, but more. The original 800,000 had somehow become 900,000. Could it be an advance payment for becoming a school team member? That was Suyun's guess. He couldn't think of any other reason. After inquiring with Wurong, he received a definitive answer. The extra 100,000 yuan was indeed the advance payment for becoming a school team member. Suyun opened his bank account and watched as his balance jumped from just over 10,000 to over 910,000. An unstoppable smile spread across his face. Suddenly, he had become modestly wealthy. After calming his excited heart, Suyun glanced at the time. It was 8:22 p.m. There was still plenty of time before the store closed. Plenty of time. Without hesitation, Suyun grabbed yuan and the bank card holding the massive sum of 910,000 yuan, then walked straight out the door. Morning Light Mall was the largest store in Ningcheng. The items sold there included, but were not limited to, various beast-taming supplies. It also carried many items for everyday use. Previously, when he had no money, Suyun frequented only small shops. Now that he had money, Suyun set his sights directly on Dawn Mall. Suyun got out of the car in front of the mall's entrance. It's huge. Gazing at the towering, majestic structure before him, Suyun couldn't help but utter a sigh of awe. Each floor must cover over 5,000 square meters, right? Shaking his head, Suyun stepped through the mall's entrance. Good morning, how may I assist you? The receptionist at the entrance greeted him with a polite smile as soon as he stepped inside. After a moment's thought, Suyun replied, I'm looking to purchase E-grade or higher Beastmaster resources. For E-grade or higher Beastmaster resources, please proceed directly to the second floor. Once you're upstairs, a specialist will assist you. The receptionist gestured politely for him to proceed. Alright, thank you. Suyun thanked her and headed straight for the elevator of Dawn Mall. At the second-floor reception desk of Dawn Mall, 2 young women of striking appearance and figure stood at the counter. Both were receptionists responsible for greeting guests. Ugh, sighed the one with shorter hair, unable to contain her frustration. She complained to the long-haired woman beside her, all day long, we've only served 3 customers, and my commission barely reached 4,000. Sigh, same here, the long-haired woman echoed with a sigh. I handled 4 customers today, and my commission barely topped 4,000. The short-haired woman crossed her arms, her gaze drifting toward the third-floor elevator with a look of hope. Wonder if we'll get a big client tonight. The long-haired woman glanced at the time and said without hope, it's almost 9 o'clock. Forget a big client, I doubt anyone will even show up. Ding! Just as they spoke, movement suddenly stirred near the elevator. Seeing this, both women's faces lit up simultaneously, their expressions brimming with anticipation. The elevator doors opened, and Suyun stepped out. The moment they saw the school uniform she wore, their hopeful expressions vanished instantly. The short-haired woman sighed in disappointment, I thought we might get a big client, but it turns out to be just a student. The long-haired woman's expression was similarly replaced by disappointment. Students were a relatively low-spending demographic. Especially one like Su Yun, who had come alone without parental accompaniment.
This student will probably only spend a few thousand yuan. Qingqing, you go ahead.
I'm not going, the short-haired woman said listlessly to the long-haired woman beside her. She chose to remain at the front desk, hoping to catch a high-value client before the mall closed. The girl called Qingqing shook her head without comment and walked toward Su Yun.
Even a mosquito is still neat.
Su Yun stepped out of the elevator doors, his face brimming with curiosity as he surveyed this second-floor scene. This was his first time at Dawn Mall.
The interior's dazzling luxury was truly beyond comparison with those small shops. Hello, I'm Jiang Qing, your receptionist. How may I assist you?
A sweet female voice rang out at that moment. Su Yun followed the sound and saw a woman approaching him, one who, if beauty were rated out of 10, would easily score at least a solid 7.
A professional smile graced her face. Hello, Su Yun greeted politely. Certainly.
This way, please. Jiang Qing nodded with a smile, gesturing him forward. Su Yun followed Jiang Qing's pace, arriving at a private reception room. Once inside, Jiang Qing gestured for Su Yun to sit down before asking, "What elemental type of Beastmaster resources are you seeking?"
Su Yun considered for a moment before replying, "What attribute, I suppose."
The reason he didn't choose dragon or space attributes was that resources for those types were absurdly expensive. 910,000 was a lot, but only for ordinary people.
For a Beastmaster, it was hardly anything. In a Beastmaster's eyes, 910,000 yuan was no different than 90,000 yuan to an ordinary person.
After all, D-grade Beastmaster resources start at a minimum of 100,000.
For rarer attributes, even a million won't cover it. The profession of a Beastmaster is incredibly expensive.
For grassroots Beastmasters like Su Yun, without institutional backing during their novice phase, acquiring decent resources is virtually impossible. Got it, Jiang Qing replied before heading to the reception area where the Beastmaster resource lists were kept. After searching through the files, she retrieved the list for what attribute resources. This list contains all what attribute Beastmaster resources rated E grade and above within Morning Light Mall.
Please review it at your convenience. If you require anything, just let me know.
Jiang Qing explained with a smile before handing the list to Su Yun.
Su Yun reached out to take it.
His first glance wasn't at the resource types, but at the prices for each grade.
E-grade resources started at 10,000 yuan, D-grade at 100,000 yuan, and C-grade Beastmaster resources?
They jumped straight into the 7-figure range. Su Yun stopped looking beyond C-grade. He couldn't afford C-grade resources, let alone anything higher. Ultimately, Su Yun set his sights on D-grade Beastmaster resources. After careful examination, Su Yun had his targets. They were the 120,000 yuan greenwood vine, the 240,000 yuan purple sunflower, and the 450,000 yuan spirit ginseng root. The total value came to 810,000. Even among D-grade Beastmaster resources, the level of elemental energy they contained varied. This disparity in inherent energy levels also created differences in their prices. By selecting 3 different price points, Su Yun naturally wanted to see if there was any correlation between the awakening skill factor and the level of energy contained within the resources. Setting down the resource list, Su Yun stated, "I'll take the greenwood vine, hydrangea, and 1 spirit ginseng root. These 3 would attribute resources."
Jiang
Qing froze momentarily at Su Yun's words. A look of shock spread across her face. Seeing Jiang Qing's stunned expression, Su Yun furrowed his brow slightly and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?
Is there a problem?" Chapter 24, Awakening New Skills Once More. Jiang Qing's professional competence was truly top-notch.
The moment Su Yun voiced his question, Jiang Qing snapped back to her senses.
Nothing. She waved her hands repeatedly, then confirmed, "You're requesting 3 wood attribute resources, greenwood vine, purple sunflower, and a spirit ginseng root, correct?" "Correct." Su Yun nodded, choosing not to dwell on Jiang Qing's earlier expression. "Understood. Please wait a moment,"
Jiang Qing said with a smile, then stepped out of the reception room, her heart brimming with joy and excitement.
A major client.
They had assumed Su Yun was from an educational institution and wouldn't spend much. But unexpectedly, Su Yun spent over 800,000 yuan.
A major client. With a 10% commission, this single deal alone would net her over 80,000 yuan. How could Jiang Qing not be thrilled? For a moment, Jiang Qing felt incredibly fortunate. She was grateful she had been the one to host Su Yun. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Qing returned. She carried a gift bag in her hand. Inside the bag were 3 wooden boxes. Inside the boxes were the 3 resources Su Yun had requested. Jiang Qing took the boxes out of the bag one by one and placed them on the wooden table in front of Su Yun. She then personally opened each box. "These 3 items are the resources you requested. Please inspect them." After a glance confirmed everything was in order, Su Yun said, "All right, wrap them up." "Certainly." After repacking the 3 resources, Jiang Qing asked with a smile, "Would you like to pay by card?" "Yes." Su Yun presented his bank card.
After swiping it to pay, his balance plummeted by 810,000 yuan, leaving him with just 100,000 yuan remaining. Without lingering, Suyun departed Dawn Mall with the 3 beast-taming resources in hand. He couldn't wait to see what tier of skill Yuan would awaken after consuming these 3 attribute resources. After Suyun departed, genuine delight finally broke through Jiang Qing's expression. The major client He Lin had been longing for, she had actually encountered her. He Lin was the woman with short hair. If He Lin ever found out about this, wouldn't she regret it to death? At the front desk, Jiang Qing returned with a beaming smile. Seeing Jiang Qing's delighted expression, He Lin was instantly puzzled. Before Jiang Qing even reached the front desk, she asked curiously, Qing, what's got you so happy now? He. Jiang Qing chuckled but didn't answer. Instead, she countered, Lingling, do you know how much that student spent just now? Before He Lin could answer, she blurted out, 81,000. A full 81,000. As she spoke, her fingers gestured emphatically. What? He Lin's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. Qing, what did you say? He Lin thought she must have misheard. 81,000. Jiang Qing produced Su Yun's purchase receipt. After examining it, the shock in He Lin's eyes deepened. A student and one without parental supervision spent 810,000 yuan all by herself? How could that be possible? He Lin's mind was filled with utter disbelief. But she had no choice but to believe it. The evidence was staring her right in the face. After a long moment, she finally began to accept the reality. Once she did, endless regret flooded her heart. If only she had known then, she never would have given up the chance to host Su Yun to Jiang Qing. In stark contrast to He Lin's bitter regret, Jiang Qing was overjoyed. A single deal netted her over 80,000 yuan. About 10 minutes later, Su Yun arrived home by car. Approaching the bedside table, Su Yun arranged the 3 wood attribute resources in order of price. The greenwood vine was a vine about 30 centimeters long, roughly as thick as a chopstick. Purple yang flower, a single purple blossom with 5 petals. The lingshan root was a ginseng-like root. They were almost identical. After arranging them, Su Yun pulled Yuan out from his sleeve. The moment he appeared, Yuan was drawn to the 3D grade would attribute beast resources on the table. He glanced back at Su Yun. Su Yun pointed at the green vine and nodded. Eat up. Remember to start with that vine. With Su Yun's permission, Yuan immediately opened his little mouth as wide as he could. Then, like slurping noodles, he swallowed the entire greenwood vine whole. The moment the vine entered his mouth, it transformed into a pure stream of wood elemental energy, absorbed by Yuan. Yuan felt a wave of warmth wash over him, enveloping his entire body in a blissful, cozy sensation. This comfort surpassed the last time, making him feel irresistibly sleepy. After consuming the green vine, his gaze shifted to the remaining hydrangea and the lingji root. Meanwhile, Su Yun had yet to hear the system notification sound. Thus, he knew this attempt had failed. Su Yun remained unperturbed by this setback. The system had long stated that this was a probabilistic awakening success couldn't be guaranteed every time. If it worked every time, what would become of it? How many skills could one possibly learn? This failure was also within Su Yun's expectations. Eat that flower. This time, Su Yun made Yuan consume the hydrangea. After swallowing it and waiting a moment, there was still no sound in his mind. Now, Su Yun's heart tightened. Now, only this ginseng root remained. If this ginseng root proved ineffective too, then his 810,000 credits would truly go down the drain. Eat this ginseng root too. Su Yun watched anxiously as Yuan swallowed the ginseng root. Ding! This time, the system's notification sound finally rang out. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, those 80-odd thousand hadn't gone to waste. Congratulations, host. Your beast companion Little Green Dragon has consumed the wood attribute resource, awakening the power of its bloodline and successfully unlocking the mid-tier wood element skill, Emerald Barrier. The 100,000-point greenwood vine and 200,000-point purple sunflower failed to awaken anything, yet the 400,000-point spirit ginseng root successfully unlocked an intermediate skill. Based on this single instance alone, it was still unclear whether awakening skills was related to the level of elemental energy contained within the resources. Still, it offered some insight. Having successfully awakened a new wood attribute skill, Su Yun felt a surge of excitement and joy. 80,000 he had mastered an intermediate skill without spending any time learning it. Consider this, a single skill fruit that allows mastering an intermediate skill without spending time learning it costs a 7-figure sum. Moreover, the probability of awakening a skill from a skill fruit isn't even 100%, but only 80%. Moreover, skills acquired through skill fruits initially exhibited unstable execution. Skills awakened by consuming resources through bloodline power completely avoided the drawbacks of skill fruits. Chapter 25, Lin Yunqi's Shock. At 7:30 a.m. the next morning, Su Yun slowly awoke from his slumber. He turned his head to glance at Yuan, who was curled up asleep beside his pillow. This glance sent a jolt of surprise through Su Yun. Yuan's size had increased significantly.
Yesterday he was only about 60 centimeters long, but this morning he was already over a meter in length. This must be the effect of the beast-taming resources he swallowed last night, right? Soo-yun mused silently. After all, the primary function of beast-taming resources was to accelerate the growth of tamed beasts. Growth encompasses multiple aspects, including strength and physique. Right. Soo-yun suddenly recalled something and opened Yuan's data panel for a glance. Yuan's physique had grown, but had his strength increased as well? However, upon seeing Yuan's strength still stuck at level 6 juvenile, Soo-yun's heart sank. Sigh. Soo-yun sighed silently to himself. Over 800,000 resources, and yet they hadn't managed to advance Yuan's strength by even a single stage. It seemed he still had to follow the path of Beastmaster skill allocation. This was the drawback of possessing excessively high racial potential. The higher a Beastmaster's racial potential, the greater the energy required to boost their strength. If those same resources had been used on a Beastmaster with average racial potential, they could have easily boosted their level by 1 or 2 during the juvenile stage. Soo-yun closed the Beastmaster panel, took Yuan by the hand, and stepped out the door. After grabbing a quick breakfast at a roadside stall, he headed straight for the Panlay Martial Arts Academy. Today marked the final selection tournament for the school team roster. Students who had already secured spots on the team weren't required to attend the matches at school. Therefore, Soo-yun had arranged with Lin Yunqi to continue their skill training session today. He hailed a taxi and arrived at Panlay Martial Arts Hall in about 10 minutes. Thanks to Lin Yunqi's prior instructions, as soon as Soo-yun entered the gate of Panlay Martial Arts Hall, a staff member led him to the private training room where Lin Yunqi was located. Inside the training room, Soo-yun arrived half an hour earlier than their scheduled time, so Lin Yunqi hadn't arrived yet. The staff member smiled at Soo-yun and said, "The young lady will be here shortly. Please wait a moment." "Alright," Soo-yun nodded. The staff member quietly withdrew, leaving Soo-yun alone in the training room. Soo-yun didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yunqi hurried in. Today, since she wasn't going to school, Lin Yunqi wasn't wearing her loose-fitting school uniform. Instead, she had changed into a black, form-fitting tracksuit. This form-fitting black outfit accentuated the curves of her ample bust. Her slender figure was nothing short of perfect. Such an enviable figure, combined with her goddess-level beauty, left Soo-yun momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "What a stunning figure! Soo-yun, you're here so early." Lin Yunqi's gentle voice rang out as she greeted Soo-yun. Snapping out of his daze, Soo-yun scratched his head and replied, "I was bored at home, so I came early." "Ms. Lin Yunqi, shall we begin the lesson now?" Lin Yunqi didn't answer, but gave a light chuckle instead. "No need to be so formal. Just call me by my name, like I call you." "All right." Since Lin Yunqi herself didn't mind, Soo-yun naturally had nothing more to say. "Let's begin the lesson now. Same as yesterday, apply the giant tree strangle technique to that dummy model." And so, the training continued throughout the entire morning. They trained straight through until noon. Over the course of the morning, Yuan performed the giant tree strangle technique 10 times. After 10 uses of giant tree strangle, Lin Yunqi's little flower spirit had gradually begun to grasp the outline of this skill. It wouldn't be long before she fully mastered the giant tree strangle technique. Lin Yunqi watched Yuan, who had unleashed 10 high-tier skills throughout the morning, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. He had unleashed 10 high-tier skills without any energy replenishment, yet remained full of vitality. There was no sign of excessive exhaustion whatsoever. Even for a young beast tamer of a high-tier sovereign race, capable of unleashing 7 or 8 high-tier skills consecutively without energy replenishment, that would be considered the absolute limit. Let alone maintaining such boundless vitality afterward. Lin Yunqi felt both astonished and puzzled by this. What breed was Soo-yun's beast? Its racial potential, could it possibly be Dominator tier? Lin Yunqi recalled the words her father had shared with her last night. Soo-yun's identity was most likely far from ordinary. For a moment, Lin Yunqi felt an intense curiosity towards Soo-yun. Tossing her long hair, Lin Yunqi said, "Alright, that's all for this morning's training. Let's go have lunch and rest first. We'll continue training this afternoon." "Sure." When Lin Yunqi offered to treat him to a meal, Soo-yun accepted without hesitation. Lin Yunqi was a bona fide little rich girl, and Soo-yun was incredibly curious about what she ate on a regular basis. With this chance, Soo-yun was determined to see for himself. He wanted to see what kind of food wealthy families like Lin Yunqi's actually ate. Lin Yunqi pulled out her phone and called a man named Wang, the manager of Panlay Martial Arts Academy. After informing him she'd be dining there, she hung up. Before long after the call ended, staff brought over a table and 2 chairs. Once the furniture was set up, 4 dishes were promptly served. Soo-yun sat at the table, staring in astonishment at the 4 dishes laid out before him. Each of these dishes radiated pure, concentrated energy. The food Soo-yun usually ate couldn't compare to these 4 dishes at all. This dish is made from the meat of the peach blossom pig, a low-tier extraordinary beast with latent potential. This one is prepared from the meat of the rockhorn ox, another low-tier extraordinary beast with latent potential. Lin Yunqi pointed to each dish, explaining them one by one to Soo-yun. Suyun's expression shifted slightly in surprise upon hearing this. Supernatural demon beast meat as food. Though not the first time he'd heard of it, this was his first time tasting it. Previously, he hadn't eaten it partly because his body couldn't handle the immense energy contained within the flesh of extraordinary demon beasts. The other reason was simply that Suyun lacked the funds. A dish like this easily cost 5 figures. After all, it was made from the flesh of a transcendent beast. Even the carcass of a low-tier extraordinary beast with potential could fetch tens of thousands. Add to that the costly ingredients required to neutralize the residual energy within the beast's carcass, and the price of such a dish was inevitably steep. It was hardly any cheaper than the price of a beast carcass itself. Suyun surveyed the 4 dishes on the table, each costing at least over 40,000 yuan. A single meal costing 40,000. Suyun couldn't help but feel a strange sense of awe. Is this what the wealthy live like? When would he ever get to live like this? It seemed money really was important after all. Dig in. This extraordinary demon beast meat is incredibly beneficial for our beast tamer's physical constitution. With that, Lin Yunqi picked up her chopsticks and began eating. Suyun didn't hesitate either, picking up his chopsticks and joining in. Chapter 26, Gu Feiyang's Revenge. After the meal, all 4 dishes were devoured. Of course, Suyun had eaten the most. Lin Yunqi hadn't eaten much. After this meal, Suyun felt a sense of fulfillment he had never known before. Her entire body brimmed with energy, as if her physique had grown significantly stronger. This meal was the most delicious Suyun had ever tasted since birth. Lin Yunqi was absolutely right. Demon beast meat greatly benefited a beast tamer's physique. Feeling the changes within himself, Suyun silently resolved to make demon beast meat a regular part of his diet. After the meal, the two rested briefly before resuming their skill training. By afternoon, after Yan had demonstrated the giant tree strangle technique 5 more times, Xiao Hualing's grasp of it remained stuck at the stage of merely forming its outline. It was as if there was a threshold she simply couldn't cross. The lesson paused as Lin Yunqi contemplated Xiao Hualing's situation. Ultimately, she decided to have Yuan switch the target from the dummy model directly to Xiao Hualing for a trial run. She wanted Xiao Hualing to experience firsthand the energy fluctuations unleashed when executing the giant tree strangle technique. This approach carried inherent risks. If Yuan mishandled the energy even slightly, it could harm Xiao Hualing. At first, Suyun refused the proposal. But after hearing Lin Yunqi say he wouldn't be held responsible for any injuries to Little Flower Spirit, Suyun finally relented. Joking aside, a low-tier sovereign-class beast with untapped potential getting hurt? That was far beyond what someone blessed by the god of poverty like him could afford. Once Yuan redirected the skill's target to the Little Flower Spirit, the effect was immediate. The Little Flower Spirit suddenly gained profound insight. Most of the confusion he'd previously felt about the advanced skill, Giant Tree Strangle, vanished in an instant. Yuan's mastery of the Giant Tree Strangle skill also surpassed Suyun's expectations. His control was impeccable. Even after sustaining the Giant Tree Strangle for several minutes, the skill showed no signs of wavering or instability whatsoever. Yuan's mastery of the skill not only astonished Suyun but left Lin Yunqi utterly stunned. This only reinforced her earlier suspicions. To wield such a high-tier skill with such mastery at such a young age, his racial potential was almost certainly that of a dominator. Following this, Yuan targeted the Little Flower Spirit and unleashed the Giant Tree Strangle technique 5 more times. Having experienced it firsthand, the Little Flower Spirit possessed considerable innate comprehension. Moreover, beasts like the Little Flower Spirit inherently possessed an affinity for advanced skills like Giant Tree Strangle. Xiao Hualing successfully unleashed the Giant Tree Strangle technique. Though its execution lacked the fluidity of Yuan's, it had mastered the technique nonetheless. With a little more practice, it would be able to master this skill completely and apply it in battle. Phew! After Xiao Hualing successfully mastered the Giant Tree Strangle skill, Lin Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Hualing's greatest weakness was her lack of high-tier offensive skills. When facing opponents of comparable strength, it often found itself forced into passive defense. Now, however, Xiao Hualing had mastered the offensive skill Giant Tree Strangle. This effectively addressed that weakness. This also provided an extra layer of assurance for the upcoming practical training in the Ningxing Wilderness Zone. Xiao Hualing's successful mastery of Giant Tree Strangle meant Suyun was now completely out of a job. But Suyun had long been mentally prepared for this. He was only a temporary worker anyway. Unemployment was inevitable sooner or later. This job had earned him 75,000 yuan in 2 days, and Suyun was already quite satisfied. At 7:30 p.m., after receiving the 60,000 yuan transferred by Lin Yunqi, Suyun promptly left the Panlei Martial Arts Academy. Combined with the remaining 100,000 yuan from earlier, Suyun now held a total of 160,000 yuan. 16,000 yuan seemed like a lot. But when it came to his beast taming, it was truly a drop in the bucket. Suyun spent 60,000 yuan to purchase 6 bottles of high-grade energy potion before heading home. 6 energy potions, 2 per day, would sustain Yuan for 3 days. Meanwhile, the school team's selection trials officially concluded. The final spot on the team was also confirmed. Unsurprisingly, it went to Go Feiyang, the very person Su Yun had defeated. Su Yun learned the news through Hu Rong. Su Yun had anticipated Go Feiyang's success. Within the entire Ningxing No. 1 high school, aside from himself and Lin Yunqi, there was virtually no one who could match Go Feiyang. Su Yun harbored no lingering feelings about Go Feiyang joining the team as his teammate. After all, Su Yun was magnanimous and never held grudges. He settled scores immediately when he had grievances. If Go Feiyang could just leave him alone now, Su Yun wouldn't bother to dwell on it. But if not, if Go Feiyang really did, as Lin Yunqi suspected, call upon his father to deal with him, then, well, Su Yun could guarantee that neither Go Feiyang nor his father would escape unscathed. Qingshan Residential Complex was the most upscale neighborhood in Ningxing. Ningxing's wealthy families mostly reside within its confines. Inside a luxurious apartment building, Go Feiyang stood before a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to him, recounting with bitter resentment how Su Yun had humiliated him at school. "Dad, he publicly humiliated me in front of everyone. You absolutely must step in and teach that Su Yun a lesson." This man was Go Feiyang's elite beastmaster father. So this Su Yun dares to be so arrogant? Knowing you're my son, Go Long, he still humiliated you in public? After listening to Go Feiyang's account, Go Long's face darkened with fury. As an elite-level beastmaster himself, he ranked among the most powerful individuals in all of Ning City. In everyday life, how many people don't treat him with utmost respect? Even when meeting his son, they'd greet him with smiles. Now, Su Yun had publicly humiliated his son. Wasn't this slapping him in the face? Having enjoyed such exalted status for so long, how long had Go Long gone without facing such provocation? How could Go Long not be consumed by rage? Yet, despite his fury, Go Long remained clear-headed, his reason intact. His brows furrowed deeply as he declared, "If Su Yun truly possesses the prowess you describe, his abilities have likely already garnered significant attention from your academy. Zhang Huayang and I are both elite-level beast masters. If I were to confront Su Yun and teach him a lesson myself, not only would I face Zhang Huayang's protection, but I'd also earn a reputation for bullying the weak. This incident would have extremely negative repercussions, both for me personally and for our family's business." As Go Long detailed the complications of confronting Su Yun, Go Feiyang felt a pang of unease. Could his father really choose not to intervene? The thought sparked immediate anxiety. "Dad, are you saying you won't teach Su Yun a lesson?" But Go Long shook his head. "I only said it would be difficult for me to personally discipline Su Yun. I never said I wouldn't act. Feiyang, if Su Yun dares to humiliate you, it means he doesn't hold your father in any regard. I will certainly teach him a profound lesson." Go Long's declaration that he would intervene and teach Su Yun a profound lesson instantly filled Go Feiyang with delight. He quickly asked curiously, "Dad, how exactly are you going to teach Su Yun a profound lesson?" "Ha!" Go Long let out a cold laugh. "You members of the school team are granted an opportunity to hunt demon beasts in the Ningxing Wilderness Zone for training, aren't you? What if the beasts inside suddenly revolt?" Chapter 27, Arrival at Ningxing Wilderness Zone. That night, Hu Rong contacted Su Yun again and explained the details of the Ningxing Wilderness Zone trial. The training was scheduled for 3 days later, on March 18th. During these 3 days, the school did not force the 5 team members to attend classes. The wilderness training would pit them against untamed, ferocious beasts that had never been contracted. These 3 days were granted by the school to allow the 5 team members to prepare. Hu Rong also stated that Su Yun should feel free to request anything he needed. He would do his utmost to accommodate Su Yun. As for needs, Su Yun actually did have some. Like gold coins, for instance. Su Yun was currently short on funds. He needed funds to purchase beast-taming resources for awakening new beast-taming skills. Of course, Su Yun knew it wasn't realistic to just ask for money outright. People offering it voluntarily was entirely different from him asking for it. So he merely entertained the thought. Beyond that, Su Yun had no other needs. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the first day of those 3, bored at home, Su Yun went to school. But upon arriving, he found it not only boring but also incredibly troublesome. Wherever he went, he was swarmed by crowds of people. At first, Su Yun felt a bit giddy, thinking, is this what it feels like to be the center of attention? But after a while, his head started buzzing. The constant chatter and attention from the crowd became unbearably bothersome. Classes were even more tedious. Though they belonged to the Beastmaster department, they still had to attend academic classes. As for the Beastmaster classes outside of academics, those were slightly better. These lessons primarily covered various techniques and precautions for beast tamer battles. Students were organized into pairs for practice battles within their class, with instructors pointing out flaws in their techniques afterward. His opponents were on a completely different level. Su Yun found it utterly uninteresting. Thus, on the second and third days, Su Yun did not return to school. Instead, he took Yuan around Ningxing, patiently awaiting the day when they could gain practical experience in the wilderness zone. Principal's office, Ningxing First High School. The 5 members of the school team gathered here. Go Feiyang glanced at Su Yun, who sat beside him with an air of calm composure, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inwardly.
The wilderness zone of Ningcheng held quite the gift prepared for him. Principal Zhang Huoyan gazed at the 5 students before him with a warm smile. These 5 were the most outstanding students of their graduating class. Especially Su Yun. What a tremendous surprise he had been given. Ahem. Zhang Huoyan cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice. Today marks the day we journey to the wilderness of Ningcheng for training and the day you will formally face demon beasts for the very first time. Don't be nervous. Keep your composure. The demon beasts aren't as terrifying as you imagine. Alright, everyone's here. Let's set out now. With that, Zhang Huoyang led the 5 students out of the principal's office and walked them to the plaza in front of the academic building. The school bus had 10 seats. With Zhang Huoyang included, there were 6 of them in total. Su Yun casually took a middle seat on the bus. Just as he closed his eyes to catch a quick nap, a sudden wave of fragrance swept over him. Opening his eyes, he found Lin Yunqi seated next to him. Su Yun's expression turned surprised. There were plenty of empty seats on the bus. Why was Lin Yunqi sitting next to him? Noticing Su Yun's puzzled expression, Lin Yunqi teased, "What? Can't I sit here?" Su Yun caught the playful tone in her words and grinned back. "Of course you can. Having such a gorgeous beauty sitting beside me? I'd be thrilled." The other passengers on the bus didn't seem particularly shocked by this scene. The incident between Su Yun and Lin Yunqi that day had already spread throughout their school. These few were well aware of it. And one of them was directly involved. Gu Feiyang glared at Lin Yunqi sitting beside Su Yun, his teeth gritted in fury. For 3 years, he had courted her, yet Lin Yunqi had never once shown him even the slightest warmth, let alone agreed to sit beside him. Gu Feiyang's hatred for Su Yun grew even deeper. "Su Yun, oh Su Yun. After this trial ends, I hope you make it out of the wilderness zone in one piece." Su Yun sensed the venom in Gu Feiyang's gaze. He turned his head and caught the strange, inexplicable smile playing on Gu Feiyang's face. Upon seeing Su Yun's gaze, Gu Feiyang hastily withdrew the smile from his face. This scene caused Su Yun's eyes to narrow slightly. That smile of Gu Feiyang's definitely had something fishy about it. Su Yun turned back, unconcerned with the specifics of the trickery. His elite-level Beastmaster father hadn't intervened, and Gu Feiyang alone posed no real threat to Su Yun. Su Yun didn't believe Gu Feiyang's elite-level Beastmaster father would dare to personally attack him. At most, he might orchestrate some underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes. As for the scale of those actions, Su Yun couldn't say for certain. Ningcheng Wilderness Zone, situated in the remote back mountains of Ningcheng. The school bus drove along for about 20 minutes before coming to a stop. The area was desolate, the environment extremely primitive. The high-rise buildings and houses found in the city were nowhere to be seen here. Only near the entrance to the rear mountain stood a modest-sized supply station. The moment the bus came to a halt, a middle-aged man emerged from the supply station to greet them. "Principal Zhang." The man greeted Zhang Huoyang, the leader of the group, with warmth. "Captain Li." Zhang Huoyang returned the warm greeting. The two shook hands, exchanged brief pleasantries, and then Zhang Huoyang turned his attention to Su Yun and the others still on the bus. "This is Li Jiannan, the overall captain of all Beastmaster squads within our Ningcheng Beastmaster Association. Beastmaster squads, as the name suggests, are teams composed of several Beastmasters. Each squad typically consists of 5 to 10 members. In any city where the Beastmaster Association is present, Beastmaster squads exist. Their primary duties involve carrying out assignments issued by the association and maintaining public order within the city. Their responsibilities are equivalent to those of a police department in Su Yun's previous life. Li Jiannan serves as the overall commander overseeing all Beastmaster squads. Everyone dismount. Head inside the supply station first. Captain Li will brief you on the rules. At Zhang Huoyan's invitation, Su Yun and the others followed Li Jiannan's lead into the supply station. Inside the supply station, a large screen immediately caught their attention. Displayed on the screen was a massive map. This map depicted the wilderness area surrounding Ningcheng. 4 staff members stood before the screen, busily taking notes. Li Jiannan turned around and addressed Su Yun and the others. "Classmates, I will now explain the rules for this wilderness training. This wilderness training will last a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, all your food and water will be delivered via drones. Within these 3 days, you must not only ensure your own safety but also hunt down as many beasts as possible." Chapter 28, Slaying Rats to Earn Beast Taming Points. The number of demon beasts hunted and their respective levels will directly determine who among the 5 of you becomes the school team captain. If anyone finds themselves unable to continue during these 3 days, there's no need to push yourselves. You may choose to withdraw immediately. With that, Li Jiannan turned to the 4 staff members behind him and called out, "Ding Jia." A staff member immediately stepped forward from the rear. He was carrying a backpack in his hand. Li Jiannan reached out and took the backpack from Ding Jia. He unzipped it and retrieved a paper map and a blue wristband. The blue wristband featured a red button. This is the map of Ningcheng Wilderness Area and a location bracelet. The map clearly charts all routes within the Ningcheng Wilderness Area, helping you avoid getting lost. The Ningxing Wilderness Zone is divided into 4 distinct areas: the outer zone, the middle zone, the inner zone, and the core zone. Beasts in the outer zone are mostly level 1-3 juveniles, while those in the middle zone are generally level 4-6 juveniles. The inner zone hosts level 7-8 juveniles, and the deepest core zone contains level 9 juvenile beasts. There are over a dozen level 9 juvenile beasts in total. Before entering each zone, you must assess your capabilities carefully. Now, let's discuss this tracking bracelet. This tracking bracelet not only pinpoints your real-time location but also detects energy fluctuations from demon beast auras, relaying their approximate level to us. If you can no longer continue and choose to withdraw, simply press the red button on the tracking bracelet. Alright, those are the basic rules. Any questions? After speaking, Li Jiannan glanced over at Su Yun and the other 4. Seeing no one had further questions, Li Jiannan stated directly, "Since you all understand, let's get moving." The 5 left the supply station and, guided by Li Jiannan, entered the mountain forest. Once inside the mountains, Su Yun and the others did not choose to follow a single path. Instead, each found a separate path to venture in. None of the 5 had any intention of teaming up. As the 5 most gifted students of Ningxing First High, each carried their own pride. If this was meant to be a trial, then they must act alone to truly prove themselves. How could teaming up possibly count as training? At this stage of their lives, opportunities to face demonic beasts alone were few and far between. They naturally cherished this rare opportunity. Yet Su Yun didn't dwell on it as much as the others. He chose to walk alone simply because he didn't want anyone competing with him for the demon beasts. Yet, before the 5 parted ways, Go Feiyang flashed Su Yun an unmistakably meaningful smile. That smile, combined with Go Feiyang's earlier inexplicable grin in the carriage, made Su Yun keenly sense something was amiss. A thick aura of scheming. For a moment, Su Yun's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that Go Feiyang intended to take revenge on her within this wilderness zone? With Go Feiyang's limited abilities, even 5 of him might not be enough to stand against Su Yun. Su Yun couldn't fathom what methods he might employ for revenge. Shaking his head, Su Yun dismissed the thought. Who cares what tricks Go Feiyang might pull to get back at him? The priority now was hunting down the demon beast. Su Yun followed the path he'd chosen, venturing deeper into the forest. Towering, dense trees flanked the path, casting an oppressive gloom over the interior. The path beneath his feet was treacherous, flanked by thickets of overgrown shrubs and grasses. To guard against snakes or insect-like beasts suddenly emerging from the thickets, Su Yun summoned Yuan from his sleeve. Yuan perched on Su Yun's shoulder, intently scanning the surroundings to prevent his beastmaster from being ambushed and killed by demonic beasts. The mountain forest felt utterly desolate. Even with Yuan by his side and his unwavering confidence in Yuan's strength, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Rustle. Holding the map, Su Yun had walked about 300 meters from their starting point when a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby grass. Su Yun halted, his gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. The Eye of Truth activated, revealing the demon beast's details within the grass without needing to approach. Beast, rodent, rat. Attribute, earth. Level, juvenile 2. Skills, basic, gnawing, burrowing. Racial potential lower tier supernatural. Evolution path mud rat medium tier supernatural rodent king high tier supernatural. A level 2 juvenile rodent with only low tier extraordinary racial potential? For Yuan, eliminating it is a piece of cake. Yuan, use leaf blade. Su Yun commanded Yuan, coiled upon his shoulder. Such a low-level demon beast could be easily dispatched with a mere low-tier wood element skill. Yuan leapt down from Su Yun's shoulder. Wood elemental energy began to gather within his body, radiating an emerald glow. In the grass, the rodent seemed to sense impending danger, poking its head out from the bushes. The moment it emerged, it saw a leaf-like blade, radiating emerald green light, slashing toward it. The strike was incredibly swift. The rodent had no time to react. Boom! The slash struck the rodent, severing its head clean off. Body and head separated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the level 2 juvenile demon beast, the rodent rat, with your beast taming skill. Beast taming points plus 10. After slaying the rodent rat, the system notification sounded in his mind. 10 points? Listening to the system notification echoing in his mind, Su Yun glanced at the dismembered corpse of the rodent rat beside him, unable to suppress his thoughts. A level 2 juvenile rodent mouse had granted him 10 Beastmaster points. Did the amount of Beastmaster points granted correlate with the demon beast's racial potential? With this question in mind, Su Yun pressed onward. Encountering beasts of the same level but differing racial potential along the way might provide some answers. He hadn't gone far before encountering a second beast. This demon beast was a spider, entirely brown in color. Its color blended perfectly with the surrounding tree trunks. Were it not for Yuan's keen observational skills, it might have gone entirely unnoticed. Gazing at the spider, which was as large as an adult's fist, Su Yun felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Spiders had always evoked an inexplicable dread within him. The Eye of Truth activated, revealing the spider's information. Beast, brown striped spider.
Attributes: venomous. Level: juvenile level 2. Skills: basic. Racial potential: moderately supernatural. Evolution path: venomous tree spider, highly supernatural. Moderate extraordinary, and both at larval stage 2. Soo-yun's eyes lit up as he examined the brown striped spider's stats. Earlier, he had been pondering whether the amount of Beastmaster points gained from such tests was related to the racial potential of the beasts. Little did he expect to get his chance so soon. Chapter 29: Massive Beast Taming Point Harvest. At that very moment, as Soo-yun spotted the brown striped spider, the spider also detected Soo-yun's presence. Its 8 jet black eyes flashed brightly. With a hoarse hiss, it swiftly scurried up the tree trunk toward the canopy. The brown striped spider tried to flee, but Soo-yun wasn't about to let it get away. Leaf blade. Soo-yun issued the command once more. What elemental energy gathered within Yuan, coalescing into a leaf-like blade that shot toward the brown striped spider climbing the tree at incredible speed. How could a mere level 2 juvenile brown striped spider possibly evade the strike of a level 6 juvenile Yuan, whose racial potential utterly crushed its own? Crash. With a thunderous crash, the brown striped spider's body was cleaved clean in two. Splatter. Brownish-green blood spattered everywhere. The brown striped spider was dispatched with ease, just like that rodent. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the level 2 juvenile demon beast, the brown striped spider, with your beast taming skill. Beast taming points plus 20. An upgrade. Soo-yun's eyes lit up as he heard the system notification echo in his mind. Even with equal strength, different racial potentials did indeed increase Beastmaster points. For a moment, Soo-yun felt a surge of delight at this discovery. Any improvement was welcome. If there were no improvement at all, wouldn't that be a total loss? Exerting different levels of effort to accomplish the same task if there were no improvement at all, that simply wouldn't make sense. With this realization, Soo-yun chose not to press forward. He pulled out his map and studied the entire layout of the wilderness zone. Soo-yun's primary objective was to hunt demonic beasts. He wasn't in a hurry to venture deeper into the wilderness. His plan was to first harvest as many lower-level demon beasts as possible in the outer regions. Even small prey was still meat. The outer regions teemed with numerous low-level demon beasts. Hunting them all would yield a substantial amount of Beastmaster points. After choosing a direction, Soo-yun stowed away the map and accelerated toward his chosen path. Before long, he encountered a demon beast. After half a day, Soo-yun had covered only about 3 kilometers. Within that distance, he encountered a demon beast roughly every 100 to 300 meters. Most of these beasts possessed low-tier extraordinary racial potential, with few exhibiting medium-tier potential. Their levels were generally around the second stage of infancy. Soo-yun recorded his encounters, a total of 16 demon beasts. 11 possessed low-tier extraordinary racial potential, while only 5 exhibited medium-tier extraordinary racial potential. His final beast taming point haul totaled 245 points. Not a bad haul. The current time was 12:22. Just minutes ago, a drone had delivered supplies. It was precisely because of this supply drop that Soo-yun chose to rest for a moment. The supplies included water, energy bars, and intermediate-grade energy potions for restoring Beastmaster energy. After a brief rest of about half an hour, at 1 p.m., Soo-yun resumed his harvesting plan. Around 7 p.m. another wave of drone supplies arrived, prompting Soo-yun to halt his hunting. The 6 hours in the afternoon provided 2 more hours of rest compared to the morning. He covered another 5 kilometers that afternoon. These 5 kilometers mirrored the morning's 3 kilometers, with a demon beast encountered roughly every 100 to 300 meters. Thus, the afternoon's haul was considerably larger than the morning's. A total of 29 demon beasts were encountered. This yielded a total of 395 beast taming points. Just 5 points short of breaking the 400-point threshold. The afternoon's 5 kilometers, combined with the morning's 3 kilometers. Soo-yun covered a total distance of 8 kilometers that day. 8 kilometers, nearly a full circuit around the outer perimeter. Yet after completing the circuit, Soo-yun found no trace of the other 4. They must have ventured deeper into the territory. This demon beast hunt was primarily for training. The beasts in the outer perimeter were too weak to provide meaningful training for them. Venturing into the central or deeper zones was the optimal choice for them. Munching on an energy bar, Soo-yun resolved to sweep the outer regions one more time tonight before setting off to clear the central zone. At the supply station base near the entrance to Ningqing Wilderness, 5 green dots flickered on the large screen. These 5 blinking green dots represented the precise locations of Soo-yun and his 4 companions within the wilderness zone. Of the 5 green dots, 4 had entered the central zone. Only 1 remained lingering in the outer perimeter. The green dot representing that individual was Soo-yun. At that moment, Zhang Huayang, Li Jiannan, and the 4 staff members all stared intently at the green dot representing Soo-yun, their expressions filled with alarm. Through the feedback from the tracking bracelet, they clearly knew what Soo-yun was doing. He was either slaying demon beasts or on his way to slay demon beasts. Finally, after 1 staff member recorded and tallied the data, the final count of demon beasts slain by Soo-yun was determined. 47. A full 47 of them. Though they were all weak beasts with low racial potential and meager strength. Suyun's hunt for these beasts was relentless. Such relentless demon beast slaying demanded his beastmaster constantly unleash skills. 47 beasts, even if each was instantly killed with a single strike, that still meant casting skills a full 47 times. Even accounting for breaks to replenish the beastmaster's energy, averaging those 47 uses still meant nearly 24 consecutive skill activations. This was precisely what stunned the others. Continuously unleashing 24 skills, even if they were only the most basic low-tier abilities, would drain an enormous amount of energy from the beastmaster's mount. Even for a beast with the potential of a low-tier sovereign or even a mid-tier sovereign species, this would be pushing it during its juvenile stage. This confirmed it. Suyun's beast possessed the racial potential of a high-tier sovereign. Zhang Huiyang and Li Jiannan exchanged glances. They knew all too well what a beast with high-tier sovereign racial potential signified. The president of Ningxing's Beastmaster Association was a genuine master-level beastmaster. Yet the beast he commanded possessed only mid-tier sovereign potential. Even a master-level beast tamer would struggle to obtain a beast with high sovereign potential. Yet Suyun possessed one. How terrifying must Suyun's true identity be? The elder backing him must be at least a cataclysm-level beastmaster. Even cataclysm tier is not beyond the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, after a brief half-hour rest, Suyun resumed his search of the outer areas. There were still some areas he hadn't covered yet. Another 2 hours passed in this manner. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the level 3 juvenile demon beast, the black-striped snake, with your beast taming skill. Beast taming points plus 20. Phew! After slaying a demon beast with moderate transcendent potential, Suyun exhaled a long breath of relief. Over the course of the day, he had managed to cover most of the outer area. Within these 2 hours, Suyun had located a total of 6 demon beasts. Another 80 beastmaster points added to his tally. Suyun now planned to venture into the central zone. As for thoroughly combing the outer region to hunt down any stragglers, Suyun had no such intention. The number of demon beasts within Ningxing Wilderness was limited. He must hurry to the central region to compete with the other 4 for higher-level demon beasts. Chapter 30, Heading to the Central Region, Gofeon's Plan. The next morning at 6 o'clock. After a night's rest, Suyun slowly awoke. Immediately upon waking, he received the resource drop from the 5-person unit. After eating a dry, hard energy bar, Suyun opened his personal data panel. Host, Suyun. Beastmaster Azure Dragon Juvenile Stage, click to view details. Beastmaster Talon Eye of Truth Super SSS rank. Beastmaster points, 720. Beastmaster level Novice Beastmaster. At present, Suyun possessed a full 720 Beastmaster points. Seeing these 720 Beastmaster points, Suyun didn't hesitate. He immediately chose to max out Yuan's stats. Ding! Points successfully added. As the system notification sounded, Yuan felt a strange energy surge inexplicably into his body. This influx of energy made him feel significantly more powerful. Faced with this sudden change within him, Yuan tilted his head in confusion. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. His strength kept increasing inexplicably. How peculiar. As he pondered, Yuan's gaze shifted towards Suyun. Though he couldn't grasp the situation within his body, he knew this was all the work of his beastmaster, Suyun. For a moment, Yuan felt nothing but profound admiration for Suyun. Seemingly doing nothing, yet significantly boosting his power, truly worthy of being his beastmaster. Meanwhile, Suyun remained unaware of Yuan's thoughts. All his attention was now focused on Yuan's data panel. Beast Mastery Little Azure Dragon Juvenile Stage. Name, Yuan. Attributes, Wood, Dragon, Space. Level, Juvenile Level 9. Racial Potential? Skills, Basic, Entangle, Leaf Blade, Vine, Growth Acceleration, Dragon Fong. Intermediate, Emerald Barrier, Vine Cage, Leaf Blade Storm, Dragon Shift, Transcendence, Void Blade. Advanced, Giant Tree Stranglehold, Dragon's Might, Dragon's Breath, Void Imprisonment. Transcendent, Spatial Interference, confuses enemies' sense of direction or position by creating illusory voids to manipulate their actions. Ultimate tier, Dragon Emperor's Domain, releases the Dragon Emperor's unique domain. All tamed beasts within suffer power suppression, especially dragon-attributed ones, while the user's own strength is greatly enhanced. Divine tier, Dragon Soul, summons the spirit of the Azure Dragon to possess the caster, substantially boosting their power. Seeing Yuan's strength successfully elevated to Juvenile Level 9, Suyun's face broke into a satisfied smile. Level 9 Juvenile. This leveling speed is simply too fast. How long had it taken Yuan to climb from Juvenile Level 1 to Level 9? At most, just half a month. In half a month, most young beast-level tamers would barely manage to advance 3 levels. Yet Yuan jumped straight up 9 levels. The speed of his leveling up is nothing short of miraculous. Amidst his delight, Suyun didn't forget to calculate the total Beastmaster points required for Yuan's ascent from Level 1 Juvenile to Level 9 Juvenile. It took a total of 1,020 Beastmaster points to elevate Yuan to Juvenile Level 9.
Nearly 1,000 points were required to elevate a beast from juvenile level 1 to juvenile level 9.
The first 6 levels required only 300 beast taming points.
The final 3 levels required 700 beast taming points. This clearly showed that the difficulty of advancing the final 3 levels was significantly higher than that of the first 6.
This data will be helpful for Su Yun in cultivating his second beast.
It remains unclear whether the power boost upon reaching the supernatural tier differs from that of the juvenile tier.
Will the first 6 levels also require fewer beast taming points?
The final 3 tiers demand significantly more beast taming points. Su Yun's primary objective now is to elevate Yuan's strength to the supernatural tier. He wondered how many beast taming points it would take to reach that level. For a moment, Su Yun felt this system was rather lacking in user-friendliness. If only it could provide the exact number of beast taming points needed to advance to the next tier. Shaking his head, Su Yun dismissed the thought. He set off at a brisk pace toward the central region.
Central region, somewhere. Gu Feiyang stood there.
The Shadow Thunder Tiger stood guard beside him. Gu Feiyang scanned his surroundings, checking the area and the sky above to ensure no one was nearby. He then pulled several bright red pills from his pocket. As the pills were revealed, the Yulei tiger guarding beside him instantly displayed a look of longing. The Shadow Thunder Tiger's eyes glowed crimson as a wave of longing swept through its heart. Were Gu Feiyang not his beast tamer, he would have long since lost control to his instincts, pouncing to snatch the pill from Gu Feiyang's grasp.
Noticing the intense desire his beast had displayed, Gu Feiyang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Gu Feiyang promptly stowed away the crimson pill, his face twisting into a sinister grin. With the exploding blood pill in my possession, I refuse to believe you, Su Yun, can enter the core region and emerge unscathed. The exploding blood pill caused the blood energy within the demon beast that consumed it to surge violently. This temporarily boosts the beast's power. But it also carried a side effect. The side effect is the loss of reason, turning them into savage beasts. They become indiscriminate killers, slaughtering anyone in sight. This pill has a half-day incubation period. After consumption, it inflicts irreversible damage upon both the beast and its rider. Therefore, the exploding blood pill is classified as a forbidden pill. It cannot be purchased on the open market.
They circulate only within underground black markets.
Gu Feiyang's plan was to infiltrate the core region and feed exploding blood pills to the majority of the demonic beasts there.
Among the 5 of them, Su Yun's strength was openly acknowledged as the strongest. Therefore, he would undoubtedly be the first to reach the core area.
Once Su Yun reached the core area, he would be overwhelmed by the enraged demon beasts attacking en masse. Gu Feiyang didn't believe Su Yun could emerge unscathed from such a brutal assault. After mentally reviewing the plan once more, Gu Feiyang carefully scanned his surroundings. Satisfied that no one had noticed him, he removed the tracking bracelet from his wrist. Then, accompanied by the Ghost Thunder Tiger, he swiftly headed toward the core area. Removing the bracelet was, of course, to avoid exposing his location. If it remained on him, his location would be continuously exposed. Any subsequent investigation would inevitably trace back to him. Gu Feiyang might not seem the sharpest tool in the shed, but he wasn't entirely without brains. Meanwhile, Su Yun remained unaware of Gu Feiyang's sinister plot against him. However, Gu Feiyang's scheme was destined to fail.
Because Su Yun had no intention of rushing to the core area.
Su Yun had already entered the central zone.
Upon entering the central zone, he encountered the first demon beast of the region. It was a monkey covered in white and green fur. Activate the Eye of Truth. The monkey's information immediately appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Beast, Azure Wood Monkey. Attribute, Wood. Level, Juvenile 4. Skills, Basic, Bite, Vine. Racial potential moderately supernatural. Evolution path Greenwood Ape highly supernatural Forestwood Ape Lower Commander. Chapter 31, Chance Encounter with Su Hao. The Greenwood Monkey glared at Su Yun and Yuan standing before it, baring its teeth menacingly. Facing the Greenwood Ape snarling, Su Yun merely gave it a casual glance before directly issuing an order to Yuan. Yuan, Leaf Blade. Upon receiving the command, Yuan instantly materialized a leaf blade and launched it toward the Greenwood Ape. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within the leaf blade, the Greenwood Monkey panicked and attempted to flee. However, with Yuan's strength having risen to level 9 of the young growth stage, his own power had grown significantly stronger.
The skills he displayed now showed significant improvements in both power and speed.
This leaf blade's speed surpassed its previous iterations. The moment the Greenwood Monkey shifted its body, the leaf blade struck its abdomen directly. Splash! Blood spattered as the Greenwood Monkey's body was cleanly sliced open from the chest down. The Greenwood Monkey's upper and lower halves separated. Even now, his face bore an expression of profound disbelief. Stunned by the profound power of the abyss. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the level 4 juvenile demon beast, the Greenwood Monkey, with your beast taming skill. Beast taming points plus 30. 30 points. Defeating a level 3 juvenile demon beast with moderate extraordinary potential yields 25 beast master points. Yet a single level higher only yielded an additional 5 points.
Suyun wasn't entirely satisfied with this.
Still, for him, the effort expended remained the same. At least there was progress. Suyun began to wonder how much more beast taming points a high-tier extraordinary beast would yield compared to a medium-tier one. After more than a day, Suyun still hadn't encountered a single beast with high-tier extraordinary racial potential. Of course, this was partly because Suyun had remained in the outer regions. According to the map's annotations, high-tier extraordinary species beasts only appeared in the inner regions. Suyun dismissed further speculation, focusing instead on hunting beasts for now. Unfolding the map, Suyun began searching the central region for traces of demon beasts. The central zone was nearly a full circle smaller than the outer zone. Thus, it took Suyun only half a day to cover most of the central zone. Unfortunately, he encountered relatively few demon beasts. Not even half the number found in the outer region. Counting the first one he encountered, the greenwood monkey, there were only 22 in total. Of these 22 beasts, 14 were level 4 juveniles, each yielding 30 beast taming points. 6 were level 5 juveniles, each yielding 35 points, and 2 were level 6 juveniles, each yielding 40 points. All 22 beasts possessed a uniformly medium-tier extraordinary racial potential. Though only 22 in number, their quality was exceptional. The total beast taming points he gained reached a staggering 710, only 10 points less than the total obtained in the outer regions. The central region definitely held more than just 22 beasts. Suyun had only made a rough sweep, leaving many areas unexamined, which is why he found only 22. The outer region was similar, he had also only made a cursory inspection. However, Suyun had no intention of continuing his exploration. He was already itching to enter the inner and even the core zones. Without lingering in the central zone, Suyun skipped even a brief midday rest and headed straight for the inner regions. Meanwhile, in the central zone, a tall, beautiful girl wandered about with a look of utter bewilderment on her face. This girl was one of the contestants entering the school team. This time her name was Chinyu. Her Beastmaster rank was only level 6 novice. Therefore, she did not rush to venture deep into the wilderness zone, choosing instead to linger longer in the central area. Now, standing in the central zone, her face was filled with puzzlement. The demon beasts in the central region had suddenly become much fewer. Originally, she could encounter a demon beast after traveling only a short distance. Yet now, she had to travel twice as far or even farther to encounter just one. Chinyu had no idea that all of this was Suyun's doing. Upon entering the inner region, Suyun encountered someone. He was a handsome young man, though still no match for Suyun in looks. His name was Su Hao, also a member of the school team. At that moment, Su Hao was locked in a standoff with a bovine-like demon beast. This bovine demon beast was as large as a full-grown adult cow. A pair of gleaming silver horns, as hard as iron, protruded from its forehead. The Eye of Truth activated, revealing this bovine demon beast before Suyun's eyes. Beast, Ironhorn Savage Bull. Attribute, Metal. Level, Juvenile level 8. Skills, Charge, Hardening. Racial potential highly supernatural. Evolution path Steel Armor War Bull Mid-Rank Commander. In contrast, Su Hao's Beastmaster was a blue lizard measuring 1 meter in length, its body covered in ice blue crystals. Beast Frost Lizard. Attribute Ice. Level Juvenile 7. Skills, Basic, Frost, Ice Spike, Ice Block. Racial potential Medium Commander. Evolution path Ice Crystal Lizard High Commander Frost Giant Lizard Low Sovereign. Though the Ice Lizard is one level lower than the Ironhorn Savage Bull, its racial potential completely outclasses it. Therefore, the Ice Lizard needn't worry about being no match for this Ironhorn Bull. Instead, the Ironhorn Bull should be weighing whether it stands a chance against the Frost Lizard. The Ironhorn Minotaur eyed the Ice Lizard before it, smaller in stature, a look of hesitation flickering in its eyes. It held back from launching an immediate attack. Su Hao, too, held back from attacking. He was observing. He was studying the Ironhorn Bull's weaknesses, seeking to win this battle with the least possible cost. Just then, the sound of Suyun approaching from behind caught Su Hao's attention. Turning his head, Su Hao's expression instantly turned startled. Suyun? Su Hao. Suyun also looked slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to run into a classmate the moment he entered this inner zone. No wonder the inner area was even smaller than the central zone. After his initial shock, Su Hao asked in surprise, Suyun, why did you only enter the inner region now? In Su Hao's memory, although Suyun's Beastmaster was only at the 6th level of the Young Beast stage, it possessed the strength to instantly kill a Beastmaster at the 8th level of the Young Beast stage. Moreover, the opponent's beast possessed the racial potential of a high commander level creature. With such prowess, in this wilderness teeming with beasts possessing extraordinary racial potential, he could practically walk all over the place. If Suyun truly sought to hone his skills, he should have headed straight for the core zone to battle those level 9 young demon beasts. Su Hao never imagined that not only did Suyun not head for the core area. Judging by the direction he came from, Suyun had actually entered this inner zone even later than himself. Ignoring Su Hao's puzzled look, Suyun pointed at the Ironhorn Wild Bull, which was fidgeting restlessly as if wanting to flee, and asked. That Ironhorn Savage Bull is about to bolt. Do you still want it?
If not, I'll gladly take it. This iron-horned savage bull had been encountered first by Su Hao, so it should rightfully be considered his prey. Su Yun wasn't unreasonable, he had no intention of snatching another's kill. Chapter 32, Sounds from the Core Area. Su Hao froze momentarily upon hearing this, then snapped back to his senses. By the time he looked back at the iron-horned wild bull, it had already turned and was preparing to flee. Faced with such a prize within his grasp, how could Su Hao let it go? There was no way he would let it escape. He urgently commanded the ice lizard, "Quickly freeze that iron-horned savage bull with frost." Upon receiving the command, the ice lizard gathered its ice elemental energy. Icy blue light flickered from the ice blue crystals covering its body. A thin layer of frosty mist condensed and drifted swiftly toward the iron-horned savage bull's position. The frost moved with considerable speed. But it couldn't stop the iron-horned savage bull, which had already prepared to flee. The moment the frost attacked, the iron-horned savage bull had already taken a step back to flee. Thus, the frost ultimately missed its mark. Damn it! Watching the iron-horned bull flee, Su Hao's face twisted with regret. Why had he hesitated instead of freezing the beast in place with his skill? Swish! Swish! But at that very moment, Su Hao suddenly heard two whistling sounds near his ear. Glancing sideways, he saw two green leaf blades whizzing past him. With the speed of the wind, they slashed toward the iron-horned savage bull that had already begun its escape. The gap between the leaf blades and the iron-horned wild bull began closing at a visible pace. Sensing the terrifying energy pursuing it from behind, the iron-horned savage bull strained with all its might, summoning the strength it had used as a calf to suckle. It accelerated its pace. Yet no matter how hard it tried to outrun them, it was futile. The speed of those two blades was simply too great. Crash! Amidst a deafening crash, the iron-horned bull was struck consecutively by the two leaf blades. Its massive body was sent flying through the air. By the time it landed, it was barely clinging to life. Seeing the iron-horned savage bull still alive, Su Yun was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he'd encountered a demon beast capable of withstanding the abyss leaf blade in not just one, but two consecutive strikes. Truly, a metal-attributed beast, it was incredibly tough. Yuan, unleash another leaf blade. Su Yun commanded Yuan. Yuan channeled another leaf blade, striking the already dying iron-horned savage bull. Boom! As the blade struck the beast's abdomen, the iron-horned savage bull lost all signs of life. A terrifying gash appeared across its belly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the level 8 juvenile iron-horned savage bull with your Beastmaster skill. Beastmaster points plus 90. Defeating a level 8 juvenile demon beast with high potential as a superior extraordinary species yielded 90 Beastmaster points. This outcome somewhat surprised Su Yun initially. After all, defeating a level 6 young beast with medium extraordinary racial potential had only earned him 40 Beastmaster points. By extension, slaying a level 8 juvenile beast with high extraordinary racial potential should yield around 70-80 beast-taming points at best. The result exceeded his prediction by a full 10 points. Su Yun was quite satisfied with this outcome. Meanwhile, Su Hao watched from the sidelines as Su Yun effortlessly dispatched the level 8 iron-horned savage bull with just 3 attacks from several dozen meters away. Moreover, the skill used appeared to be the low-tier leaf blade. For a moment, Su Hao's eyes filled with awe. Such power was terrifying. He, Su Hao, could never achieve such feats. In Su Yun's eyes, he, Su Hao, was likely no different from that iron-horned savage bull. Su Hao had expected Su Yun to be formidable. But he never imagined Su Yun would be this powerful. That iron-horned savage bull escaped. You wouldn't have been able to catch it, so I took action and killed it. You don't mind, do you? At that moment, Su Yun's inquiring voice rang out. Still reeling from the shock of Su Yun's power, Su Hao froze at those words. Once he regained his senses, he immediately waved his hands repeatedly. No objections, no objections. After witnessing Su Yun's terrifying power firsthand once more, how could he possibly dare to object? In this desolate wilderness, there was hardly anyone around. If Su Yun were to actually do something to him, like rendering his beast companion completely incapable of combat, forcing him to abandon this wilderness training session, he had no grounds to argue. The main issue was that he was already in the wrong. The iron-horned wild bull that had fled was indeed beyond his reach. If he continued clashing with Su Yun, the school would inevitably side with Su Yun. As if that weren't enough, Su Hao hastily added. That iron-horned savage bull is tough as nails. I never expected to kill it easily anyway. My ice lizard might have suffered some damage in the process. No objections, then. Su Yun nodded. He needed to proceed with his demon beast harvesting plan and had no time to waste arguing with Su Hao here. After consulting Su Hao, Su Yun immediately set off, striding swiftly in the predetermined direction. However, he hadn't gone far before abruptly halting. Turning back to Su Hao, he reminded him, Su Hao, if you want to keep hunting demon beasts, head in the opposite direction from me. Okay. Su Hao replied. But inside, he was utterly shocked. Su Yun's warning was crystal clear. How could Su Hao fail to understand? Following Su Yun, he might not even manage to hunt a single demon beast.
For a moment, Su Hao was utterly stunned. But then he thought about it. Given Su Yun's strength, it seemed entirely possible.
Sigh.
Watching Su Yun's receding figure, Su Hao let out a deep sigh. Faced with Su Yun's overwhelming power, he felt a profound sense of helplessness welling up inside him. Su Yun's power was immense, so overwhelming it felt suffocating. Moreover, judging by the energy fluctuations released when Su Yun commanded his beast just now, it seemed his power had grown even stronger. Su Hao shook his head, heeding Su Yun's warning, and set off in the opposite direction Su Yun had taken. After roughly 2 hours, Su Yun halted beside a large boulder. This spot was less than 100 meters from the core area. It was incredibly close. During those 2 hours, Su Yun had successfully explored most of the inner area. Including that iron-horned savage bull, he had encountered a total of 10 demon beasts. 6 possessed medium-tier extraordinary racial potential, while 4 held high-tier extraordinary racial potential. Among them, the 6 beasts with medium-tier racial potential were all at the young 7 level. Of the 4 high-tier extraordinary beasts, only one was at the juvenile level 7 stage, while the others were all at the juvenile level 8 stage. Killing a level 7 juvenile beast with medium-tier racial potential yielded 45 beast master points. The single high-tier extraordinary young beast at level 7 yielded 80 beast master points. The remaining 3 high-tier extraordinary species potential level 7 juvenile demon beasts each yielded 90 beast taming points. In total, Su Yun earned 770 beast taming points. Such a massive haul of beast taming points in just 2 hours. Hunting high-level demon beasts truly offered the best value. Glancing toward the core area, Su Yun immediately decided to set off for it. How many beastmaster points could a level 9 juvenile demon beast possibly yield? Roar! 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 Boom! 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 As Su Yun pondered, a series of terrifying beast roars suddenly erupted from the core area. Accompanying these roars were the continuous explosions of skills. This scene instantly captured Su Yun's attention. Chapter 33, Lin Yunxi Under Siege. The battle sounds from the core area were deafening, reverberating throughout the entire core and inner regions. Gu Feiyang, who had been lying in wait deep within the inner zone, naturally heard these explosions. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister grin. Those who provoked him would meet a grim end. Gu Feiyang turned his gaze toward the source of the battle sounds, his face now wearing a smug, triumphant grin. He was already itching to witness the spectacle of Su Yun being surrounded and attacked by a horde of enraged beasts. But Gu Feiyang knew well that the more critical the moment, the more crucial it was to avoid drawing attention. He must first distance himself from suspicion. Besides, those rampaging beasts attacked anyone they saw. Gu Feiyang dared not risk provoking them. He'd not only miss the spectacle but also invite trouble. So, he silently moved further away from the core area. Meanwhile, within the core area. Within the dense forest, a slender young girl darted through the trees with agile strides. Following behind her was a petite beast companion, resembling a porcelain doll with 5 delicate pink petals sprouting from its head. This girl was none other than Lin Yunxi and her beast companion, Little Flower Spirit. Less than 50 meters behind her, a full 8 demonic beasts with blood-red eyes were in hot pursuit. The 8 beasts relentlessly unleashed their attacks upon Lin Yunxi. Xiao Hualing activated the high-tier wood element skill, Emerald Defense, condensing a jade-green barrier large enough to envelop both herself and Lin Yunxi, shielding them within. The emerald barrier proved remarkably resilient, deflecting every skill attack unleashed by the frenzied beasts behind them. At that moment, Lin Yunxi, sprinting ahead, furrowed her brow, her mind filled with confusion. Why were so many beasts in the core area plunged into a frenzied state? It was as if they had consumed something that triggered their frenzied state. Suddenly, the name of the exploding blood pill flashed through Lin Yunxi's mind. The beasts chasing her bore an uncanny resemblance to creatures under the influence of exploding blood pills. This was what puzzled Lin Yunxi the most. As a banned substance, why would exploding blood pills appear in the core region of the wilderness zone, and why had so many beasts consumed them? Lin Yunxi keenly sensed that someone was framing her. This was a conspiracy specifically designed to target her. But who could be behind it? The school? The Beastmaster Association? Or perhaps the students who came to the wilderness zone for training? One faction after another flashed through her mind. The school and the Beastmaster Association could be ruled out immediately. Neither had any reason to frame her. Besides, her father was a genuine master-level beastmaster. He was, in every sense, one of Ningxing's most elite combatants. At this moment, the only remaining possibility was the students who had come to the wilderness zone for training. Su Hao, Qinyu, and Su Yun's faces flashed through her mind one by one. She had little interaction with Su Hao and Qinyu in daily life, let alone any animosity. As for Su Yun, that was even less likely. She had gotten along quite well with Su Yun just 2 days prior. Lin Yunxi refused to believe Su Yun would frame her. Most importantly, Su Yun's finances simply couldn't support producing 8 exploding blood pills at once. At this moment, Gu Feiyang became Lin Yunxi's prime suspect. Gu Feiyang was also the most likely candidate.
Just days ago, she had clashed with Go Feiyan over Su Yun. Go Feiyan was a narrow-minded, petty individual. This frame-up was most likely his revenge. Lin Yunqi's sharp mind quickly deduced who was most likely behind the frame-up. However, Lin Yunqi ended up being right. The one who had these demonic beasts consume the exploding blood pills was none other than Go Feiyan. But the intended target wasn't her. It was Su Yun. Lin Yunqi had a father who was a master-level beast tamer. Who in all of Ningcheng would dare to target Lin Yunqi? Unless they were tired of living. Even Go Feiyan's father, Gulong, wouldn't dare. Lin Yunqi raced forward, but human legs could never outrun a demon beast with extraordinary abilities. The 50-meter gap closed rapidly. It gradually shortened to about 20 meters. Lin Yunqi kept glancing back at the situation behind her. Seeing the demon beast closing in, Lin Yunqi knew she couldn't keep running like this. If she kept running like this, it would catch up to her sooner or later. With that realization, she abruptly halted her steps. Turning around, she commanded the little flower spirit. Lingling, giant tree stranglehold. At the same time, at the supply station outside Ningcheng Wilderness Zone. Beep, 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 beep. A series of urgent alarm tones suddenly sounded from the alarm beside the large screen. The sound instantly captured the attention of everyone inside the supply station. What's going on? Li Jiannan hurried back from outside the supply station, his face grave as he asked. Following closely behind him into the supply station was Zhang Huayang. The two had been growing restless inside the supply station, so they decided to step outside for a stroll. They had barely exchanged a few words outside when the urgent alarm sounded from within the supply station. Captain Li, based on the energy feedback from Lin Yunqi's tracking bracelet, 8 demon beasts in the core area have gone berserk for unknown reasons. Right now, all 8 of these enraged beasts are pursuing Lin Yunqi alone. A female staff member reported the news in a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, both Li Jiannan and Zhang Huayang's expressions changed simultaneously, growing incredibly grave. Li Jiannan urgently asked, why did those 8 demon beasts go berserk? Well, the female staff member shook her head. The exact cause remains unknown at this time. Zhang Huayang stepped forward, urgently asking, what is Lin Yunqi's current situation? Not optimistic, the female staff member shook her head, pointing to the lone green dot on the large screen positioned within the core area. Behind that green, 8 nearly overlapping red dots were closing in at a visible speed. At this moment, Lin Yunqi is being pursued by these 8 enraged beasts, and the gap between them is rapidly closing. Even with her beast-taming ability, which holds the potential of a low-tier sovereign, she's no match for these 8 enraged beasts. Hearing the female staff member's explanation, Zhang Huayang's expression grew incredibly grave. Neither Lin Yunqi's status nor her standing at Ningcheng First High School could permit any mishap during this wilderness training. If Lin Yunqi truly met with misfortune, the consequences were far beyond what he could bear. The wrath of a Grandmaster Beastmaster, even the president of the Ningcheng Beastmaster Association, another Grandmaster, would struggle to appease it. He had to ensure Lin Yunqi's safety. It wasn't just Zhang Huayang who thought this way. Li Jiannan beside him had also realized this point. Li Jiannan strode swiftly out of the supply station, summoning his own beast. Mounting his beast, he raced deep into the wilderness zone. Chapter 34, Dragon Might. A stunned Lin Yunqi. Core Zone. As Xiao Hualing unleashed the high-tier wood element skill, Giant Tree Stranglehold, she successfully halted the pursuit of the 8 enraged demon beasts. The 8 beasts were halted by the vines extended from the Giant Tree Strangle, unable to continue their pursuit. Roar! One after another, the 8 demon beasts let out furious roars in the direction of Lin Yunqi. The roars shook the very soul, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Yunqi stared at the 8 enraged beasts, his expression turning grave. The beasts were too widely scattered for the giant tree's vines to form an effective constricting force. Therefore, they could only be positioned in front of him to serve as a barrier. But that was enough. Lin Yunqi never expected to defeat these 8 enraged beasts. She only needed to buy time until the supply station personnel could respond. Each of the 8 enraged beasts possessed varying degrees of enhanced power. Even without their frenzy, the combined might of these 8 level 9 juvenile demon beasts would rival that of an extraordinary grade beast. After going berserk, each beast's power increased to varying degrees. Combined, their power became even more terrifying. The level 8 juvenile flower spirit was no match for them. Therefore, all Lin Yunqi could do now was stall for time and await rescue. However, the combined might of these 8 frenzied beasts still exceeded Lin Yunqi's expectations. The 8 beasts raged with unbridled fury, recklessly expending their energy reserves as they launched frenzied assaults against the vines that blocked their path. The vines by the little flower spirit through the giant tree strangle technique couldn't hold out for long and were shattered by the attacks of the 8 demon beasts. With the vines shattered, the 8 beasts immediately shifted their assault toward Xiao Hualing. Lingling, Emerald Shield. Seeing this, Lin Yunqi had no choice but to command the little flower spirit to unleash another high-tier wood element skill. A jade-green barrier materialized before her and the little flower spirit. Bang! 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 The attacks were successfully blocked by the little flower spirit's emerald defense. However, the little flower spirit was now panting heavily.
The continuous casting of advanced skills had already drained her energy reserves and physical stamina significantly. In her current state, she could barely cast the Emerald Shield a few more times. Lin Yunqi's expression grew increasingly grave. Clearly, she too was acutely aware of this reality. She glanced back toward the inner area behind her, hoping her reinforcements had arrived. Yet the outcome proved disappointing. Not a single figure had come from the inner area. 8 frenzied demon beasts had already launched themselves toward the little flower spirit. Lin Yunqi had no choice but to command little flower spirit to use the giant tree strangle technique to block them. Feeling the flower spirit's rapidly depleting energy reserves, Lin Yunqi's heart sank instantly. She couldn't hold out much longer. Yet, her rescue was still nowhere in sight. A wave of despair washed over Lin Yunqi. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Yunqi sensed a strange energy suddenly permeate the surrounding space. Immediately, ripples spread through the space beside Xiao Hualing. A meter-long emerald-green serpentine beast materialized beside her. Su Yun. Lin Yunqi froze for a moment. She looked at the familiar mount before her and instantly recognized the person. She turned her head and scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, not far away, Su Yun's figure was rushing towards them. Roar! 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 Seeing another person approach, the 8 rabid demon beasts let out even more frenzied roars. Hearing the roars echoing around her, Lin Yunqi's expression shifted slightly before she could even feel relieved. He looked toward the direction Su Yun was approaching and shouted a warning. Su Yun, these 8 demon beasts have gone berserk. Their combined strength is at least around the supernatural level 2 tier. You're no match for them. Grab your beast and run. Su Yun was indeed powerful, even surpassing her own strength. Yet Lin Yunqi still didn't believe Su Yun possessed the capability to confront demonic beasts of at least extraordinary tier 2 strength. If her guess was correct, Su Yun's beast companion was only around level 6 in its juvenile stage. Yet, despite Lin Yunqi's imposing stature, Su Yun continued walking toward her. Moreover, he accelerated his pace. Seeing this, Lin Yunqi grew anxious. Why wouldn't Su Yun heed her warnings? This was a conspiracy targeting her. How could she possibly involve others? Worst of all, the person being dragged into this was Su Yun herself. But before Lin Yunqi could dwell on it further, Su Yun's detached voice rang out from nearby. Long way. The words long way rang clearly in Lin Yunqi's ears. Hearing those 2 words, Lin Yunqi's brows instantly furrowed. Long way? What had she heard? Dragon Might? Was that the high-tier skill Dragon Might? Wasn't that an advanced skill only pure-blooded dragon attribute beast tamers could awaken? Wait a minute. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. Her gaze darted toward Yuan, whose appearance closely resembled that of a green leaf snake. Could this be a pure-blooded dragon attribute beast master? The events that unfolded next confirmed Lin Yunqi's suspicion entirely. An invisible wave of oppressive force erupted from Yuan's body. This pressure swept through the surroundings with lightning speed. Caught in its wake, the 8 ferocious, rabid beasts froze in unison. Then, the savage expressions on their faces gradually faded. A human-like fear slowly emerged. Facing Yuan was like confronting the most terrifying entity in the world. Even Xiao Hualing, who was not directly under the main influence of this pressure, began to tremble uncontrollably upon sensing it. Gazing at Yuan standing beside her, the little flower spirit felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. Sensing the emotion emanating from the little flower spirit, Lin Yunqi immediately confirmed it. She hadn't misheard. The skill Su Yun called Yuan had unleashed was none other than Dragon's Might, an advanced tier ability only pure-blooded dragon attribute beast tamers could wield. Under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the supreme dragon attribute, the blood-red eyes of the 8 frenzied demon beasts gradually faded. The effects of the exploding blood pill were steadily suppressed. The effect of Dragon's Might was too overwhelming. The 8 demon beasts couldn't help but bow in worship toward Yuan. At that moment, Su Yun had already reached Lin Yunqi's side. Yuan, Void Blade. Observing the 8 beasts now devoid of fighting spirit, Su Yun issued his final attack command to Yuan. Spatial energy within his body coalesced, forming a transparent, razor-sharp blade. With Yuan's enhanced power, this blade now measured a full 2 meters in length. The massive, razor-sharp void blade was flung by Yuan. The blade seemed to pierce through space itself, vanishing from its original position. In the blink of an eye, it materialized at the throat of the first demon beast. Clang! A flash of cold steel severed the beast's head clean from its body. Blood gushed from its severed neck like a small fountain. After successfully slaying the first beast, the void blade did not vanish. Instead, it vanished from its original position and struck toward the second beast. Under the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's might, the second beast had no time to react. It met the same fate as the first, its body severed from its head. Next came the third, the fourth. Ultimately, all 8 demon beasts met their end, their bodies severed from their heads, brutally slain by the mid-tier spatial attribute Void Blade. Nearby, Lin Yunqi, who had witnessed the entire scene, stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Chapter 35, Li Jiannan's Shock, the trial ends. In the blink of an eye, the 8 frenzied demon beasts that had surrounded Lin Yunqi moments before became one headless corpse after another. Lin Yunqi, who had witnessed this scene firsthand, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, frozen in place.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the level 9 young greenwood ape, a high-tier extraordinary species with potential, using beast control.
Beast control points plus 100.
Congratulations, host, on successfully commanding a beast to slay a level 9 young potential beast of the high-tier supernatural race, the flame wolf.
Beast command points plus 100.
Congratulations, host. Your tamed beast has successfully slain a level 9 purple lightning snake, a young potential member of a high-tier extraordinary species.
Beast taming points plus 100.
A total of 8 demon beasts, each possessing high-tier extraordinary racial potential and uniformly ranked at level 9 juvenile stage. With this, Suyun gained a whopping 800 beast taming points in one go. Suyun listened to the system notifications echoing in his mind, his heart brimming with delight. In less than a minute, 800 beast taming points had been credited to his account. Previously, Suyun would walk for an entire morning, or even a full day, to earn just over 700 points.
Not even 800 points. Amidst his excitement, Suyun did not forget Lin Yunqi.
He turned to look at Lin Yunqi, who was still in a state of shock beside him, and asked, "Are you okay?"
"Ha?"
Startled by Suyun's question, Lin Yunqi snapped out of her daze. Regaining her composure, she shook her head and thanked him, "I'm fine."
"Thank you for saving me, Suyun."
"You're welcome." Suyun waved it off, then asked, "What exactly happened? Why did these beasts go berserk?" Lin Yunqi replied, "Their frenzy resembles the effects of consuming exploding blood pills."
"Blood burst pills?" Suyun's brow immediately furrowed.
He had certainly heard of such a pill. His previous self had excelled academically and possessed a solid foundation in beast-taming knowledge.
Beasts or tamed creatures consuming exploding blood pills would temporarily enhance their strength.
However, the side effect was the loss of reason, turning them extremely violent.
Thus, the blood burst pill was classified as a banned substance. Yet why would such a forbidden pill appear in Ningqing's wilderness zone? Moreover, it had been consumed by 8 demon beasts from the core region.
Suddenly, Suyun sensed some unusual auras. Lin Yunqi spoke up, sharing her conjecture, exploding blood pills are banned substances.
You should know their effects, Suyun.
For such a pill to appear in the wilderness zone, it must be someone's deliberate act. Therefore, I suspect this is a conspiracy specifically targeted at me.
Suyun nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This was undoubtedly a deliberate conspiracy orchestrated by someone. Otherwise, how could a forbidden pill like the exploding blood pill appear in Ningqing's wilderness zone, a place specifically designed for new beast tamers to gain experience? After pondering for a moment, Suyun asked, "Who do you think set you up?"
Go Feiyan. Lin Yunqi stated his name in a detached tone. She added, "Of course, it's only a suspicion. After all, we had a minor disagreement just a few days ago. Moreover, only someone with Go Feiyan's family connections could have access to such a forbidden pill like the exploding blood pill, and not just one, but 8 at once." Lin Yunqi's analysis was not without merit. There was just one thing Suyun couldn't quite grasp.
Didn't Go Feiyan know about Lin Yunqi's father's status? How dare he lay a hand on Lin Yunqi?
Just as Lin Yunqi finished speaking, the sound of a demon beast sprinting rapidly echoed from a nearby location. The sound instantly caught Suyun and Lin Yunqi's attention. They turned their heads and saw a massive canine-like beast covered in black and white fur. Riding atop this massive canine beast was a figure. That person was none other than Li Jiannan, who had rushed over from the supply station. As Suyun observed the scene, he activated his truth eye, and information about the beast Li Jiannan wrote flashed before his eyes.
Beast, Hurricane Wolfhound. Attribute, Wind. Level, Commander 5. Skills, Basic, Howl, Windblade. Racial Potential High Commander.
Evolution Path Wind Spirit Hound Mid-Tier Sovereign. Possessing a Beastmaster of Commander level 5, Li Jiannan was at the very least an elite-level Beastmaster. As Li Jiannan sped closer atop his Hurricane Wolfhound, fierce winds swirled around Suyun and Lin Yunqi. Leaves swirled through the air, rustling in the gusts. Li Jiannan arrived in haste, mounted upon the Hurricane Wolfhound. Upon clearly seeing the 8 headless demon beast corpses behind Suyun and Lin Yunqi, he froze in shock. After Suyun explained the situation, Li Jiannan's expression grew even more stunned. He stared at Suyun, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're telling me you killed all 8 of those rabid beasts, you little brat?" "Yes." Suyun nodded firmly, harboring no intention to conceal the truth. Such a thing couldn't be concealed anyway. Better to own up to it openly. Who knows? It might even bring some benefits his way. "Captain Li, I can vouch for Suyun. I witnessed him slaying all 8 beasts with my own eyes." Lin Yunqi stepped forward from the side, speaking up to vouch for Suyun. Li Jiannan scanned the 8 headless demon beast corpses, piecing together Suyun's earlier words. It all felt like a dream. These 8 beasts, even in their frenzied state with enhanced power, had banded together to form a force no weaker than a single supernatural level 2 beast. And yet, they had been slain by Suyun, still a novice beast tamer? And with apparent ease. According to Su Yun's account, it had taken him barely a minute to kill these 8 frenzied beasts. Li Jiannan remained silent for a long while, seemingly processing everything unfolding before him. Lin Yunqi and Su Yun remained silent, not daring to interrupt. Lin Yunqi understood profoundly how unbelievable this was. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have dared to believe it. As for Su Yun, he believed it best to remain silent for now. After a long while, Li Jiannan finally began to recover from his shock. Huff. He exhaled deeply, glancing at Yuan perched on Su Yun's shoulder. Without further comment, he declared, 8 frenzied beasts have appeared in the wilderness zone. The situation remains unclear. This wilderness zone trial ends here. You two head back to the supply station at the mountain base. I'll notify the other trainees. With that, to prevent any further incidents, Li Jiannan mounted his Hurricane Wolfhound and rode straight toward the other trainees' location. Upon hearing Li Jiannan declare the wilderness trial abruptly ended, Su Yun's heart sank. He had only just arrived in the core area, and now the trial was ending? However, since Li Jiannan had made the decision, Su Yun felt it was best not to argue. For Su Yun, the gains from this trial were already substantial. After subtracting the over 700 points he'd spent earlier, his beast-taming points should still be well over 2,000. 2,000 points should be more than enough to elevate Yuan to the supernatural tier. Even if not, it should be very close. Then he'd see if he could apply to enter this Ningqing wilderness zone again. Su Yun thought to himself. Then, together with Lin Yunqi, he headed toward the supply station down the mountain. Chapter 36, Gu Feiyang's Anomalies. Inside the supply station at the entrance to the Ningqing wilderness zone. Su Yun and Lin Yunqi were the first to return here. Su Hao and Qin Yu followed shortly after. Gu Feiyang was the last to return. Gu Feiyang stepped into the supply station. When he saw Su Yun sitting inside, completely unharmed and without a single scratch, he froze in shock. Su Yun, you're actually okay? The words slipped out in astonishment. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he realized something and immediately clamped his mouth shut. Nevertheless, Gu Feiyang's words had already caught the attention of everyone inside the supply station, including Li Jiannan, who had just walked in behind Gu Feiyang. Su Yun rose from his chair and asked meaningfully, "What's the matter? You seem quite surprised that I'm unharmed." I heard Captain Li mention that many demon beasts in the core area have gone berserk. Plus, earlier when I was in the inner zone, I heard the sounds of battle. Given your strength, it's highly likely you headed to the core area first. So I assumed the person battling those beasts in the core zone was most likely you. Seeing you sitting here unharmed, I'd be surprised if I weren't. Gu Feiyang's thoughts raced, offering an explanation that seemed plausible. To others, this explanation sounded equally plausible. Even Qin Yu and Su Hao initially shared this belief. They believed the person who had engaged in combat with the demonic beasts in the core area was most likely Su Yun. Had it not been for Li Jiannan and the others possessing location bracelets revealing all 5 individuals' positions, they likely would have assumed the same. After all, the wilderness zone was divided into distinct areas precisely to allow entrants to choose a training zone suited to their abilities. Given Su Yun's formidable strength, the core zone was the most fitting training ground for him. As Gu Feiyang explained, Su Yun listened intently, a gleam of sharp insight flickering deep within his eyes. Suddenly, certain things clicked into place for him. This matter was likely not what Lin Yunqi had surmised. This matter was not a conspiracy or trap set specifically for Lin Yunqi. It was a conspiracy and trap set specifically for him, Su Yun. It was merely that his desire to hunt more demon beasts in the outer regions had inadvertently made Lin Yunqi the target of the conspiracy. Otherwise, he, Su Yun, would have been the first to enter the core area. Earlier, Su Yun had been puzzled, with Lin Yunqi's formidable background, who would be so foolish as to target her. Now, Su Yun understood. The target wasn't Lin Yunqi at all, it was him. Lin Yunqi had merely taken the bullet for him. Yet, there was still no solid evidence to prove any of this. All of this was merely Su Yun's conjecture. Moreover, the true reason behind the demon beast's current frenzy remained unknown. Whether they had consumed exploding blood pills required further examination of the beast's corpses. At this moment, the person Su Yun suspected most was Gu Feiyang. Upon entering the supply station and seeing that he was unharmed, Gu Feiyang reacted the most intensely. This alone was telling. However, this alone is insufficient evidence to conclusively prove Gu Feiyang's involvement. Everything still requires further investigation. However, Su Yun needn't concern himself with this investigation. The Ningqing Wilderness Zone falls under the jurisdiction of the Ningqing Beastmaster Association. Given that this incident occurred within the Ningqing Wilderness Zone, the Ningqing Beastmaster Association has mandated a full-scale investigation. The person most affected by this incident was Lin Yunqi. Lin Yunqi's status meant this matter couldn't be easily resolved. Su Yun smiled and said, "When those demon beasts went berserk, I was still in the inner zone and hadn't entered the core area." Having already guessed that Gu Feiyang might be targeting him, Su Yun didn't mind letting Gu Feiyang know the truth. What? As Su Yun had anticipated, Gu Feiyang's face instantly twisted with astonishment upon hearing this. You say you weren't in the core area?
Then where did the battle fluctuations in the core area come from?
Su-yun glanced sideways at Lin Yunqi beside him. The one who was in the core area back then was Lin Yunqi.
Ha! At those words, Gu Feiyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yunqi. Yunqi, it really was you in the core area back then?
Lin Yunqi had been observing Gu Feiyan all along. From the very beginning, she had suspected Gu Feiyan was behind this.
When Gu Feiyan looked at her, she nodded. Yes, it was me. Gu Feiyan had acted strangely ever since entering the supply station.
He seemed genuinely surprised that Su-yun was unharmed. His expression suggested he expected something to have happened to Su-yun. When Gu Feiyang saw Lin Yunqi admit she was the one who fought the demon beast in the core area, he was utterly shocked. He had initially targeted Su-yun. How had it shifted to Lin Yunqi? Lin Yunqi's background was far more formidable than his own. Gu Feiyang knew all too well the consequences of targeting her. If it turned out he had targeted Su-yun, even if it was discovered, considering his father's influence and the fact no casualties had occurred, the worst outcome would likely be compensating Su-yun financially. But targeting Lin Yunqi was an entirely different matter. Even if Lin Yunqi suffered no harm, her family would likely face dire consequences.
Gu Feiyang's heart began to tremble. His father couldn't withstand the wrath of a Grandmaster Beastmaster. Moreover, if his father were to learn of this incident, he himself would certainly face dire consequences. For a moment, Gu Feiyang swallowed hard.
At the same time, he made a firm resolution: this matter absolutely must not be discovered by others. As long as there was no evidence, even if suspicion fell upon him, it would remain mere suspicion. He must maintain his composure, never letting his guard slip. Li Jiannan stepped slowly to the center of the group, his gaze lingering heavily on Gu Feiyang.
Gu Feiyang's unusual behavior upon entering the supply station had raised suspicions, despite his seemingly plausible explanation. Moreover, among the 5 individuals including Su-yun, Gu Feiyang was the prime suspect.
Blood explosion pills, though not expensive, just tens of thousands per pill, required connections to obtain.
Within their household, the one with the most connections, aside from Lin Yunqi, was Gu Feiyang. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this wilderness training session is hereby concluded.
Leave the investigation of this matter to us, the Beastmaster Association. However, before that, everyone must accompany me to the Beastmaster Association to assist us in investigating this matter.
Does anyone object? Li Jiannan's gaze swept across the crowd. At this moment, who dared to object? Better to cooperate quietly. Very well. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed to the Beastmaster Association immediately. With that, Li Jiannan led the way out of the supply station.
Beside the supply station, a vehicle designated for the Beastmaster Association pulled up.
Under Li Jiannan's direction, Su-yun and the other 5 trainees, along with Principal Zhang Huayang, all boarded the vehicle.
Li Jiannan took the wheel and drove toward the location of the Ningqing Beastmaster Association.
Chapter 37, A Master Beastmaster's Favor.
The Beastmaster Association was situated in a relatively peripheral location within the heart of Ningqing. The Ningqing Beastmaster Association occupied an extremely large area overall.
At its very center stood a towering 15-story building.
This building served as the main administrative headquarters of the Beastmaster Association.
Li Jiannan drove the vehicle deep into the association's compound.
Accompanied by the 4 others besides Lin Yunqi, he entered a 6-story building adjacent to the main structure.
Upon entering the building, the 4 were each led into a private room for basic questioning. It was somewhat akin to taking statements.
The questions posed were few.
The primary purpose was to observe the 4 individuals' reactions to the incident. After the brief questioning, the 4 were permitted to leave on their own. As soon as Su-yun stepped out the door, he spotted Li Jiannan standing there. Su-yun. Li Jiannan called out to him as he emerged. Captain Li?
Startled by the interruption, Su-yun paused briefly before Li Jiannan continued.
Come with me.
Su-yun heard this and felt no surprise. He had long been mentally prepared for this. After all, his performance in the wilderness zone was bound to draw attention once it came to light. Without asking questions, Su-yun followed Li Jiannan all the way to the main building of the Beastmaster Association. They took the elevator straight to the top floor. The top floor contained only one office. Whose office it belonged to was self-evident. As Li Jiannan pushed open the door, the scene inside the office came into Su-yun's view. Because this was the only office on the top floor, it was exceptionally spacious. Inside, there were 4 people. 2 of them Su-yun recognized. They were Lin Yunqi and Zhang Huayang, the principal of Ningqing First High School. The other 2 were a middle-aged man with a commanding presence and a distinctly heroic appearance. And an elderly man who appeared rather capable. The middle-aged man stood beside Lin Yunqi, his features bearing a certain resemblance to hers. The elder sat at the desk. Their identities could be deduced from this arrangement. The middle-aged man, unsurprisingly, was Lin Yunqi's father, Lin Xingtian. The elderly man seated at the desk must be the president of the Ningqing Beastmaster Association. If Su-yun remembered correctly, the president of the Ningqing Beastmaster Association seemed to be named Zhou Rueda. Su-yun glanced back at Li Jiannan behind him. Good heavens, it seemed nearly every major figure in Ningxing was gathered here. The principal of Ningxing First High School, the president of the Beastmaster Association, the head of Panlei Martial Arts Academy, and the squad leader of the Beastmaster Association's task force. Among them were 2 elite-level Beastmasters and 2 Grandmaster-level Beastmasters. This was quite the lineup. This was his first time facing a master-level Beastmaster. And 2 at once. Huff. Su-yun let out a long sigh inwardly before striding straight into the room. You must be Su-yun? The middle-aged man stepped forward and addressed Su-yun. Yes. Su-yun nodded, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. He hadn't done anything wrong, so even when facing someone of higher status, he saw no need to appear overly nervous. Seeing Su-yun's calm demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a sudden sense of surprise. As a master-level beast tamer, even without conscious effort, an aura of authority naturally emanated from him. This aura was difficult for any beastmaster below the elite rank to ignore. The middle-aged man continued, My name is Lin Xingtian, headmaster of Panlei Martial Arts Academy. Master Lin, hello. After Lin Xingtian revealed his identity, Su-yun offered a polite greeting. Su-yun's demeanor remained composed throughout. This scene left Lin Xingtian even more surprised. Setting aside the imposing presence of a master-level beastmaster, few could maintain such composure upon learning his identity. Especially a student like Su-yun, who had only recently awakened his beastmaster talent. This Su-yun was truly extraordinary. Lin Xingtian silently filed Su-yun away in his mind as someone extraordinary. Lin Xingtian scanned Su-yun from head to toe and said, I've heard from my daughter about the incident in the Ningxing Wilderness Zone. You did quite well, kid. As he spoke, he extended a hand towards Su-yun. Thank you for saving my daughter. The sight of Lin Xingtian extending his hand to shake Su-yun's left everyone in the room, including Lin Yunqi, staring in astonishment. After all, given Lin Xingtian's stature, countless elite-level beastmasters wouldn't even qualify to shake his hand voluntarily. Yet here was a rookie beastmaster and Lin Xingtian was the one initiating the handshake. Lin Yunqi, who had stood silently in the room, couldn't help but glance at Su-yun several times. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time her father had ever initiated a handshake with anyone. And this person was a rookie beastmaster. Lin Yunqi's gaze shifted back and forth between Su-yun and Lin Xingtian. Doubt stirred within her. Was her father's handshake with Su-yun truly as simple as him saving her? Su-yun, the man at the center of it all, was also a bit bewildered. He wants to shake my hand right off the bat? He thought a few words of praise would be generous enough. After a moment's hesitation, Su-yun quickly extended his right hand and shook Lin Xingtian's. After the brief contact, both men withdrew their hands. Lin Xingtian stated directly, Su-yun, you saved my daughter this time. Consider it a debt I owe you. If you ever need anything in Ningxing, just come find me. A favor. Su-yun's heart sank. This was a debt owed to a master-level beast tamer. With Master Beastmaster Lin Xingtian's favor secured, Su-yun no longer feared the retaliation of Gu Feiyan's father. However, he suspected that after today, Gu Feiyan's father would no longer have the time or means to seek revenge against him. When this matter was investigated to its conclusion, it would inevitably lead to Gu Feiyan, the prime suspect. When that time came, facing the wrath of Master Beastmaster Lin Xingtian, Gu Feiyan's father merely an elite beastmaster. How could he possibly spare the time to seek revenge? The favor owed to a Master Beastmaster could be leveraged in countless other ways. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Joe Rueda, the president of the Beastmaster Association who had been seated all along, suddenly rose from his chair with a laugh and teased. Director Lin, who would have thought even you'd find yourself in debt to someone? Lin Xingtian glanced back at Joe Rueda and said, Su-yun saved my daughter. It's only right that I owe him a favor. Joe Rueda walked around the desk to stand beside Lin Xingtian, scrutinizing Su-yun from head to toe. After a moment of scrutiny, he asked with a smile, Su-yun, I hear you single-handedly took down 8 rabid level 9 juvenile demon beasts? Yes. Su-yun nodded. Impressive. Joe Rueda couldn't help but praise. Those 8 enraged beasts combined were likely no weaker than a single extraordinary level 2 demon beast. Yet you still managed to kill them effortlessly. You are the first new Beastmaster with such prowess since I became president of the Ningxing Beastmasters Association. Joe Rueda looked at Su-yun with great satisfaction. His tone carried an unmistakable sense of astonishment. Chapter 38, The Truth Revealed, Joe Rueda and Lin Xingtian's Shock. Facing Joe Rueda's praise, Su-yun scratched his head and laughed, President, you flatter me. It's all thanks to my strong Beastmaster skills. Flattery? Hearing this, Joe Rueda shook his head. Not at all. To be truly skilled in beast taming, one must have certain prerequisites. Your beast's current prowess is largely tied to your own cultivation methods. It's only been half a month since you contracted your beast. And for your beast to effortlessly slay those 8 frenzied beasts, it must be at least a level 9 juvenile, correct? Chairman Joe, your insight is truly sharp. Su-yun paused for a moment before acknowledging it frankly. Such matters were impossible to conceal. A beastmaster of even moderate strength could sense a beast's approximate level with a simple perception. Unless Suyun never summoned his beast again, making it impossible for anyone to sense it. But that was clearly impossible. After Suyun's admission, a distinct look of surprise flashed across Lin Xingqian's eyes as he fell silent beside them. It wasn't just him. Even Joe Rueda, who had asked the question and braced himself mentally beforehand, couldn't help but feel astonished. If even these two master-level beast masters reacted this way, the others in the room were even more astonished. Their astonishment now was no less intense than that of the two masters. Joe Rueda continued, according to Principal Zhang, your beast was only at the 6th stage of the juvenile rank not long ago. To leap 3 tiers in just a few days, reaching the 9th stage of the juvenile rank, doesn't this astonishing rate of growth prove your genius in beast cultivation? So, there's no need for modesty. A genius should show their genius, lest their talent go unnoticed. Joe Rueda's words made Suyun's eyes light up instantly. Hint. A blatant hint. A genius must reveal their brilliance to avoid being overlooked. Wasn't the implication here that if he demonstrated his genius, he could gain more advantages? What Suyun lacked now were resources to supplement Yuan with more skills and enhance his strength. With Joe Rueda hinting so blatantly, Suyun was ready to reveal a bit more. His beast-taming talent, isn't that his final trump card? But only a little. With this thought, Suyun turned to Joe Rueda and tentatively said, Chairman Joe, there's actually something I'd like to discuss. What is it? Feel free to speak. It concerns my beast-taming talent. Oh? Joe Rueda's eyebrows arched slightly. His hint had worked. Go ahead. Everyone in the office perked up their ears, listening intently. Everyone wanted to hear the secret behind Suyun's formidable power. Chairman Joe, Director Lin, I'm sure you both understand that the rate of growth in Beastmaster prowess is influenced by multiple factors. With 2 master-level Beast Masters before him, Suyun naturally couldn't focus on just one. Paying attention to both was the perfect approach. When it came to climbing the ladder, one had to climb both sides. Suyun's primary goal at this moment was to grow stronger. Clinging to a few powerful figures was, in a way, another path to becoming stronger, wasn't it? Understood. Understood. The two nodded to Suyun. Suyun continued, among these factors, the most significant ones are the methods used by beast masters to cultivate their beasts and the level of their innate beast mastery talent. The higher the beast master's innate talent level, the faster the pace at which the beast master space they cultivate enhances their beast master prowess. My beast's rapid growth stems not only from my training methods but also heavily from my beast master talent. Lin Xingqian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Suyun, are you implying that your beast master talent is an F rank? Correct. Suyun nodded. The machine that assessed my talent that day must have malfunctioned. My beast-taming talent is not an F-grade insightful eye. Then, what rank is it exactly? Joe Rueda couldn't help but ask. Suyun, Zhang Huoyang had already briefed him on Suyun's general situation. Among them, Zhang Huoyang had also shared all his speculations about Suyun. This included Suyun's beast-taming talent. Therefore, Joe Rueda had long suspected that Suyun's beast-taming talent might not be the F rank revealed by the test. However, he had no idea what the actual rank was. Consequently, he was intensely curious about the precise rank of Suyun's talent. Suyun paused for a moment before stating, S rank. Silence. The moment Suyun's words fell, the entire room instantly fell silent. Not a single sound escaped anyone's lips. Joe Rueda and Lin Xingqian both froze in place. They stared at Suyun with disbelieving eyes. Their eyes even betrayed a hint of suspicion. It wasn't that they doubted her. It was because S-rank Beastmaster talent was truly too rare. Across all of China, the number of students who awakened beast-taming talents each year was staggering. At least tens of millions. Yet, among these tens of millions, not a single one might possess an S-rank Beastmaster talent. Essentially, an S-rank talent emerges only once every 2 or 3 years. As for the even higher SS rank, it's rare for one to appear in several years. And the highest tier, SSS rank? Throughout China's over 300-year history of development, only 10 such individuals have ever appeared. On average, it takes over 30 years for a single SSS tier talent to emerge. That Suyun could awaken S-rank beast-taming talent was truly mind-blowing. Joe Rueda had never imagined that a place like Ningxing could produce someone with S-tier beast-taming talent. Even an A-tier beast-taming talent was a rarity in Ningxing, appearing only once every 2 or 3 years. Originally, Joe Rueda had been thoroughly satisfied with this year's discovery of Lin Yunqi, Ningxing's sole A-rank talent. But now, Suyun had emerged with an S-tier talent? Joe Rueda simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. This was precisely why suspicion arose. The doubt in their eyes did not escape Suyun's notice. He stated directly, Director Lin, Chairman Joe, I am willing to undergo another assessment of my beast-taming talent. Suyun wasn't afraid of the test revealing any abnormalities in his beast-taming talent. His beast-taming talent transcended even the SSS tier. Beyond SSS rank exactly what level it was, even the system had never provided. And the machines on Blue Star capable of detecting talents beyond SSS rank certainly couldn't pinpoint its exact level.
In that case, if the machine couldn't detect it, wouldn't he be free to declare whatever rank he wanted for his beast master talent? After all, if machines couldn't detect it, wouldn't that be proof enough of the uniqueness of his beast taming talent? In fact, he might even gain more resource allocation because of it. Seeing Su-Yun's utterly confident expression, both Zhou Ruida and Lin Qingtian felt a stir within.
Coupled with Su-Yun's astonishingly rapid growth in beast taming prowess, the possibility of him possessing S-tier talent wasn't entirely implausible.
This thought dispelled most of their doubts. With that, Zhou Ruida waved his hand dismissively. As for the assessment, there's no rush. Su-Yun, as a native of Ningxing, you represent our entire city.
The Ningxing Beastmaster Association will certainly not overlook a talent like yours.
Hearing Zhou Ruida's words, Su-Yun's heart leapt with joy. Here it comes. The funding he'd been waiting for was finally coming. Chapter 39, 2 million. Choose any C-grade resource. Under Su-Yun's expectant gaze, Zhou Ruida pulled a bank card from his breast pocket.
You've awakened an S-grade Beastmaster talent, so you deserve the corresponding reward.
Due to an unexpected incident during the talent assessment, your S-rank talent went undetected.
This card holds 2 million yuan, a token of the Ningxing Beastmaster Association's investment in nurturing your genius, along with a measure of apology.
2 million.
As Zhou Ruida revealed the staggering sum within the card, Su-Yun's eyes lit up instantly.
2 million.
Such a sum was undoubtedly a fortune for Su-Yun at this moment. This fortune could even purchase a C-grade resource. D-grade resources could awaken mid-tier skills. Could C-grade resources potentially awaken high-tier skills? Su-Yun was filled with anticipation. The current Su-Yun had already formed a plan: take the 2 million yuan and leave the Beastmaster Association immediately, buying a C-grade resource to give it a try. Thank you for your recognition, Chairman Zhou, Su-Yun said as he took the bank card and hurriedly expressed his gratitude.
Ha!
No need to thank me, Zhou Ruida chuckled, waving his hand dismissively.
I've said it before, Ningxing absolutely will not let any talent go to waste.
Furthermore, the Ningxing Beastmaster Association will spare no effort in providing you with any C-grade Beastmaster resource of your chosen attribute. So, Su-Yun, whatever attribute of Beastmaster resource you require, just name it.
Any C-grade Beastmaster resource? At Zhou Ruida's words, Su-Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A resource of any attribute? Didn't that mean he could even choose Spatial or Dragon attribute resources?
It was well known that resources of these two types commanded prices 2, 3, or even more times higher than other resources of the same grade. For instance, a C-grade would attribute resource that could be bought for 2 million might cost 4 million or even 6 million and still be unavailable. This reward was absolutely far superior to that 2 million cash prize.
Su-Yun asked uncertainly, Chairman Zhou, any attribute at all?
Of course.
Even if you want a C-grade resource of the control attribute, that's perfectly fine. Zhou Ruida nodded with a smile.
He knew Su-Yun's beast had the spatial attribute, which was precisely why he deliberately mentioned spatial attribute resources. His aim was to encourage Su-Yun to be bolder.
However, Su-Yun's response caught Zhou Ruida off guard.
Not only Zhou Ruida, but everyone present except for Lin Yunqi wore expressions of utter surprise.
Then, Chairman Zhou, may I request a C-grade Dragon attribute beast resource? Dragon and spatial attributes were equally rare. Truth be told, spatial attributes were even rarer. The reason Su-Yun chose a Dragon-type resource was precisely because Yuan was the divine beast Azure Dragon, whose primary attribute was Dragon-type. Su-Yun wanted to enhance the strength of Yuan's primary attribute. Dragon attributes? Zhou Ruida stared at Su-Yun in utter bewilderment, utterly baffled by his choice of Dragon resources. Wasn't Su-Yun's beast riding ability dual attributed in wood and space? Why choose Dragon? Wait a minute. Could it be that Su-Yun's beast? Suddenly, an incredibly bold thought sprang to Zhou Ruida's mind. The mere thought of it left him utterly speechless. Beside him, Lin Xingtian's expression mirrored his own. The shock surging through his heart was no less intense than Zhou Ruida's. When Su-Yun suddenly demanded Dragon attribute Beastmaster resources, Lin Xingtian had arrived at the same conclusion as Zhou Ruida. The stunned expressions on their faces left Su-Yun momentarily speechless. Didn't they know that Yuan possessed Dragon attributes? Su-Yun's gaze drifted unconsciously toward Lin Yunqi beside him. Noticing Su-Yun's gaze, Lin Yunqi gave him a wink. Lin Yunqi's gesture caught Su-Yun off guard. Lin Yunqi had actually kept his secret. Su-Yun had ordered Yuan to use the advanced skill Dragon Might in front of Lin Yunqi. He had assumed that when Lin Yunqi recounted the events to Zhou Ruida and the others, she would mention Yuan's mastery of the Dragon's Might skill. But now it was clear that Lin Yunqi had deliberately skipped over that part. Otherwise, how could Zhou Ruida, Lin Xingti, and the others be reacting this way? Su-Yun felt genuinely pleased that Lin Yunqi was willing to keep his secret. It seemed he hadn't saved the wrong person after all. Su-Yun, does your beast companion also possess Dragon attributes? Lin Xingtian voiced his astonished question first. Su-Yun nodded in acknowledgement. That's correct. Besides spatial and wood attributes, my beast also possesses Dragon attributes.
The moment he unleashed the dragon's might in front of Lin Yunxi, Su Yun had no intention of hiding it any longer.
Since he'd decided to reveal everything, he might as well reveal more. Only by demonstrating his formidable capabilities could he secure greater investment from others. Money held immense significance for Su Yun at this moment. He naturally wouldn't adopt the same laid-back attitude as before. After Su Yun's admission, Zhou Ruida and Lin Xingti, though they had long suspected as much, couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock.
In their initial forms, dual attribute beast tamers were already extremely rare. Such occurrences typically manifested in the young of beasts possessing the potential of a dominant species. Young beasts with sovereign class potential might also exhibit this trait, though the probability was extremely low. Triple attributes, or even the rarer quadruple attributes, were something beasts acquired only through continuous evolution. Wasn't Su Yun's beast also just an initial stage young one? Whether any beast on Blue Star mastered 3 attributes during its juvenile stage was unknown to the two. Yet as master-level beast tamers, neither had ever witnessed a beast mastery creature commanding 3 attributes during its juvenile stage. Moreover, 2 of those attributes were the exceptionally rare dragon in space types. Defying the heavens, utterly defying the heavens. At that moment, Zhou Ruida and Lin Xingtian could find no words to describe the depth of their astonishment. Their greatest conjecture about Su Yun had been that his background was extraordinary. Yet now, they began to doubt even that. A cub beast master possessing 3 attributes, could this truly be the result of an extraordinary background? Throughout over 3 centuries of Huaxia history, how many young masters from prominent families had dual attribute beasts? Even among those who awakened SSS tier beast master talents throughout China's history, none had ever possessed a 3-elemental beast cub as their initial mount. Just how powerful must Su Yun's family background be to obtain a triple elemental beast? Wasn't that beyond the scope of Blue Star? Zhou Ruida couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked, "Su Yun, may I ask about the origin of your beast?" Sure. Su Yun had long prepared for questions about his beast's origins. Given how powerful Yuan was, Su Yun would have found it strange if no one had asked about its origins. Chapter 40, Explaining Yuan's Origin. Chairman Zhou, as you know, I'm an orphan living solely on monthly subsidies. After years of scrimping and saving, I've only managed to accumulate 35,000 yuan, barely enough to purchase a beast with low-tier extraordinary potential. Back then, knowing my Beastmaster talent was an F grade, I was deeply reluctant to contract a beast with low-tier extraordinary racial potential. That's why I decided to take a gamble and bought a blind box beast egg outright. My beast companion hatched from that blind box egg. Su Yun attributed everything to luck. Luck was the most elusive and unpredictable thing of all. And the fact was, he really did buy a blind box beast egg. Only that tamed beast egg still lay hidden in a corner of Su Yun's home, never hatched. After hearing Su Yun's explanation, the two men exchanged glances, their eyes darting back and forth. To these 2 master-level beast tamers, blind box beast eggs were the most ridiculous notion imaginable. These blind box beast eggs were supposedly tested and screened. But in their elite circles, everyone knew they were nothing but wasteful beasts filtered through layer upon layer of testing. The kind that would be utterly unsellable once hatched. Thus, blind box beast eggs were nothing more than a sham designed to deceive low-tier beast tamers. Since blind box beast eggs first appeared, how many across all of China have ever hatched a beast with racial potential reaching the commander tier? Count them on one hand. Even those who did hatch a beast with commander tier potential were the result of deliberate, underhanded manipulation. The goal? To showcase the potential of blind box beast eggs to the masses. This is hardly a secret within their elite beast master circles. It's just that no one openly admits it. The stakes involved were simply too high. Moreover, the blind box spirit beast eggs hadn't caused any significant harm. Priced at a modest 20,000 yuan each, 95% of the beasts hatched from them possessed only low-tier extraordinary species potential. Meanwhile, purchasing a legitimate low-tier extraordinary species beast directly costs 30,000 yuan. Yet when this happened to Su Yun, the two found it less far-fetched. In fact, this scenario felt more plausible than the notion that Su Yun had deep-rooted connections backing him. After all, it was a triple attribute beast. Across all of China, this was likely the first publicly known pet beast hatchling, right? A triple attribute beastling must be exceptionally rare. The probability of its uniqueness going undetected was actually quite high, wasn't it? 2 master-level beast tamers, combined with their unique speculations, made everything seem perfectly plausible. They naturally concluded it was simply a stroke of luck for Su Yun. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Su Yun betrayed a hint of envy. For a rookie beastmaster to inspire envy even in master-level practitioners revealed just how precious everything about Su Yun truly was. An S-rank beastmaster talent, and he'd even snagged such a rare and powerful beast. Would it be possible to summon your beast for us to see? Lin Xingtian asked at that moment. Certainly, Su Yun nodded without hesitation. He couldn't wait to do so. If he could make another big score with Yuan, that would be absolutely perfect. Su Yun formed hand seals, and a white hexagram magic array materialized before him. Immediately, Yuan's form, over a meter long, slowly materialized from within the array. Back in the wilderness of Ningxing, Su Yun had anticipated being summoned for questioning. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had forcibly recalled Yuan back into his beast-taming space. Yuan's sudden appearance caused those nearby Zhang Huayang, Lin Yunqi, and others to instinctively step forward. Li Jiannan, who had been standing behind them, also moved 2 steps closer to Su Yun. Every single person present was filled with curiosity about Yuan. In contrast, the moment Yuan appeared, he paid no heed to the gazes of so many. Instead, he shot Su Yun a displeased glance over his shoulder. It seemed he was furious at Su Yun for forcibly sealing him within the beast-taming space. Su Yun silently chose to ignore Yuan's anger. Instead, he turned to Zhou and Lin and declared, "This is my beast." The moment Yuan materialized, both men's eyes locked onto him. A triple attribute beast? This was their first time witnessing such a thing. Naturally, they intended to observe it closely. After observing for a while, Lin Xingtian narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Its appearance is rather unremarkable, even somewhat resembling the lowly potential of the emerald leaf snake. But I can clearly sense an utterly terrifying energy emanating from this beast. A level 9 youngling already wielding such terrifying power, truly worthy of a beast that masters 3 elements even in its juvenile stage." "Ha!" Just then, Zhou Rueda, who had been observing the entire time, gasped in surprise. Pointing at Yuan's head, he asked, "There are 2 small bumps on its head. Could those be budding dragon horns?" Having learned Yuan possessed dragon attributes, Zhou Rueda immediately associated them with dragon horns. Su Yun nodded. "Yes, those are nascent dragon horns yet to fully emerge." Zhou Rueda murmured in wonder upon hearing this. "Dragon horns, huh? The dragon bloodline within your beast must be exceptionally pure, right? After all, beasts with dragon attributes capable of growing horns are invariably pure-blooded dragon species, without a trace of impurity. Su Yun, this beast seems to be making its first appearance on Blue Star, right?" Lin Xingtian inquired. Su Yun pondered for a moment before replying, "If there are no records of it anywhere in the entire Blue Star world, then yes, that should be the case." He couldn't say for certain. His exposure to the world was still far too limited. How could his knowledge compare to these 2 master-level beast tamers before him? "Does he have a name?" Lin Xingtian pressed. "I named him Yuan." Lin Xingtian shook his head. "No, I meant the name of his beast master species." "Ah." Su Yun paused before replying, "The name of the beast type? I hadn't actually considered that." Lin Xingtian smiled. "Su Yun, if it's a newly discovered beast not yet recorded by any nation on Blue Star, the first person to discover it has the naming rights. Not only that, but you could also receive a substantial registration fee based on the beast's potential. So, Su Yun, you need to come up with a name for his beast type." "I see." After Lin Xingtian's reminder, Su Yun understood the situation. Since there was money to be made, it seemed he had to come up with a name. The name Azure Dragon was definitely out of the question. It would likely be rejected outright upon submission. The Azure Dragon is a legendary divine beast. Even though Yuan was the legendary divine beast Qinglong. Who would believe that? After pondering for a moment, Su Yun suggested, "How about calling it the Ancient Dragon of the Great Void?" "Taishu Ancient Dragon?" Zhou Rueda raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. "That's a good name. I'll have it officially registered for you later." As he spoke, Zhou Rueda seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, what is the specific grade of this beast's racial potential?" Chapter 41, Departure. Racial potential? At this, Su Yun couldn't help but frown. Regarding Yuan's racial potential, Su Yun truly didn't know the specifics. He only knew that Yuan's racial potential surpassed the highest known racial potential on Blue Star. But this was certainly not something he could reveal. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun replied, "I don't know the exact nature of the racial potential, but it should at least be that of a lower-tier overlord. The minimum requirement for a low-tier overlord's racial potential was mastery of 2 super-tier skills. For a young individual of a lower-tier overlord race, mastering 1 super-tier skill is mandatory. This was one of the fundamental criteria for determining a beastmaster's racial potential on Blue Star. Of course, it was merely one of them. Lower-tier overlord. Zhou Rueda gasped in shock upon hearing this. Lin Xingtian's shock was no less than Zhou Rueda's. A beastmaster with the potential of a low-tier dominant species. And still in its juvenile stage. For a moment, the unmistakable envy in their stunned gazes was impossible to hide. Even as master-level beast tamers, they couldn't possess a beast with the potential of a dominant species. One could only imagine how precious a beastmaster with the potential of a dominant species was. Forget masters, even cataclysmic beastmasters rarely possess one. Only World Destroyer tier beastmasters could even touch the threshold of possessing a beast with overlord potential. Lin Xingtian seemed struck by a thought and asked in astonishment. "Su Yun, you've assessed your beast's potential to be at least that of a lower-tier dominator race. Could it be that he already possesses a super-tier skill?" "Yes, that's correct." Su Yun nodded, still holding nothing back. The super-tier skill would inevitably be used soon. Hiding it now would only make explanations difficult later. Better to be upfront now. Since Yuan's 3 attributes had already been revealed, adding one more super tier skill wouldn't make much difference.
TSK. Hearing Suyun's admission, Lin Xingtian couldn't help but smack his lips. An ultra tier skill. As a master level beast tamer, he commanded 4 beasts.
Among these 4, only one had barely mastered a single super tier skill. As a rookie beast tamer, Suyun had already mastered a super tier skill while his beast was still at the juvenile stage. Given his future growth, mastering a second super tier skill wouldn't be a problem either. For a moment, Lin Xingtian and Zhou Ruida felt a strange, indescribable sensation welling up inside them.
Luck, it seemed, was truly not something everyone could possess.
Zhou Ruida paused to compose his complex emotions before saying, whether it's a low-tier overlord species is still up for debate. But since your beast possesses a super tier skill, its racial potential is at least that of a low-tier dominant species. Once its name is submitted and approved, there will be a specific assessment of your beast's racial potential. After that assessment, we'll know its exact racial potential.
Understood.
Suyun nodded, though he harbored little hope of the outcome of this assessment.
Yuan's racial potential had already surpassed Blue Star's limits. Could the current Blue Star machines for assessing Beastmaster racial potential even detect it? Director Lin.
At that moment, Zhou Ruida's gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Xingtian beside him, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Lin, with such a prodigy emerging in Ningxing, shouldn't you, as one of the city's 2 master-level beast tamers with the most established legacy, make a gesture? Zhou Ruida's words were a clear hint.
With so many witnesses present, should Lin Xingtian refuse, his reputation would plummet irrevocably.
Should word spread, it could even tarnish the reputation of the Panlei Martial Arts Academy.
Yet, faced with Zhou Ruida's blatant, open scheme, Lin Xingtian responded with a hearty laugh.
Of course. With such a prodigy emerging in Ningxing, as a member of this city, I should certainly do my part. After learning about Suyun's situation, Lin Xingtian had already made up his mind.
Who wouldn't want to invest in a prodigy like Suyun, whose future held boundless promise?
It's just that I left home in a hurry and didn't bring much with me.
He glanced at Suyun and asked with a smile, Suyun, would it be alright to wait a little while?
I'll have someone deliver it to your residence.
Sure. Suyun nodded quickly. Just a few days. Time was the last thing Suyun lacked right now.
As a master-level beast tamer who also ran the largest martial arts academy in Ningxing, Lin Xingtian was no ordinary figure.
Even if he only offered money instead of goods, it would start at several million, right? If the offer was substantial enough, Suyun was already considering purchasing B-grade resources.
Grade B resources should be able to awaken at least one high-tier skill, right?
Seeing his objective achieved, Zhou Ruida waved his hand and said, alright, that's all we needed you for.
Suyun, if you have no other business, you may leave. After saying that, he added, that C-grade dragon-type resource may require you to wait a few more days. Dragon-type resources are rare after all, and we need to prepare accordingly.
Alright. Suyun nodded again. Good things are worth waiting for.
As he always said, time was the one thing he had plenty of right now.
Zhou
Ruida turned to Li Jiannan and instructed, Captain Li, please see Suyun out.
Understood.
Li Jiannan nodded in agreement.
Suyun froze. She glanced back at Li Jiannan.
The squad leader of the Beastmaster Association was escorting her home.
Was this really happening?
So this is what it feels like to be a genius.
After the matter was settled, Suyun followed Li Jiannan out of the Beastmaster Association president's office. As before, Li Jiannan personally drove the car. Once seated, Li Jiannan asked Suyun, are you heading straight home, or would you like to pick something up first? Suyun had just received 2 million yuan, and Li Jiannan was present.
He was very considerate.
Suyun thought for a moment and replied, let's just go home. Partly, he didn't want to trouble Li Jiannan.
But more importantly, he wanted to get home first to see if he could directly upgrade Yuan's level to the extraordinary tier.
Alright.
About 10 minutes later, Li Jiannan pulled up beside an old suburban apartment complex on the outskirts of the city. You live in such a humble place.
Gazing through the window at the high-rise apartment building covered in exterior damage, Li Jiannan couldn't help but remark. Sigh.
Suyun sighed and began to complain to Li Jiannan, Captain Li, you know I lost my parents when I was young.
Having a place to live at all is already a blessing. My place is only about 50 square meters.
Even when my beast wants to stretch its legs, there's barely any room to move around.
Listening to Suyun, Li Jiannan's expression softened with sympathy.
It's truly unacceptable for a genius like you to live in such conditions. I'll discuss your situation with the guild leader. We'll see if we can arrange a better place for you to live.
Thank you, Captain Li.
Suyun expressed his gratitude, his heart already bursting with joy. Finally, his living conditions could change. Living in a cramped 50 square meter space was unbearably stifling.
Chapter 42, The Wrath of Gaelong. Beastmaster Association, President's Office.
After Li Jiannan and Suyun departed, Principal Zhang Huayang and Lin Yunqi also left one after another. Now, only the 2 Grandmaster Beastmasters, Lin Xingtian and Zhou Ruida, remained.
Director Lin, regarding the Wilderness Zone matter, will you handle it personally, or leave it to our Beastmaster Association? Zhou Rueda asked Lin Xingqian in a level tone.
I'll handle it myself, Lin Xingtian shook his head. If the Beastmaster Association takes it on, it'll be too slow, all that investigating this and that.
The final outcome might not be satisfactory either. Zhou Rueda nodded. Very well. Then our Beastmaster Association will not intervene in this matter.
With that, neither man spoke further. Lin Xingtian turned and left the Beastmaster Association.
Yet as he departed, a distinct aura lingered about him.
At the same time, in Qingshan residential complex,
inside the Gu family's apartment,
Gu Feiyang rushed back from the Beastmaster Association at top speed and recounted the events in Ningqing Wilderness to Gulong.
Smack! After hearing this, Gulong immediately slapped Gu Feiyang across the face. Stunned and bewildered, Gu Feiyang reeled from the impact. However, seeing Gulong's furious face with bulging veins, Gu Feiyang's bewilderment quickly vanished.
Instead, a look of dread spread across his face. This was the first time in his entire life that he had ever seen Gulong display such intense fury.
Useless!
You're nothing but a good-for-nothing who only makes things worse.
Gulong roared at Gu Feiyang. How did I end up with a dumb pig like you? How could you mess up something this simple? Couldn't you have checked Suyun's location before acting? Gulong paced furiously back and forth in the room. As he paced, his mouth continued to spew curses at Gu Feiyang. Damn it!
If it weren't for your mother dying young and you being my only son, I'd have killed you long ago. Gu Feiyang, however, caught the flaw in his father's logic and blurted out.
Dad, you have other sons who aren't your own?
The room fell silent at his words. Gulong stopped pacing and fixed his gaze on Gu Feiyang.
Gu Feiyang's neck tensed.
After delivering a mountainous lecture on paternal love, Gulong sat down on a chair in the room, panting heavily. Beside him, Gu Feiyang knelt on the floor, his face bruised and swollen. After delivering a mountainous dose of paternal guidance, Gulong's anger visibly subsided. Sitting in his chair, he spoke with a deep, contemplative gaze. Things have come to this.
All we can do now is figure out how to make amends. Gu Feiyang looked up, puzzled. Dad, I covered my tracks in the Wilderness Zone.
If they want to investigate, they shouldn't be able to trace it back to me so easily. At most, they'd only have suspicions.
So shouldn't we focus on clearing our names first, rather than rushing to apologize? Investigate?
Gulong shot Gu Feiyang a sidelong glance and shook his head. You're underestimating the situation. If the other party were like your father, an elite-level Beastmaster or below, the Beastmaster Association would naturally launch an investigation as standard procedure. But since the other party is a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster, the nature of this incident changes entirely. Lin Xingtian is a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster. The Ningqing Beastmaster Association will make the utmost concessions in this matter. And he only needs a single suspicion to come after us.
Thump! Thump!
At that very moment, a powerful force pounded on Gulong's front door. Startled by the sudden noise, Gulong's breath caught in his throat. Someone knocking at this hour, and with such force.
He already knew who it was. However, Gu Feiyang truly had no idea. He snapped angrily, Who is it? Who is it? There's a doorbell, yet you don't press it? Knocking is one thing, but why so hard? Don't you know this is our house? Looking for trouble. Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, a solid slap landed on his face. You idiot! You're gonna get me killed someday. Gulong blared at Gu Feiyang with murderous intent. Damn it, if I'd known this son was this stupid, I'd have nailed him to the wall back then. Stay quiet and kneel over there. I won't let you speak, so you'd better not utter a word. After instructing Gu Feiyang, Gulong hurriedly rose and walked to the door, opening it. As expected, the visitor was Lin Xingtian. Lin Xingtian's expression was gloomy. Even without deliberately showing anger, the boundless rage radiating from him was palpable. At first, Lin Xingtian had actually intended to break through the window and enter directly. But considering his status as the headmaster of Panlei Martial Arts Academy, and the fact that this was the most upscale residential complex in all of Ningqing, the repercussions would be severe. Therefore, he opted for the more civilized approach of knocking on the door. Upon recognizing the visitor as Lin Xingtian, Gulong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed obsequiously, saying, Master Lin, please come in. Lin Xingtian shot Gulong a cold glance before striding straight into the house. He sat down on the living room sofa without hesitation. After glancing at Gu Feiyang, who was kneeling on the floor with a black eye and swollen face, Lin Xingtian spoke, Gulong, you should know why I'm here, right? I know, Gulong nodded repeatedly. Lin Xingtian's expression turned puzzled as he asked, Did my daughter offend you in some way? Or is it that you simply dislike me and are targeting my daughter? As he finished speaking, Lin Xingtian abruptly rose from the sofa, his aura as a Grandmaster Beast Tamer leaking out unrestrained. Thud! Gu Feiyang couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure and crashed flat onto the floor. Gulong, too, was drenched in cold sweat from the master-level pressure, barely managing to keep himself from kneeling. Lin! Director Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. Go Long wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Your daughter didn't provoke me, and I certainly don't hold any grudge against you. Originally, this matter was meant to target Su Yun. It was only because my son was so foolish that the 8 demon beasts ended up attacking your daughter instead?" Lin Xing's sudden arrival had caught Go Long off guard, leaving him unprepared for how to respond. He had no choice but to tell the truth. "Oh?" Lin Xing Tian raised an eyebrow at this. "So you're saying the person you intended to target was Su Yun?" Feeling the oppressive aura around him gradually lessen, Go Long's heart leapt with joy. Honesty truly paid off. He quickly nodded. "That's correct, Director Lin. From the start, my target was indeed Su Yun. It was only because my foolish son mistakenly targeted the wrong person entering the core area that your daughter ended up surrounded by demon beasts." "Ha!" A strange chuckle suddenly escaped Lin Xing Tian's lips. "Had I known you'd say this, I would have brought that old codger Joe Rueda along." "Joe Rueda? Chairman Joe?" Upon hearing Joe Rueda's name, Go Long instantly recognized who he was. Yet, he was filled with confusion. Why bring Joe Rueda? Boom! At that moment, the oppressive aura around them suddenly intensified once more. Thud! Caught off guard, Go Long collapsed to his knees. Go Long stared at Lin Xing Tian in utter shock, utterly baffled by this turn of events. Lin Xingtian's expression darkened once more. "You've targeted that kid Su Yun. The consequences will be far more severe than if you targeted my daughter." Chapter 43, Both Advance. "You've targeted that kid Su Yun. The consequences will be far more severe than if you targeted my daughter." Hearing Lin Xingtian's words, Go Long was momentarily dumbfounded. What? Targeting Su Yun would be worse than targeting Lin Yunxi? Wasn't Su Yun just an orphan with no connections? How could targeting him be worse than targeting Lin Yunxi? Lin Xingtian shot a sidelong glance at Go Long kneeling on the ground and spoke indifferently. Su Yun, barring any surprises, will be designated as the primary and sole key cultivation target by the Ningqing Beastmaster Association. You targeted my daughter, and you might have faced only me. But you targeted Su Yun, and you'll be facing the entire Ningqing Beastmaster Association. What? Go Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at Lin Xingtian. But Su Yun is just a waste of space who awakened an F-rank Beastmaster talent. Even if his beast species has high potential, there's no way he could be designated as a key cultivation candidate? Ha! Lin Xingtian gave a cold laugh, choosing not to elaborate further to Go Long. A piece of trash like Go Long wasn't worth wasting his breath on. Looking down at Go Long kneeling before him, Lin Xingtian suddenly felt less inclined to handle this matter personally. He felt it might be better to leave this matter to the Beastmaster Association to handle. Come. Follow me to the Beastmaster Association. At the mention of the Beastmaster Association, Go Long instantly panicked. Su Yun was listed as a key cultivation candidate for the Ningqing Beastmaster Association. He knew exactly what that meant. And the crime he had committed was attempting to harm a key cultivation candidate of the Beastmaster Association. Even as an elite-level Beastmaster, he couldn't escape the fate of imprisonment. Go Long hurriedly began defending himself. Director Lin, I deliberately deceived you earlier out of fear of your retaliation. The one I intended to harm was indeed your daughter, Lin Yunxi. Go Long's sudden reversal caught even Lin Xingtian off guard for a moment. Go Long's reaction was quick. Given the current situation, he knew exactly which target would carry a lesser charge. He'd rather face the wrath of Lin Xingtian, a master-level Beastmaster, than endure the sanctions of the Ningqing Beastmaster Association. After all, there was clear evidence of his attempt to harm Lin Yunxi. Accusing him of plotting against Su Yun was pure nonsense. You say you were targeting my daughter? Yes, Go Long nodded repeatedly. Master Lin, I'm willing to compensate for this. 1 million, no, 5 million, would that suffice? Lin Xingtian shook his head at this and silently pulled his phone from his pocket. I recorded it. In Lin Xingtian's eyes, 5 million yuan in compensation paled in comparison to winning Su Yun's favor. Su Yun was absolutely worth his investment. As Go Long stared at the recording interface on Lin Xingtian's phone, his vision darkened and despair washed over his face. It's over. Upon returning home, Su Yun immediately opened his personal data panel to review the spoils from his expedition into the wilderness zone. Host, Su Yun. Beast-Taming, Azure Dragon Juvenile Stage, tap to view details. Beastmaster Talent Eye of Truth Super SSS rank. Beastmaster points, 2,280 points. Beastmaster level Novice Beastmaster. Staring at his 2,280 Beastmaster points, Su Yun fell deep in thought. Could over 2,200 points directly elevate Yuan's level from Juvenile Stage 9 to Supernatural Stage 1? System, add 500 Beastmaster points to Yuan first. Su Yun chose not to go all in immediately, instead opting to incrementally increase the points. He wanted to see exactly how many Beastmaster points were required to advance from Juvenile Level 9 to Transcendent Level 1. Ding! Points added successfully. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Yun opened Yuan's data panel for a glance. Level 9 Juvenile. No change. To account for potential delays, Suyun watched for a few extra seconds. Yet, there was still no change. System, add 500 points. Ding! Points added successfully. 1,000 points were added, yet Yuan's level remained stuck at juvenile level 9, showing no change whatsoever. Not even 1,000 points work? Suyun was somewhat surprised by this. A mere 1,000 points could directly elevate a level 1 young beast to level 9. And the gap between level 9 and extraordinary level 1 was merely a single minor tier. The gap between the transcendent and juvenile tiers was truly enormous. System, add another 500 points. Ding! Points added successfully. Why hasn't it changed yet?
After adding a total of 1,500 points, Yuan's strength remained stuck at juvenile level 9, showing no change whatsoever. Only 780 beast-taming points remained.
For a moment, Suyun lost confidence in whether Yuan could reach extraordinary level 1. But with 1,500 points already spent, reaching extraordinary level 1 should be imminent, right?
With this thought in mind, Suyun proceeded to allocate points again. This time, however, he reduced the allocation from 500 points to 100 points.
1,600, 1,700, 1,800.
Finally, upon reaching 2,000 points, the level bar for Yuan's class displayed a change.
Beast-Taming Little Azure Dragon Juvenile. Name, Yuan. Attributes, Dragon, Wood, Space. Level, Extraordinary 1. Racial Potential? Skills, Basic. Intermediate. Advanced. Transcendent Tier. Divine Tier. Few.
After spending 2,000 points, he finally elevated Yuan to supernatural level 1. Suyun let out a long sigh of relief. Though the cost was a bit steep, at least the level had risen. 2,000 points, and that was merely the cost to reach supernatural level 1. The cost to advance from extraordinary level 1 to extraordinary level 2 would likely be even more staggering. With extraordinary level 1 strength, he should be able to handle the upcoming city-level high school league. The school hadn't announced it yet, but Suyun knew. Such competitions are held annually. This is precisely why the school selects its team. Speaking of which, the school should be announcing this soon, right? Shaking his head, Suyun pushed the thought aside and began to sense the changes occurring within himself. The beast's enhanced power would feed back energy to the Beastmaster, strengthening the Beastmaster's physical constitution. Simultaneously, this returned energy could also drive the level progression of the Beastmaster's beast space. Only upon reaching the rank of professional Beastmaster could one cultivate the Beastmaster space's level through special meditation techniques. Therefore, novice Beastmasters could only rely on the energy feedback generated by their beast's level increases to advance their beast space. Yuan's successful advancement to extraordinary tier 1 brought an astonishing amount of energy back to Suyun. Suyun's physical prowess underwent comprehensive enhancement. To put it bluntly, Suyun could now easily knock out Tyson with a single punch. Knocking Tyson down with a single punch was a certainty. As expected, under the energy feedback from Yuan's level increase, Suyun's Beast Tamer space level also rose accordingly. Chapter 44, Awakening High-Tier Skills. Suyun's Beast Taming space level successfully increased by 1, reaching level 2. With the level increase, the area of the Beast Taming space doubled. It expanded from the size of 4 soccer fields to the size of 8 soccer fields. However, advancing the Beast Taming space to level 2 did not automatically elevate Suyun's Beast Tamer rank. Beastmaster rank required undergoing an assessment at the Beastmaster Association. To take the professional Beastmaster examination, 2 conditions must be met. One must have 2 contracted beasts, and one of those beasts must be of the supernatural rank. Suyun hadn't even contracted a second beast yet, so he was nowhere near meeting the requirements for the exam. Moreover, Suyun hadn't even begun to consider what kind of beast to contract as his second one. Or rather, he had never even considered the matter. Suyun was in no hurry to take the professional Beastmaster exam. Therefore, until he encountered a suitable beast, he had no intention of casually contracting just any beast. Racial potential was irrelevant. With his eye of truth, Suyun could see the future evolutionary path of any beast. Even a beast with low-tier extraordinary racial potential, Suyun was confident he could cultivate into a top-tier beast. Suyun pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. Today had been eventful. Yet it was only 6 in the evening. Having just acquired a massive sum of 2 million, Suyun simply couldn't sit still. Since Yuan's level had risen, shouldn't he arrange another round of skill upgrades? It was the perfect time to check out the C-grade beast resources and see what tier of skills could be awakened. With that thought, Suyun stepped out the door and hailed a cab to Dawn Mall. Upon entering Dawn Mall, the process was identical to his previous visit. He headed to the second floor, where he was greeted once again by a strikingly beautiful woman. Her figure and appearance were every bit as striking as Jiang Qing, who had assisted him last time. Led by this woman, Suyun entered a reception room. This time, Suyun once again selected the wood attribute resource list. As for why he didn't choose dragon or space attributes? Simply put, Suyun couldn't afford them. After reviewing the options, Suyun selected a C-grade wood attribute resource called the Azure Woodlingji.
priced at 1.8 million credits.
When Soo-Yun stated what he needed, the receptionist immediately wore a look of shock. Clearly, she hadn't expected Soo-Yun to purchase a C-grade resource. Finally, the receptionist left with a delighted smile. Moments later, she returned carrying a wooden box. After confirming the contents were correct, Soo-Yun promptly paid and left the Dawn Mall, heading straight home. Upon arriving home, Soo-Yun immediately summoned Yuan from his beast-taming space. The moment Yuan materialized, a powerful energy fluctuation radiated from his body. This energy fluctuation was incredibly powerful. Feeling this energy fluctuation firsthand, Soo-Yun suddenly felt invincible. As long as he didn't encounter someone whose racial potential reached the level of a overlord, even though Yuan was only at the extraordinary first level, he should be an unrivaled existence among all extraordinary level beings.
As Yuan's power grew, his physical form underwent changes.
Not only did his length increase again, reaching about 1.5 meters, but his width also grew by roughly 10 centimeters.
His entire body appeared considerably more robust.
The scales covering his body gleamed with a more vibrant luster. The two small bumps on his forehead had become distinctly prominent. It wouldn't be long before horns began to emerge. Having been confined in the beast-taming space for quite some time, Yuan immediately approached Soo-Yun upon emerging. He rubbed his little head against Soo-Yun's hand. This time, he wasn't angry about being confined in the beast-taming space. Instead, Yuan sensed a significant surge in his own power. He hadn't done anything, yet his power kept growing.
Yuan knew all this was thanks to his beast master, Soo-Yun.
Soo-Yun stroked Yuan's head and smiled, saying, "Alright, let's try eating this first and see if it can awaken a new skill." Given his previous experience, Yuan easily grasped the meaning behind Soo-Yun's words. He turned his gaze to the box held in Soo-Yun's other hand.
Soo-Yun opened the box, revealing a C-grade wood attribute resource, the green woodlingji.
The Qingmu-lingji featured a pale green hue around its edges, while its center bore a rich, dark brown color.
Yuan stared at the Qingmu-lingji, feeling an overwhelming pull toward it. Eat it. With Soo-Yun's permission, Yuan swallowed the Qingmu-lingji in one gulp under Soo-Yun's expectant gaze. Watching Yuan swallow the Qingmu-lingji, a wave of anxiety surged through Soo-Yun's heart. 1.8 million credits if it didn't awaken any new skills, that would be a huge loss. Ding! Congratulations, host.
Your beast companion Little Green Dragon has consumed wood attribute resources, igniting its bloodline power and successfully awakening the high-tier wood element skill, energy extraction.
It worked!
The system notification echoing in his mind sent a wave of excitement coursing through Soo-Yun.
1.8 million not wasted.
Not only that, but it directly awakened a high-tier skill. Energy extraction, as the name suggests, allows one to directly extract energy from an opponent's body and convert it into their own. Therefore, among all advanced wood-type skills, energy extraction belonged to the extremely rare category. The skill fruits for high-tier skills start at 10 million credits each. A rare wood-type skill like energy extraction is worth far more than 10 million. Yet now, Soo-Yun had mastered it for a mere 1.8 million.
What an incredible bargain!
At this moment, the joy in Soo-Yun's heart was beyond words.
Who would have thought he'd get this lucky today? Looks like he'd be sleeping soundly tonight. The next morning at 8 o'clock.
Soo-Yun slowly awoke from his slumber.
Since becoming a beast master, Soo-Yun's sleep quality had improved dramatically. He hadn't experienced a single night of insomnia.
As Soo-Yun prepared to check his phone before getting up, he received a message from his homeroom teacher, Hurong. The message Hurong delivered concerned the upcoming Municipal College League tournament.
On April 1st, they would be traveling to Fengyang City to participate in the Municipal High School League. Fengyang City administered a total of 10 counties and districts. Ningxing was one of these counties.
In addition, Hurong delivered another piece of news. There had been changes to the school team roster.
Gu Feiyan has been removed from the team.
Regarding new team selections, the school decided to hold another competition. However, this competition had nothing to do with Soo-Yun, whose spot on the team had already been confirmed.
Soo-Yun wasn't surprised by Gu Feiyan's expulsion from the team. Once such matters came to light, how could he possibly escape unscathed? Especially since the person he had betrayed was none other than Lin Yunqi. Lin Yunqi's father was a master-level beast tamer. This matter was bound to be far from over. Chapter 45, All Charges Waived. After Hurong finished discussing these two matters with Soo-Yun, there was nothing else to report. Just as Soo-Yun was about to get up after putting down her phone, a call suddenly came in. Seeing the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, Soo-Yun was puzzled. Who would be calling him at this hour? With a puzzled expression, Soo-Yun pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Soo-Yun? The familiar voice came through the phone the moment it connected. Chairman Zhou? Soo-Yun tentatively called out. Yes, it's me. Chairman Zhou, what brings you to call me? There is something. The time when the beasts in the wilderness zone go berserk, the one they truly target is you, not Lin Yunqi. Hearing Zhou Ruida's words over the phone, Soo-Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Just as he suspected. His guess that day had been correct. The true target in the wilderness zone was himself, not Lin Yunqi. He knew it. With a master-level beast tamer as her father. Who in their right mind would dare target her? According to Go Feiyan's logic that day, as the strongest individual, he should have been in the core zone. The one targeted for assassination should have been him. Su-yun, you must have figured this out by now, right? Yeah, after Go Feiyang returned to the supply station yesterday, I pieced it together from his words. You know who started this whole thing, right? Yeah, I know that too. It's Go Feiyang and his elite-level Beastmaster father, right? Right. Good to know you're aware. Saves me having to explain anything to you.
No sooner had Zhou Rueda finished speaking than his grumbling began again.
That Go Long sure is arrogant. He thinks you have no backing, and with his elite-level Beastmaster status, he figures even if he gets caught, it'll just be a matter of paying some money. Too bad he miscalculated. Su-yun, you're now a key cultivation target for our Ningxing Beastmaster Association. The consequences for messing with you will be far worse than what happened to Lin Yunxi. Alright, since you anticipated all this beforehand, I won't bother you further. I'll sign off now. Understood, Chairman Zhou. Beep beep beep. The dial tone sounded as Zhou Rueda ended the call. Setting down the phone, Su-yun's eyes flickered. This efficiency, it's actually this fast. What happened yesterday was already uncovered today. Doesn't gathering evidence take time? Su-yun was unaware that gathering evidence did indeed take time. But Gulon, desperate to avoid Lin Xingtian's retaliation, had essentially become a suicide truck. He successfully blew himself up while confessing his plot to murder Su-yun. Not only did he expose himself, but crucially, Lin Xingtian had recorded the entire thing in advance. This time, no one would come bothering Su-yun anymore. Su-yun rose from bed without incident. April 1st was the scheduled date for the Municipal College League tournament. There were still over 10 days left until April 1st. For the next few days, Su-yun had no intention of going to school. As a member of the school team, and highly likely to be appointed as its captain, he had that much authority. The main reason was that attending school offered little benefit for his improvement. He'd be better off doing light training at home, essentially playing. But playing every day was starting to feel a bit boring. It wasn't Su-yun who was bored, but Yuan. It had been less than a month since Su-yun had arrived in this world. There was simply too much to learn from his phone. Yuan, on the other hand, spent his days sprawled on the desk or bed. Su-yun still had 300,000 yuan left. 300,000 yuan should be enough to cover some basic training at the martial arts academy, right? Su-yun pondered this. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret that when he taught Lin Yunxi skills, he hadn't checked the prices at her family's martial arts academy. If I checked the price back then, I wouldn't be completely in the dark now. The martial arts academy not only provided basic training for beast tamers but also offered suitable sparring partners. What Su-yun wanted most now was a sparring partner. Of course, he wasn't looking for just any sparring partner, he wanted a formidable opponent. He wanted to gauge how strong Yuan truly was. Knock. 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 As Su-yun pondered, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Su-yun paused slightly, glancing toward the door with a hint of confusion. The original owner had an aloof personality and rarely interacted with outsiders. And at this hour, who could possibly be seeking him out? Just as he was pondering, a voice asked from outside, "Is this the home of Su-yun? I'm from the Panlei Martial Arts Academy." Panlei Martial Arts Academy? Lin Xingtian's words from yesterday instantly flashed through Su-yun's mind. Su-yun understood the visitor's purpose. The money deliverer had arrived. Coming. Realizing this, Su-yun hurriedly opened the door. Outside stood a man who appeared to be around 50 years old, dressed in a suit and holding a gift bag in his right hand. Watching Su-yun open the door, he introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Wan Chang. I work for the Panlei Martial Arts Academy. I'm here on the orders of Master Lin to deliver resources to you." Saying this, he extended the gift bag in his right hand towards Su-yun. Su-yun accepted the gift bag and stepped aside, saying, "Uncle Wan, please come in first." Though they were meeting for the first time, the man's age and the fact that he had come bearing gifts warranted the courtesy. Su-yun politely addressed Wan Chang as uncle. No need, Wan Chang waved his hand in refusal. "I'm just here to deliver something. The Martial Arts Academy has been quite busy lately, so I won't keep you long." "Very well." With Wan Chang citing the Panlei Martial Arts Academy's busy schedule as his reason, Su-yun didn't press the matter further. "Oh, and here's something for you too." Wan Chang pulled a black card with gold edging from his pocket. He extended the black card towards Su-yun took the card and examined it curiously. The card felt luxurious and clearly wasn't an ordinary item. As Su-yun examined the card, Wan Chang's voice explained, "This is the Supreme Black Gold card of Panlei Martial Arts Academy. Present this card at Panlei Martial Arts Academy, and all fees will be waived." "Ha?" Wan Chang's words left Su-yun completely stunned. A look of disbelief spread across his face. "Uncle Wan, what did you say? All fees waived?" "That's right." Wan Chang nodded. "All expenses incurred at Panlei Martial Arts Academy while presenting this card are covered." Upon hearing Wan Chang's confirmation, Su-yun's mind froze for a moment. All expenses waived? This, such a generous gift? Who could possibly get everything free at Panlay Martial Arts Academy? Probably only Lin Yunqi, right? Who is Lin Yunqi? She's Lin Xingti's biological daughter, of course she gets everything free. But I'm not related to Lin Xingtian at all, how could I possibly get a full waiver to this? Su-yun realized that Lin Xingtian's favor toward him exceeded his wildest expectations. It wasn't just Su-yun who found it unbelievable. Even Wan Chang, who had come to deliver resources, was utterly stunned and bewildered upon first hearing the news. It wasn't just him. Every staff member at the Martial Arts Academy felt utterly bewildered upon hearing this news. Full exemption. Consider this, as a staff member of Panlay Martial Arts Academy, even he couldn't train using the Academy's facilities for free. At best, he got a 50% discount. For a moment, he even began to suspect whether Su-yun was the illegitimate son of their martial arts hallmaster, Lin. Chapter 46, B Rank. Heading to Panlay Martial Arts Academy. After a moment of astonishment, Su-yun regained his composure. With all necessary instructions given, Wan Chang saw no reason to linger further. After reminding Su-yun that all resource information was in the gift bag, he departed immediately. As soon as Wan Chang was gone, Su-yun eagerly shut the door and stepped back inside. Placing the gift bag on the table, Su-yun couldn't help but rub his hands together. Lin Xingtian had chosen to send resources, so whatever he sent couldn't be too shabby. At the very least, it must be a C-grade resource, right? The thought that it was likely a C-grade resource sent a wave of excitement through Su-yun. Just last night, Su-yun had used a C-grade resource to awaken a rare high-tier skill. He wondered if he could borrow another C-grade resource today and awaken another high-tier skill. With that thought, Su-yun opened the gift bag. Inside the gift bag was a wooden box. Attached to the box was a card. The card detailed the contents of the box. The roots of the flower speech elegant locust. Flower language elegant locust? Seeing this name, a strange sense of familiarity surged through Su-yun's mind. It felt like she had heard it somewhere before. Too lazy to ponder it, Su-yun pulled out her phone and searched for flower language, Chihue. Then, when the search results appeared, Su-yun froze in place, utterly stunned. She was utterly dumbfounded. Huayu Chihai was a type of demon beast with the potential of a mid-tier monarch. The roots of Huayu Chihai were, naturally, the roots of this type of demon beast. A single root of Huayu Chihai was a genuine grade B resource. Worth tens of millions. Lin Xingtian had actually offered a grade B resource outright. This was something Su-yun never could have imagined. Or rather, he had never dared to imagine it. He had thought lifetime free access to all services at Panlay Martial Arts Academy was astonishing enough. Yet something even more astonishing awaited. Moreover, a beast like Huayu Chihai was exceptionally compatible with Xiao Hualing. The roots of Huayu Chihai were most likely intended for Lin Yunqi's use, right? Yet now they were being given directly to him. Of course, it was possible that Su-yun was overthinking things. Gazing at the root of the flower speech exquisite locust, Su-yun couldn't suppress the excitement surging within her. If a C-grade resource could awaken a high-tier skill, wouldn't a B-grade resource have a shot at unlocking a super-tier skill? At that moment, the aura emanating from the flower speech elegant locust successfully drew the attention of Yuan, who was sleeping on the bed. He shifted his body and crawled towards Su-yun. He glanced at the roots of the flower speech exquisite locust, then looked at Su-yun, conveying his desire to eat it. Go ahead, Su-yun replied without refusal, signaling his permission. With Su-yun's tacit permission, Yuan swallowed the entire 50-centimeter root in one gulp. Burp. After swallowing the root, Yuan let out a satisfied burp. The Huayu Chihai transformed into pure energy, flowing into every part of Yuan's body. Stimulated by this surge of energy, Yuan's face relaxed into an expression of pure bliss. Its form began to visibly grow. In mere moments, it had grown to a full 2 meters in length. Ding! As expected, the system's notification sound rang out. This signaled that Yuan had successfully awakened a new skill. Hearing the system notification, Su-yun couldn't help but echo Uncle Long's famous line, "Wow! The drop rate is really high. Congratulations, host. Your beast companion Little Green Dragon has consumed wood attribute resources, igniting the power of its bloodline to successfully awaken the high-tier wood element skill, Annihilation Beam." High tier? As the system's notification faded, Su-yun felt a hint of surprise. If even a C-grade resource could awaken an advanced skill, why did this B-grade resource only awaken an advanced skill? Was awakening a super-tier skill just too difficult, or was his luck simply too poor? Su-yun found this utterly perplexing. Su-yun leaned more toward the idea that awakening super-tier skills was simply too difficult. To master a super-tier skill, the minimum requirement was the potential of a high-level sovereign race. This alone demonstrated the immense difficulty of mastering super-tier skills. Thinking this way, it made sense that a B-grade resource couldn't awaken a super-tier skill. It was truly a stroke of incredible luck that C-grade resources could awaken high-tier skills. This led to his preconceived notion that B-grade resources should awaken at least one super-tier skill. Now that he's calmed down, Su-yun doesn't find it quite so hard to accept. A high-tier skill is still quite good. Moreover, this high-tier skill was the Annihilation Beam. Among wood-type skills, the Annihilation Beam was one of the rarest. When struck by the Annihilation Beam, opponents not only suffered massive damage, it also causes the opponent's internal energy to rapidly dissipate. Similar to the effect of causing plants to wither rapidly, it makes the opponent's energy vanish swiftly. It essentially imposes a negative buff upon the opponent. Su-Yun clicked his tongue. It seemed that unless he was incredibly lucky, awakening a super-tier skill could only be attempted using a grade resources. Last night, he'd gotten lucky once a C-grade resource had awakened a high-tier skill. Who knew when his luck would strike again? A B-grade resource awakening a super-tier skill. Composing himself, Su-Yun led Yuan out the door. Having just obtained the Supreme Black Gold card for Panlay Martial Arts Academy, he naturally intended to make a purchase there. Besides, Su-Yun had long intended to do so. Now that Yuan's body was growing longer and longer, it was no longer suitable for him to stay outside. Su-Yun could no longer carry him on his body. Therefore, despite Yuan's profound reluctance, Su-Yun had no choice but to return him to the beast-taming space. With such a massive body, and looking so much like a snake at this stage, releasing him on the streets would inevitably frighten people. Panlay Martial Arts Hall. Su-Yun stepped out of the taxi and walked straight into Panlay Martial Arts Academy. May I ask if you are Mr. Su-Yun? The receptionist greeted him with a smile as soon as he entered. Mr. Su? Hearing this title, Su-Yun, who had just turned 18, felt inexplicably awkward. Yes. Su-Yun nodded, accepting the title despite his unease. Then, he took out the Supreme Black Gold card Wan Chang had given him and handed it to the receptionist. After glancing at the card, the receptionist smiled and said, Mr. Su, please come this way. I'll notify the lady to come over immediately. Notify the young lady? Who else at Panlay Martial Arts Academy could be referred to as Miss besides Lin Yunqi? Su-Yun waved his hand. No need. I came here alone. There's no need to trouble your young lady. The receptionist shook her head. Mr. Su, our young lady specifically instructed us to notify her of your arrival. The young lady specifically instructed? Su-Yun was puzzled, unsure why Lin Yunqi would seek him out. Could it be she needed something from him? Alright, I'll wait a moment. With that thought, Su-Yun nodded. Then, guided by the receptionist, Su-Yun walked over and sat down on a chair. Within minutes, Lin Yunqi descended the stairs. This time, Lin Yunqi wore a fresh and elegant long dress. The sheer, gossamer fabric accentuated her graceful demeanor. She glided over to Su-Yun with light steps. Tossing her long hair, she smiled, You're here. Chapter 47, Skill Power Test. Lin Yunqi's outfit today was refreshingly simple, catching Su-Yun off guard for a moment. Upon hearing her words, Su-Yun nodded. Yes. Then he asked, What did you need me for? Can't I come see you without a reason? Lin Yunqi winked at Su-Yun. Sure. At that moment, Lin Yunqi turned to the receptionist standing nearby and said, Uncle Wang, you can go ahead with your work. I'll take care of Su-Yun. Yes, miss. The receptionist responded and walked straight back to the entrance. With the receptionist gone, only Su-Yun and Lin Yunqi remained. Lin Yunqi asked with a smile, Su-Yun, you came to the martial arts school to train your beast, right? Yes. Su-Yun nodded. I was bored staying at home, so I thought I'd come check out the martial arts academy. What do you want to train? Su-Yun thought for a moment before saying, I want to test the power of my beast's skills. Alright, follow me. Led by Lin Yunqi, the two made their way to a room on the second floor, measuring over 30 square meters. The interior walls were all thick metal. Embedded into the right wall was an intelligent display screen. Lin Yunqi pointed at the wall and explained to Su-Yun. Sensors measuring energy intensity are embedded within these walls. Simply have your Beastmaster unleash skills directly at the wall. The specific power of the skill will then be displayed on that smart screen. Listening to Lin Yunqi's explanation, Su-Yun couldn't help but marvel at the high-tech marvel. Su-Yun surveyed the modestly sized room. Earlier, he had wondered why the room was so small. Now he understood. No wonder it was so small. It turned out this room, while appearing to be a room, was actually an entire device for testing skill power. Viewed as a room, it was indeed small. But viewed as a device, it was anything but small. Su-Yun summoned Yuan. However, he didn't rush Yuan to unleash his skill. Instead, he asked Lin Yunqi, if I accidentally break this device, I won't have to pay for it, right? Su-Yun had no idea how powerful Yuan's abilities truly were. If it got damaged by accident, he couldn't afford to pay for it. After all, the agreement only covered free consumption, it didn't exempt him from paying for damages. Lin Yunqi smiled and shook her head. Of course not. Besides, this testing chamber is the finest in the entire Panlay Martial Arts Academy. Its construction materials utilize an exceptionally special metal capable of withstanding even a monarch-level Beastmaster's strike. Su-Yun's beast was powerful, but Lin Yunqi didn't believe a level 9 young beast could unleash a monarch tier strike. Only Su-Yun knows of Yuan's recent advancement in strength. That's good. Upon hearing Lin Yunqi claim she could withstand a monarch-level Beastmaster's attack, Suyun relaxed. Could Yuan's current skill power possibly reach sovereign level? At that moment, Lin Yunqi's lovely face was filled with curiosity. Not only was she curious about the power of Yuan's skills, she was also curious about what skill Yuan intended to unleash. She knew Yuan possessed an ultra-tier skill. She had been present yesterday. Lin Yunqi was simply curious what exactly was the super-tier skill Yuan possessed? Dragon attribute? What attribute? Or perhaps spatial? Over here, Suyun was pondering which skill to test. Yuan now possessed quite a few skills. After a moment's contemplation, Suyun finally made his decision. Yuan, use Leaf Blade Storm on the wall in front of you. Testing one skill of comparable power would suffice. From this single skill, he could roughly gauge the potential power of the others when unleashed. Upon receiving the command, Yuan began gathering what elemental energy within his body, and a powerful aura began emanating from him. Feeling this energy, Lin Yunqi, standing nearby, suddenly widened her eyes. A flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. Superior grade. As Lin Yunqi gasped in astonishment, a green vortex coalesced before Yuan. Whoosh! 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 A series of razor-sharp leaf blades erupted from within the vortex, lashing out like a storm against the metal wall before Yuan. Bang! 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 The sound of leaf blades colliding with the metal wall echoed continuously. After 7 or 8 seconds of relentless assault, all the leaf blades vanished one after another. Yet upon their disappearance, the once smooth metal surface now bore several fine scratches. This was a wall capable of withstanding the strike of a sovereign-level beastmaster. How could ordinary attacks possibly leave marks on it? Beep! 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 3 alert tones sounded from the nearby smart screen. Immediately after, an extremely exaggerated number jumped onto the screen. 18,879. Lin Yunqi, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock of her strength advancing from abyssal to transcendent, was now even more stunned upon seeing this number. After all, mid-tier skills reaching over 10,000, nearly 20,000 in power were feats achievable only by those at least at the commander tier. Yet Yuan, merely at extraordinary level 1, had unleashed an attack equivalent to that of a commander-level beast? Lin Yunqi stared blankly at Yuan before Suyun, utterly unable to believe what had just transpired. Her mind was filled with utter disbelief. Her little flower spirit possessed the racial potential of a low-tier sovereign. Even if Xiao Hualing unleashed the Leaf Blade Storm skill at extraordinary level 1, it couldn't possibly match Yuan's terrifying power. Lin Yunqi reckoned 5 or 6,000 points would be about the limit. In that moment, she keenly felt the gap in racial potential between beasts. Among creatures of the same level, those with higher racial potential unleashed far more powerful skills. Truly worthy of a beastmaster whose racial potential starts at least at overlord rank. It's actually commander tier. Suyun was also somewhat surprised by this result. It had surpassed 10,000 and was approaching 20,000. It was already on par with the power unleashed by a commander-level beast when casting skills. Moreover, Suyun knew for certain that Yuan had held back considerably when unleashing the Leaf Blade Storm. If unleashed at full power, wouldn't it surpass 50,000 points or even higher? A sovereign-level skill's power was at least 100,000 points. There was still a considerable gap. But Yuan's current strength was merely at the extraordinary first tier. If he advanced a few more minor realms, wouldn't that mean he truly had a chance to unleash sovereign-level skill power while still at the transcendent rank? Suyun looked at Yuan, his eyes gleaming. Truly worthy of being the Beastmaster who broke through Blue Star's highest racial potential. Suyun knew Yuan's true capabilities and felt only a hint of astonishment. Lin Yunqi, however, was unaware. At this very moment, she remained in a state of shock, unable to recover. Lin Yunqi? Suyun turned to look at Lin Yunqi, who seemed frozen in place, and called out tentatively. Ha? What's wrong? Suyun's voice snapped Lin Yunqi out of her daze. I was wondering, does Panlei Martial Arts Academy offer sparring partner services? Chapter 48, Battle Against an Elite-Level Beastmaster. Yes, they do. Lin Yunqi nodded. Are you looking for a sparring partner? Suyun shook his head. I'm not looking for a sparring partner. I want to find someone with strength comparable to mine to engage in a battle. A duel, huh? Lin Yunqi pondered for a moment. Sparring partners did indeed offer the service of sparring with their clients. She turned to Suyun and asked, Suyun, your Beastmaster's strength has reached the supernatural tier, right? Yes, extraordinary level 1. Extraordinary tier 1? That's a rapid power increase. As Lin Yunqi spoke, her eyes held 7 parts astonishment and 3 parts envy. She vividly remembered that when she first saw Suyun's beast companion, it was at extraordinary level 6. Only a few days had passed? And now it was already extraordinary level 1. Honestly, it's all thanks to my S-rank Beastmaster talent, Suyun chuckled, scratching his head as he attributed everything to his innate gift. After all, with an S-rank talent, it made sense for its abilities to be a bit outlandish, right? Just as reasonable as a mechanic always carrying a wrench. Beast-taming talent, ha!
Lin Yunxi couldn't help but fall deep in thought upon hearing this.
Yes, my beast-taming talent, the S-rank Insightful Eye. When activated, the Insight Eye enhances observational and analytical abilities toward the environment and events, effectively identifying weaknesses in enemy beasts. And that's only the capability of an A-rank Insight Eye or lower. An S-rank Insight Eye possesses additional abilities.
The S-rank Insight Eye can discern the optimal cultivation methods for one's contracted beast. Following these methods can significantly accelerate the growth rate of one's beast master level and strength. Su Yun spun his tall tales with deadpan seriousness. Even the super SSS-grade Eye of Truth couldn't discern the optimal cultivation path for a beast at best. It could show the evolutionary path.
An S-rank Insight Eye certainly couldn't discern such details.
Su Yun was relying on the fact that no S-rank Insight Eye, this Beastmaster talent, had ever appeared on Blue Star to spout such nonsense. After all, no one could prove him wrong. Lin Yunxi clearly believed Su Yun's tall tales. Her beautiful eyes widened with profound shock, her mind reeling in disbelief. He could actually see the optimal cultivation information for beast taming. No wonder Su Yun's beast taming prowess had advanced so rapidly. For a moment, the look of envy in Lin Yunxi's eyes grew even more pronounced. Her A-grade Beastmaster talent pales in comparison to Su Yun's S-grade Beastmaster talent. Truly worthy of an S-rank beast taming talent. Shocked yet focused, Lin Yunxi didn't forget Su Yun's request. Find a sparring partner for a battle. The power of the skills Su Yun's beast could unleash had already reached the commander tier. Given this, a professional beast tamer was no longer a suitable opponent for Su Yun. Only an elite tier beastmaster would be suitable. Elite level beast tamers were equally rare. The entire Panlay Martial Arts Academy had only 2 elite level beast masters. I wonder if either of them has time. Thinking this, Lin Yunxi said to Su Yun. Su Yun, wait here. I'll go check if our Panlay Martial Arts Academy's 2 elite level beast masters are available. In Ningxing, elite level beast tamers were considered top tier combat power, second only to master level beast tamers. Their status was highly esteemed. Even though her father was the headmaster of Panlay Martial Arts Academy, she couldn't simply order elite-level beast masters around. All right. Su Yun nodded. He understood this as well. Lin Yunxi first led Su Yun into a combat room before departing alone. Moments later, Lin Yunxi returned. Behind her followed a middle-aged man. The man was well built. Lin Yunxi led the man over to Su Yun, who was already waiting on the sparring ground. Su Yun, this is Uncle Yang Hong, an elite sparring partner from our Panlay Martial Arts Academy. Uncle Yang, Su Yun greeted politely. MHM. Yang Hong nodded, beginning to scrutinize Su Yun from head to toe. He had certainly heard of Su Yun. Lin Xingxian, that master-level beast tamer, had personally instructed him about it last night. He was also aware that Su Yun had become a key cultivation candidate for the Ningxing Beastmaster Association. As an elite-level beastmaster himself, he understood all too well what it meant to be singled out for such special cultivation by the Ningxing Beastmaster Association. At the very least, he was destined to become a master-level beast tamer. I heard from Yunxi that your beast mastery has reached the extraordinary level 1, correct? Yang Hong asked proactively. Yes, Uncle Yang. Hearing this, though he had known beforehand, a hint of astonishment still flashed in Yang Hong's eyes upon Su Yun's confirmation. He'd only contracted his beast a few days ago, and already reached supernatural level 1? At his age, hadn't his beast tamer level barely surpassed juvenile level 6? Yesterday, Master Lin mentioned you were a prodigious talent. Seeing you today, it's clear his words were no exaggeration. Yang Hong couldn't help but praise Su Yun. Not at all, it's all thanks to my beast taming talent, Su Yun replied with a modest smile. Yang Hong waved her hand dismissively. That talent isn't yours to claim. If it's the talent's doing, then it's your doing. Su Yun scratched his head and said no more. Didn't you want to battle me? Then summon your beast. All right. Su Yun mentally communicated with his beast space, summoning Yuan forth. Yang Hong couldn't help but scrutinize Yuan as it materialized. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a green leaf snake, except its body was several times larger. Moreover, a terrifying energy surged within its body. Ordinary transcendent level beasts would stand no chance against it. This was the first impression Yuan made on Yang Hong. Extraordinary. Extremely extraordinary. Its racial potential must be at least sovereign tier, right? Yang Hong didn't know much about Yuan's beast. Mainly because Lin Xingxian hadn't shared much about Su Yun's background. After the initial shock, Yang Hong promptly summoned her own beast. Yang Hong's beast was a rodent-like creature measuring a full 2 meters in size. Except for the white fur on its belly, the rest of its body was covered in fiery red fur. A fierce flame blazed fiercely on its back. With its appearance, the surrounding temperature instantly rose by several degrees. Su Yun activated his truth eye to analyze the beast's information. Beast Fiery Giant Rat. Attribute, Fire. Level, Commander 1. Skills, Basic, Bite, Charge, Fire Breath, Fireball, Fire Ring, Flames. Intermediate, Exploding Fireball, Incinerate, Flame Rain, Firewall, Flaming Edge. Advanced, Blazing Eruption.
Racial Potential Medium Commander. Evolution Path Lava Giant Rat Lower Sovereign Skyburning Beast Middle Sovereign. Blazing Giant Rat. Su-yun recognized this beast. It was the evolved form of the Fire Fur Rat, a low-tier commander with racial potential. Seeing the two summon their beasts, Lin Yunqi stepped down from the arena and stood aside to silently observe the upcoming battle. Yang Hong and Su-yun now positioned themselves on opposite sides of the arena, standing in the designated spots reserved for Beastmasters. Yang Hong called out to Su-yun, "Su-yun, any final questions? If not, let the battle commence." "None," Su-yun replied. "Alright, let the battle commence." After Yang Hong spoke, she did not immediately order the flame giant rat to attack. In his view, as an elite-level Beastmaster, it was only proper for Su-yun to initiate the attack first. Su-yun didn't hesitate, immediately commanding, "Yuan, unleash Leaf Blade Storm." Chapter 49, using his super tier skill. Yuan, Leaf Blade Storm. What attributes are countered by fire attributes? Su-yun was well aware of this fact. Launching a wood element skill right off the bat wasn't meant to land an effective attack. It was purely for reconnaissance. Although Yuan's skill possessed the power of a commander-level ability, his own raw strength had not yet reached that level. Su-yun's strike was meant to probe and gauge the true strength of a genuine commander-level opponent. Countless razor-sharp leaf blades coalesced from Yuan's power, slashing toward the flaming giant rat. Fire wall. Facing the barrage of leaf blades, Yang Hong calmly issued a defensive command to the blazing giant rat. "Do!" Upon receiving the command, the blazing giant rat braced its hind legs against the ground and rose upright. Its two front paws clasped together, a fiery red glow ignited between its joined claws. Hum! The clasped front paws suddenly snapped apart. Instantly, an even more dazzling crimson light flared. Accompanying this intensified crimson glow, a wall of flame appeared, perfectly shielding the blazing giant rat from the front. Whoosh! 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 Blade after blade struck the wall of fire, only to be consumed entirely by the flames rising from it. The elemental weakness of wood to fire was now fully exposed. Yet, though the leaf blades were countered, the wall of fire flickered slightly under their relentless assault. At that moment, Yang Hong was utterly horrified. That leaf blade storm possessed the power of a commander. Before arriving here, he had learned from Lin Yunqi that Su-yun possessed formidable strength. He had also prepared himself mentally to some extent. After all, he had also learned a thing or two about Su-yun from Lin Xingtian earlier. He had thought he had sufficiently underestimated Su-yun, but in the end, he had still underestimated him. An extraordinary tier cultivator unleashing commander tier skill power? What kind of monster is this? No wonder the Ningqing Beastmaster Association selected him as a key cultivation target. While Yang Hong remained in shock, Su-yun had already launched another attack. Void Blades. Two transparent white blades materialized from Yuan's hands almost the instant Su-yun's words fell. Each blade stretched over 3 meters, nearly 4 meters in length. Whoosh! The blades vanished inexplicably from before Yuan. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared. This time, however, they abruptly materialized less than a meter in front of the flaming giant rat. Shocked, Yang Hong gasped in alarm and immediately transmitted a thought through the Beastmaster contract. As a professional-level Beastmaster with a Level 2 Beastmaster space, the mental bond forged with her beast was exceptionally strong. During combat, they could transmit thoughts to each other with pinpoint accuracy to coordinate attacks. The transmission of thoughts often occurred in an instant. It was far quicker than verbally commanding a beast in battle. Moreover, there was no risk of opponents overhearing the intended skills and preparing defenses in advance. Previously, he had spoken commands out loud, showing leniency because Su-yun was still a novice Beastmaster. Little did he expect Su-yun's strength to be so formidable that he had no choice but to use his mind to relay commands to the flame giant rat. The transmission of thoughts was incredibly swift. Almost the instant Yang Hong conceived the thought, the flame giant rat had already acted. Maintaining its upright stance, the giant rat transformed its right claw into a palm and delivered a horizontal strike forward. Hum! A fiery red light blazed brightly, revealing a crimson slash of pure flame, no shorter than the void blade itself, striking directly toward the void blade. Mid-tier fire attribute skill flame blade. Boom! The two attacks collided, unleashing a colossal explosion that sent a massive shockwave of energy rippling outward. The blazing giant rat was sent flying by the sheer force of the shockwave. Seeing the blazing giant rat sent flying, Yang Hong's heart instantly tightened. The blazing giant rat scrambled to its feet, shaking its dazed head. Its body showed no serious injuries. Seeing this, Yang Hong finally relaxed. His gaze grew solemn, and any trace of underestimating Su-yun vanished from his mind. That clash had been his loss, without a doubt. He had lost this exchange, but he absolutely could not lose the upcoming battle against Su-yun. An elite-level Beastmaster losing to a rookie? If word got out, could Yang Hong even remain in the Beastmaster community? Even though Su-yun himself was extraordinary, the label of newbie Beastmaster still stuck. Moreover, as things stood, not everyone was aware of Su-yun's extraordinary nature. He couldn't afford to lose. With this in mind, Yang Hong held nothing back.
Granted, an elite-level Beastmaster giving his all to defeat a rookie wasn't exactly glorious. But still, it was better than losing, wasn't it? Suyun's few probing moves had already driven Yang Hong, this elite-level Beastmaster, into a sweat-drenched state, forcing him to give his all to counter this match. With a flicker of his intent, the flame giant rat leapt into action, its four legs propelling it forward as it charged toward Yuan at breakneck speed. As it charged, crimson flames gathered at the tips of its two front paws. Yuan, vines. Suyun would never allow the flame giant rat to approach him so easily. Would elemental energy coalesce within Yuan's body? Whoosh! Whoosh! Several vines as thick as an adult's calf shot up from both sides of Yuan. The vines, stretching nearly 10 meters in length, swayed in midair. Under Yuan's command, these vines lashed down toward the charging flaming giant rats. Crack! 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 The flame giant rat darted left and right, dodging the lashing vines. When evasion proved impossible, it leapt upward, swinging its claws. With the flames upon its paws, it struck the vines one by one, reducing them to nothingness. Fire ultimately overcomes wood. Soon, the flame giant rat successfully closed in on Yuan's position. The blazing giant rat leapt high into the air, its right claw blazing with a dazzling crimson light. The fiery glow gradually solidified, ultimately forming a fireball the size of a Kuan egg. The blazing giant rat swung its right claw, sending the Kuan egg-sized fireball hurtling toward Yuan. Though only the size of a Kuan egg, the fireball contained terrifying energy within, carrying the momentum of utter incineration. Mid-tier fire attribute skill Incinerate. Teleport. Suyun issued the command just in time. Whoosh! A peculiar energy fluctuation lingered where he stood, and Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. Boom! The fireball, as large as a hen's egg, missed its target and slammed into the ground. It left behind a smoldering, persistent flame on the ground. Yang Hong's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, studying where Yuan would reappear next. As an elite-level Beastmaster, Yang Hong possessed astonishing combat awareness. The moment a faint ripple rippled through the space behind the flame giant rat, he reacted instantly. With a thought transmitted, the blazing giant rat instantly turned, opened its massive jaws, and unleashed a torrent of flame. Fire attribute basic skill Fire Breath. And Yang Hong's observation proved spot on. Right where the blazing giant rat unleashed its flames, Yuan materialized at that very moment. At this very moment, Suyun also felt considerable pressure. Truly an elite-level Beastmaster, his combat awareness was exceptional. It seemed he still had much to learn. Possessing such keen combat awareness was Yang Hong's advantage as an elite-level Beastmaster. But Suyun, too, possessed his own unique advantage. Yuan, Spatial Interference. Chapter 50, Yang Hong concedes defeat. Suyun did not transmit the command to Yuan through his mind. Though his Beastmaster's space had advanced to level 2, Suyun had scarcely used mental commands to direct Yuan in combat. He was still unaccustomed to it, and the efficiency was nowhere near as good as shouting commands aloud. How could he show off if he shouted it? Ahem, showing off was secondary. The main issue was that Suyun genuinely lacked practice. So, Suyun still had a lot to learn. However, the school's teaching pace had long since fallen behind. The school doesn't teach only Suyun. No matter how gifted Suyun is, the school can't neglect the other students just for him. That's precisely why Suyun conceived the idea of establishing a martial arts academy. What? Upon hearing Suyun shout the skill's name, Yang Hong was utterly stunned. Spatial interference? If he remembered correctly, this should be a super tier skill, right? Suyun's Beastmaster actually possesses a super tier skill? Off the battlefield, Lin Yunqi's beautiful eyes now sparkled with astonishment. Super tier skills with spatial attributes were already quite rare. Spatial interference was one of the more renowned ones among them. Therefore, Lin Yunqi was certainly no stranger to this skill. She finally witnessed Suyun unleashing a super tier skill. On the battlefield, an invisible, peculiar energy radiated outward from Yuan at its center. This energy swiftly enveloped the entire combat arena. The jet of flame erupted at that precise moment, striking Yuan squarely. Yet, despite being struck by the flames, Yuan suffered not a single scratch. Doh! At that instant, a piercing scream of agony erupted from the flaming giant rat's mouth. The flame it had spewed from its mouth struck it squarely in the chest. This was the terrifying power of spatial interference. Within the area enveloped by spatial interference, all spatial order became chaotic. The true spatial order was dictated by the master who wielded the spatial interference skill. That flame, trapped within the confines of the spatial interference, had its spatial trajectory altered at will by Yuan. As an elite-level Beastmaster, Yang Hong understood the effects of the spatial interference skill. She found nothing unusual about the scene unfolding on the battlefield. At this moment, Yang Hong's expression grew grave. The spatial interference skill, an ultra-tier spatial ability, was no easy feat to break. One could either counter it with another super-tier skill possessing a domain, or overwhelm it with vastly superior energy, forcing a breakthrough through sheer power. The blazing giant rat's racial potential only reached the commander tier, making it fundamentally incapable of mastering a super-tier skill. As for the second point,
That was possible. That would be Yang Hong utilizing his own Beastmaster talent. But to unleash her Beastmaster talent just to defeat a rookie Beastmaster. Better to concede defeat. The situation on the field was now crystal clear. After Yuan unleashed his super tier skill, Yang Hong's defeat was inevitable. The advantage granted by racial potential was simply irreplaceable. Mastering a single super tier skill was enough to give beast tamers without such skills a run for their money. Huff. Yang Hong exhaled deeply, seemingly after a moment of internal struggle, and declared, "I concede." As Yang Hong conceded defeat, Yuan withdrew the super tier skill he had unleashed, Spatial Interference. After the withdrawal, Yuan's breathing was slightly more rapid than usual. This was something that hadn't happened even after he'd cast multiple high-tier skills in succession earlier. And now, just one use of a super-tier skill had left him like this. It clearly demonstrated the immense energy consumption of a super-tier skill. It also demonstrated the immense power of the super-tier skill itself. No wonder only beast tamers with overlord species potential could master super-tier skills during their cub stage. Without the potential of a dominant species, one's internal energy would likely be insufficient to sustain the casting. As Yang Hong conceded defeat, Ling Yunqi in the audience looked stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. Su Yun had actually won. A rookie beast tamer defeated an elite-level beast tamer. An extraordinary tier had defeated a commander tier. Ling Yunqi found it all utterly unbelievable. For a moment, her mind wandered. This flame giant rat wasn't even Yang Hong's strongest beast. If Yang Hong unleashed his most powerful beast, could it stand against Su Yun? On the battlefield, after conceding defeat, Yang Hong's expression grew complex as he recalled the blazing giant rat into his beast taming space. Having lived over 40 years, Yang Hong never imagined he would lose to a rookie beast tamer. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Today, he had become that strange thing. Yang Hong clicked his tongue, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. He knew full well that Su Yun's strength had long surpassed that of a rookie beast tamer. But his title was still that of a rookie beast tamer. Yang Hong could already picture the scene of being mocked by others later. He'd been beaten by a rookie beast tamer. Little did Yang Hong know that today's humiliation would one day become a source of pride. A glory worthy of its own page in the clan's genealogy. After this battle, Su Yun began training Yang Hong individually to hone his combat awareness. Among his peers, Su Yun saw no one who could match him now. Learning combat awareness was preparation for future battles against stronger opponents. Su Yun had long understood that with the divine beast Azure Dragon by his side, his true opponents would never be among his peers. His horizons broadened. Those who could challenge him were, and could only be, those from generations above his own. Beyond combat awareness, Su Yun also sought Yang Hong's guidance on the intricacies of psychic combat. This would enable him to communicate with his beasts through mental commands during future battles. Thus, for the next several days, Su Yun spent most of his time at the Panlay Martial Arts Hall, seeking guidance from Yang Hong. Yang Hong seemed to have become Su Yun's personal training partner. Yang Hong was more than happy with this arrangement. He even approached Lin Xingxian to request no wages. Yes, he refused any payment. Su Yun's ability to defeat his commander-level Beastmaster with an extraordinary grade Beastmaster. This alone proved Su Yun's extraordinary talent. Who wouldn't want to be an angel investor? After witnessing Su Yun's potential, Yang Hong was more than willing to be that angel investor. Who knows? This might just be the opportunity for him to become a master-level beast tamer someday. Su Yun learned with delight, and Yang Hong taught with even greater joy. This routine continued for 3 full days. On the morning of the 4th day, just as Su Yun was preparing to head to the Panlay Martial Arts Hall, he suddenly received another call from Zhou Rueda. "Hello, Su Yun." Zhou Rueda's voice came through the line. "Hey, it's me. What does Chairman Zhou need? Remember we discussed testing the racial potential of that Tai Su ancient dragon a few days ago? The tester is here today. Please come to the Beastmaster Association." "Alright, I'll be right over." After hanging up, Su Yun fell into deep thought. After all these days, the test for Yuan was finally happening. What exactly would the test reveal? Su Yun had no idea. But most likely, it would reveal nothing. Speaking of which, his C-grade dragon attribute resource should have arrived by now, right? Su Yun tidied himself up, stepped out the door, and headed straight for the Ningqing Beastmaster Association. This trip to the Beastmaster Association would be a good opportunity to inquire about the dragon attribute resource. Chapter 51, The Big Shot. Soon, Su Yun arrived at the Beastmaster Association. Before the association's gates, an old man paced back and forth, glancing around. This man was none other than Zhou Rueda. Su Yun got out of the car and was puzzled to see Zhou Rueda standing at the entrance. As the head of the Beastmaster Association and the most powerful figure in all of Ningqiang, what was Zhou Rueda doing at the entrance? Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be waiting for someone. But who exactly? Surely not waiting for me? Just as Su Yun pondered this, Zhou Rueda, who had been looking around, spotted his arrival. Upon seeing Su Yun, Zhou Rueda quickened his pace and approached. Seeing Joe Rueda approaching with purpose, Su-Yun raised an eyebrow. He really was waiting for me. Chairman Joe. Su-Yun greeted him politely. MHM. Joe Rueda nodded, then said urgently, "You're finally here. Come with me quickly." Chairman Joe, why the rush? Su-Yun asked, puzzled. The visitor is no ordinary person. Follow me, and you'll understand once we get there. Without elaborating further, Joe Rueda simply stated that the visitor was no ordinary person before pulling Su-Yun toward the interior. As a master-level beast tamer, Joe Rueda possessed astonishing strength. Dragging Su-Yun along, the latter couldn't muster any strength to resist. Being dragged along by Joe Rueda, Su-Yun felt deeply puzzled. He hadn't detected any urgency in Joe Rueda's voice over the phone. Why was he suddenly in such a rush now? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Su-Yun. The tester hadn't arrived yet when the call was made. Had the tester arrived immediately after hanging up on her? Joe Rueda dragged him all the way to a fourth-floor loft on the west side. They ascended all the way to the topmost fourth floor. The fourth floor featured no room partitions, just a single, open-plan space. In the center stood a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat. His hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in stubble. He clearly hadn't groomed himself in quite some time. Before him floated a small, adorably shaped orb. Joe Rueda led Su-Yun to the man and introduced her. Director Ko, this is Su-Yun, the one with the triple attribute beast cub. Upon hearing this, Director Ko scrutinized Su-Yun from head to toe. Meanwhile, Su-Yun was also discreetly observing Director Ko. His peripheral vision kept darting toward Joe Rueda standing nearby. Then, Su-Yun noticed Joe Rueda holding his breath, not daring to breathe a word. In Director Ko's presence, he seemed to be under immense pressure. At that moment, Joe Rueda resembled Principal Zhou Huayang standing before the Beastmaster Association that day. He dared not interject a single word. He let Lin Xingtian and Joe Rueda carry on the conversation. And Joe Rueda was already a master-level Beastmaster. What level of Beastmaster could possibly make him feel this much pressure? Catastrophe? Or world destroyer? Or perhaps the opponent's status was terrifyingly high? At that moment, Director Ko spoke up. Your name is Su-Yun, correct? Yes. Su-Yun nodded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ko Yeliang, Director of the Huaxia Beast-Taming Cultivation Center. I'm here to conduct your Beastmaster assessment and make the necessary records. Chairman Zhou should have already informed you of this. Ko Yeliang smiled as he introduced himself. Beside him, Su-Yun froze in place upon hearing Ko Yeliang's introduction. Director of the Huaxia Beast-Taming Cultivation Center? Beast-Tamer training centers came in various tiers. These include municipal-level centers, provincial-level centers, and the highest tier, the Seoul China Beast-Taming Cultivation Center in the entire nation. This was the headquarters overseeing all Beast-Tamer training centers across the entire nation. The man before her, Director Ko Yeliang, had just introduced himself as the director of the China Beast-Taming Training Center. His title carried no city or provincial prefix. Ordinary researchers without any official title who could secure a position at the China Beast-Taming Cultivation Center would be considered major figures outside its walls. Even Joe Rueda would treat them with utmost respect upon meeting them. Whoa! Su-Yun couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Big shots. Truly important figures. No wonder Chairman Zhou seemed so burdened. Such a high-ranking figure had come here just to oversee his own beast-taming assessment? Su-Yun realized he had underestimated the preciousness of a triple attribute beast cub. Ordinary personnel wouldn't suffice, they'd actually sent a director. Director Ko, Chairman Zhou already informed me earlier. After learning the man's identity, Su-Yun felt an inexplicable weight press down on him. Seeing Su-Yun understood, Ko Yeliang didn't elaborate further. He waved his hand and said, then let's begin the assessment. First, summon your beast. Understood. Su-Yun responded and promptly began summoning Yuan. The light of the beast summoning array flickered, and Yuan appeared before him. This sight caused a flicker of astonishment to pass through Joe Rueda's eyes. In contrast, Ko Yeliang seemed utterly unfazed. He casually inquired, a level 2 beast taming space already? Yes, Director Ko. Ko Yeliang glanced at Su-Yun before focusing his full attention on Yuan. He scrutinized him from head to toe. A look of astonishment kept appearing in his eyes. As the director of the China Beast-Taming Cultivation Center, his experience and knowledge of various tamed beasts were extensive. Yet even now, astonishment lingered in his eyes, proof enough of Yuan's extraordinary nature. After a thorough inspection, Ko Yeliang spoke with evident satisfaction. To possess such pronounced dragon-like features at such a young age indicates an exceptionally pure dragon bloodline within. I presume the dragon attribute is the dominant one among the three? Su-Yun's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He had never noticed any dragon-like traits on Yuan before. Truly, when an expert speaks, there's no holding back. Truly a master specializing in beast cultivation research. Su-Yun nodded in agreement. That's correct, Director Ko. My beast's primary attribute is indeed dragon. Alright, Su-Yun, have your beast remain relaxed? The assessment will begin now. With that, Ko Yeliang turned his gaze to the adorably round orb hovering above the group. Lingdi, begin. Understood. A mechanical lowly voice emerged from the orb. The orb then flew to a spot not far above Yuan, emitting a scanning beam that enveloped him entirely. Su-yun watched in astonishment. The detection process would take some time. Noticing the astonishment in Su-yun's eyes, Ko Yeliang smiled and began his introduction. This is Lingdi, China's most advanced artificial intelligence. However, this isn't the main entity, it's merely one of Lingdi's numerous subunits. Though merely a sub-entity, she possesses extraordinary intelligence. Earlier, Su-yun had wondered if this might be artificial intelligence, and it really was artificial intelligence. The scan lasted approximately 2.5 minutes. On Lingdi's smart screen, Yu Yuang's scan data appeared. Name, Ancient Dragon of the Great Void. Attributes, Dragon. Wood. Space. Level, Juvenile Level 1. Racial Potential? Chapter 52, Mid-Tier Overlord. 3 question marks? What's going on? Upon seeing the test results, Ko Yeliang was utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time in his entire career he'd encountered such a situation. Su-yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The test results were largely as he had anticipated. The system had only displayed 3 question marks. If this AI Lingdi could actually detect it, that would be utterly ridiculous. Surely her level couldn't surpass that of the system itself? The reason the system displayed 3 question marks wasn't due to the system itself. It was because of its host. The AI Lingdi explained. During detection, it appears to have been blocked by some kind of special energy, preventing the assessment of racial potential energy. As she spoke, Lingdi began circling above the abyss, scanning its surroundings, as if trying to determine the nature of that peculiar energy. Special energy barrier? Hearing this, Ko Yeliang furrowed his brow, his right hand unconsciously rubbing his chin. A detection being blocked by some kind of special energy? This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. Su-yun froze upon hearing this. Special energy barrier? What kind of special energy was this? Is it the system? Or perhaps Yuan himself? After all, he was the divine beast Azure Dragon. It makes sense that he carries some forbidden energy that others cannot probe, right? After a moment of contemplation, Ko Yeliang inquired, can that peculiar energy be scanned and detected? A look of concern appeared on Lingdi's smart screen. It cannot be scanned or detected. That energy's level is too high, far beyond Lingdi's capabilities. Forcing a detection would cause Lingdi to explode. Too high a level. Hearing Lingdi's response, Ko Yeliang's heart jolted in shock. He understood all too well what level signified. Beside him, Zhou Rueda was utterly baffled. What exactly was this level? In contrast, Su-yun had some inkling of what it might mean. He wondered if the levels Lingdi, the AI, was referring to matched what he had just imagined. Or did it mean something else entirely? Ko Yeliang withdrew his gaze from Lingdi and turned his attention back to Yuan. This time, his scrutiny grew even more meticulous. After Ko Yeliang had studied him for about a minute, Zhou Rueda couldn't help but ask, Director Ku, is it impossible to assess the racial potential of Su-yun's beast? Ko Yeliang shook his head. It's not impossible. We can still assess the approximate racial potential of this Taishu ancient dragon. After all, assessing a beastmaster's racial potential involves more than just test results. It requires evaluation from multiple angles, including the skills they've mastered. The energy of racial potential is merely one aspect. Since we can't measure its racial potential energy right now, we'll have to focus on its skills instead. After speaking, Ko Yeliang turned to Su-yun and asked, Su-yun, what specific skills does the Taishu ancient dragon possess? Could you elaborate on them? Certainly. Su-yun nodded and began his explanation. Its basic skills include entanglement. Intermediate skills include vine cage, leaf blade storm. Advanced skills include giant tree stranglehold, energy extraction, annihilation beam, and dragon might. 2 transcendent tier skills are mastered, Dragon Emperor's Realm and Spatial Interference. Su-yun chose not to reveal the divine tier skill, opting to keep one ace up his sleeve. You can't show your hand completely. He needed to keep some trump cards up his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Zhou Rueda couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. So many high-tier skills. A full 6. His own sovereign tier beast master only possessed 5 high-tier skills, yet Su-yun's transcendent grade beast master had mastered 6. With such racial potential, wouldn't he start as an iron overlord? Ko Yeliang, however, wasn't as shocked as Zhou Rueda. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He asked with certainty, is that all the skills it has? Su-yun thought for a moment before replying, only these for now. Yuan's skills would likely gain 1 or 2 more within days. Alright, 2 super-tier skills, 6 high-tier skills, 6 mid-tier skills, and 5 low-tier skills. Listening to Ko Yeliang's summary, Zhou Rueda felt another blow to his heart. Advanced skills outnumbered basic ones.
His lips twitched involuntarily.
Damn it all.
So you spent all your skill points on high-tier skills.
Ha! You genuinely didn't learn a single low-tier skill.
The racial potential of beast tamers is truly incomparable. Now let's test the skill's power.
Su Yun, have your Taishu ancient dragon use a skill on Lingdi. On her?
Su Yun pointed in surprise at Lingdi,
who was floating mid-air.
Such a tiny thing, if Yuan unleashes a skill on her,
won't she be reduced to scrap metal? However, Lingdi clearly took offense at Su Yun's dismissive attitude. She flashed an angry expression. Hey, don't underestimate Lingdi. Lingdi possesses at least sovereign-level strength. Monarch level? Su Yun froze, staring at Lingdi in disbelief. Such an unremarkable little orb actually possessed sovereign-level power? A sovereign-level beast?
That was the standard for a Grandmaster Beastmaster.
Seeing Su Yun's stunned expression, Lingdi's face lit up with pride. Humph, let you look down on Lingdi. Now you're speechless, aren't you? Ha! Ku Yeliang chuckled. Lingdi is China's most advanced artificial intelligence, possessing world-ending power in her core form.
Though this is merely one of her many sub-entities,
it still possesses sovereign-level power.
Su Yun marveled.
Even such a tiny thing possessed sovereign-level power. Still, this put Su Yun's mind at ease. With sovereign-level power, it wouldn't be damaged by Yuan. If it were truly damaged beyond repair, he simply couldn't afford the compensation. This time, Su Yun again commanded Yuan to unleash the mid-tier skill Leaf Blade Storm. After enduring a round of strikes, the final test result was 21,050.
This exceeded the previous test result at Panlei Martial Arts Hall by over 18,000 points.
This time,
he still had considerable reserves left.
Yuan's racial potential assessment was nearly complete.
Su Yun didn't want to make it too high either. If they actually rated him as some kind of top-tier overlord,
Su Yun would genuinely be unable to handle it. 20,000. Yet even just over 20,000 points still sent Ku Yeliang reeling in shock.
Over 20,000 points, that's already the skill power wielded by a commander-level beastmaster. An extraordinary tier practitioner possessing the skill power of a commander-tier beast tamer, currently mastering 2 super-tier skills and 6 high-tier skills.
Ku Yeliang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Regarding the Taishu ancient dragon's racial potential, he must be meticulous. After deep contemplation, he declared, let's tentatively classify its racial potential as mid-tier overlord.
The requirement for a low-tier overlord racial potential is mastery of at least 2 super-tier skills. Medium-tier dominator requires at least 4 super-tier skills.
High dominant required at least 6 super-tier skills. These thresholds are determined after the beast's growth. Yuan is still in his juvenile stage and has already mastered 2 super-tier skills. Once fully grown, it remains to be seen how many super-tier skills he will ultimately master. Mid-tier overlord, that's still Ku Yeliang's conservative estimate. Chapter 53, Ku Yeliang's True Identity, China's 12 Bureaus.
As Ku Yeliang finished speaking,
Lingdi's smart screen displayed Yuan's information probabilities.
Under the racial potential category, the 3 question marks vanished,
replaced by the designation, mid-tier overlord. A mid-tier overlord. Ha!
Su Yun stared at Yuan's final racial potential rating,
lost in thought.
This rating was still within his acceptable range.
At least it wasn't a top-tier overlord. If it had actually produced a top-tier overlord, merely testing racial potential had already drawn the attention of a heavyweight like Ku Yeliang. If the results also produced a top-tier overlord, the major figures within Huaxia would likely take notice of him. Su Yun didn't know how many major figures there were in China,
but there were undoubtedly many. For Su Yun at this stage, a Grandmaster Beastmaster already counted as a major figure.
With so many influential figures,
it was inevitable that some might harbor ill intentions toward him.
Beside him, Zhou Rueda stared at the final evaluation results,
his mind reeling in shock,
utterly speechless. A mid-tier overlord,
to be rated as a mid-tier overlord without even testing racial potential energy.
Amidst his shock, he felt profoundly fortunate, lucky that within his lifetime, he could witness the evaluation of a mid-tier overlord's racial potential beast. Chairman Zhou. At that moment, Ku Yeliang suddenly turned to Zhou Rueda. Director Ku.
The address snapped Zhou Rueda out of his daze.
Zhou Rueda looked at Ku Yeliang, but Ku Yeliang said nothing further,
merely gazing at him silently. Having lived over 70 years,
Zhou Rueda instantly understood the meaning behind Ku Yeliang's gaze. Without another word, he turned and walked out silently. Su Yun watched Zhou Rueda's retreating figure, scratched his head.
He called out once and then walked out on his own.
Was this how important figures communicated? Eye contact communication? Ahem.
As Su Yun pondered silently, Ku Yeliang suddenly cleared his throat lightly,
composed himself, and said, now, let's proceed with the formal introductions. Formal? Su Yun froze, looking at Ku Yeliang with confusion. Ku Yeliang pulled out an object resembling an ID card from his person. Engraved on the back was a small blue snake. The front bore his photograph and the name Ko Yeliang. Other than that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Watching Ko Yeliang produce this document-like item, the look of confusion on his face deepened. What the hell is this? Before Su Yun could ponder it much longer, Ko Yeliang's voice chimed in. Ko Yeliang, member of the Huaxia Snake Bureau. Huaxia Snake Bureau? After Ko Yeliang finished his introduction, Su Yun's confusion not only failed to dissipate but only deepened. What the heck is this? What Snake Bureau? Never heard of it. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Yun's face, Ko Yeliang's lips curved into a faint smile. Exactly. If Su Yun had heard of it, that would have truly surprised him. Ko Yeliang's voice began explaining. China is divided into 12 bureaus, each named after one of the 12 zodiac animals. Each bureau has its own specialized area of responsibility. For instance, the Snake Bureau I belong to specializes in the research and cultivation of beast tamers. Within Huaxia, the 12 bureaus remain inaccessible to ordinary people. 12 bureaus? Off limits to ordinary people? Su Yun recalled Chairman Zhou Rueda, who had recently departed from this place. Gradually, he began to grasp the concept of ordinary people as described by Ko Yeliang. Even as the president of a county-level Beastmaster Association, a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster, no less, he had no right to access it. This so-called Bureau 12 sounded incredibly formidable. It seemed to be at least one level higher than the Huaxia Beastmaster Training Center. No, it was at least one level higher. He had thought the title of director of the Huaxia Beastmaster Training Center was already intimidating enough. Turns out there's something even more intimidating. Goodness gracious, is the allure of triple beast attributes really that potent? Wait a minute. Su Yun pondered inwardly, suddenly realizing something. Why did the other party suddenly bring up this identity? Could it be using this identity to demand that I hand over the abyss? Sigh. The thought sent a chill through Su Yun's heart. With the other party's intentions still unclear, Su Yun decided to ask about their plans before making a decision. Ko Yeliang revealed yet another identity, leaving Su Yun momentarily unsure how to address him. He could only tentatively call out, Director Ko. However, upon hearing this title, Ko Yeliang's eyes widened instantly, a fleeting hint of fear even crossing his gaze. He nearly lunged forward to cover Su Yun's mouth, ready to demand he stop talking nonsense. Ahem. Ko Yeliang cleared his throat to mask his flustered state, waving his hand dismissively. Su Yun, just call me Director Ko, or Uncle Ko if you prefer. Su Yun took in every detail of Ko Yeliang's reaction. Su Yun found this highly puzzling. The Snake Bureau sounded like a higher-tier organization than the Huaxia Breeding Center. It was perfectly normal for the director of Huaxia Cultivation Center not to be appointed as the Snake Bureau chief. But why did the man seem so eager to avoid the title when Su Yun addressed him as director? Could it be that the true director of the Snake Bureau placed immense importance on the position itself? Dispel all these thoughts. There were more pressing matters to address now. These thoughts could wait. Uncle Ko. Su Yun addressed him directly as Uncle Ko, attempting to bridge the gap between them. Is there another reason you're revealing your true identity to me? Su Yun's demeanor was not lost on Ko Yeliang. He had his suspicions about what was troubling Su Yun, and Ko Yeliang had already guessed most of it. He smiled. Rest assured, I have no designs on your beast. I revealed my identity to you for another matter entirely. No interest in Yuan? Ko Yeliang's words were like a shot of adrenaline for Su Yun. As long as he had no designs on Yuan, everything else could be discussed. As if concerned Su Yun might still harbor doubts, Ko Yeliang added, now that the ancient dragon of the Great Void has bound itself to you through a beast contract, it has become your mount. Naturally, it is your responsibility to nurture it. This is truly the will of heaven. Every beast companion finds its most fitting master through the best possible arrangement. Since you've been destined to be his beast master, it proves no one could nurture him better than you. Su Yun listened to Ko Yeliang's words with growing confusion. The beast master world. Was this superstitious? They've even brought divine will into it. But upon further reflection, Su Yun realized it wasn't entirely implausible. In the world of his past life, absolute science reigns supreme. Yet even then, superstition was far from rare. This world brims with extraordinary powers everywhere. When it came to divine will, it really wasn't something to dismiss. Su Yun dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind and asked, Uncle Ko, what brings you here? The reason I revealed my Snake Bureau identity to you is to invite you to join us. Join the Serpent Bureau? Chapter 54, Generous Rewards. Join the Serpent Bureau. Join the Snake Bureau? Hearing this, Su Yun's face betrayed utter astonishment. What? They wanted him to join the Snake Bureau? What exactly does the Snake Bureau do? Isn't it focused on beast taming research? He knew absolutely nothing about that field. What could he possibly contribute? Is it supposed to be joined first, learn later? But Su Yun had no interest in studying beast taming research. What he wanted was to hunt demonic beasts. Su Yun was utterly perplexed. Uncle Ku, the Serpent Bureau focuses on beast taming cultivation research. I know nothing about this field, I've never even touched it. What could I possibly do if I joined? Ko Yeliang gave a mysterious smile. Isn't your beast taming talent an S-rank inside eye? As far as I know, that talent allows you to see the optimal cultivation methods for beasts, right? Su Yun froze. His beast taming talent allowed him to see the optimal cultivation methods for beasts. Wasn't that exactly what he discussed with Lin Yunqi just 2 days ago? How did Ku Yeliang know? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Su Yun. Uncle Ku, did you learn this from Director Lin? Ku Yeliang nodded with a smile. Whoa! Su Yun sucked in a sharp breath. This intelligence. Truly the Chinese Snake Bureau. He had merely made up a story on the spot that day, never expecting it to reach the ears of this Snake Bureau agent. But it was all made up. How could an S-rank inside eye possibly see the optimal cultivation path for beast tamers? Yuan's rapid power growth was entirely due to his own hard work in allocating skill points. My beast master talent could at best discern the path a beast takes. Ha! Wait a minute, the evolution path for beasts is just one branch among many in beast cultivation, right? If he really joined the Snake Bureau, he wouldn't be completely useless at research. But Su Yun didn't want to spend his days cooped up in a lab conducting research. Wouldn't that severely limit his freedom and hinder the growth of his beast master prowess? Therefore, if possible, it would be best to avoid joining the Snake Bureau altogether. But the Snake Bureau was so shrouded in mystery, ordinary people had no right to even approach it. And refusing to join the Snake Bureau would surely come at some cost, wouldn't it? He had to get clear on that first. Uncle Ku, what consequences would I face if I choose not to join the Snake Bureau? Ku Yeliang chuckled and shook his head at the question, waving his hand. Don't rush to refuse just yet. Hear me out first. If you join the Snake Bureau, I will immediately allocate 100 million yuan to you on its behalf. Additionally, you will receive one A-grade resource of your choice for your research. Furthermore, the Snake Bureau won't restrict your freedom. You can still do whatever you want and won't be forced to stay in the lab conducting research. Also, your beast taming space is already at level 2. You probably haven't contracted a second beast yet, right? For your second beast, state your requirements. The Serpent Bureau will do its utmost to fulfill them and provide you with a beast. Of course, he never expected Su Yun to research anything worthwhile. The money and resources given to Su Yun were naturally not intended for research purposes. Even if Su Yun's S-rank Beastmaster talent could aid in cultivating beasts, it would only come into play after Su Yun had matured. As he spoke, Ku Yeliang seemed to recall something else and added, you asked earlier what the consequences would be if you didn't join. Honestly, there's nothing much, just erasing your memories of the 12th Bureau. But don't worry, Su Yun, memory erasure doesn't hurt. It takes less than a second, done in an instant. So, what do you say? Join or not? With that, Ku Yeliang stared at Su Yun with a smile. That smile sent a chill down Su Yun's spine. Memory erasure is absolutely painful. But setting that aside, the terms Ku Yeliang offered were undeniably tempting. 100 million plus any A-grade attribute resources, combined. That amounted to a solid 200 million. At least 200 million. The value of the A-grade resources could even rise further depending on the specific attribute chosen. Plus, he'd be getting a second beast companion. Given the Snake Bureau's mysterious nature, wanting a beast with top-tier overlord potential isn't too much to ask, right? Even if I settle for less than a top-tier overlord, a regular overlord would still be acceptable. This is incredibly hard to refuse. But after all this talk, the real purpose still hadn't been revealed. Observing Ku Yeliang's gaze occasionally drifting toward Yuan, Su Yun couldn't shake the feeling that he harbored some scheme concerning Yuan, and her joining the Snake Bureau was merely the first step in his scheme. Swish! Su Yun's thoughts flashed, and she communicated with the beast control space, instantly pulling Yuan back inside. Ku Yeliang, who had been watching Yuan, froze slightly at the sudden disappearance. He quickly recovered, offering Su Yun an embarrassed smile. Su Yun silently shook her head. Ha! And you say you don't have feelings for Yuan? You might as well have "want to study" written all over your face, okay? Having accidentally revealed his true intentions, Ku Yeliang scratched his head awkwardly. He cut straight to the point. Su Yun, I'll be blunt with you. The reason we're bringing you into the Snake Bureau is that once you're in, you'll need to report on the current status of your beast taming abilities at regular intervals. This isn't just a requirement of the Snake Bureau, it's a standard practice across all 12 bureaus. What I want is periodic updates on your beast taming progress. By joining the Snake Bureau, you'll submit routine reports, and I'll receive that information directly. Is that really how it works? Su Yun stared at Ku Yeliang suspiciously. It's true. Ku Yeliang spread his hands helplessly. Seeing that Ku Yeliang didn't seem to be lying, Su Yun felt considerably more at ease. He knew it. It was indeed targeting Yuan.
but it didn't seem like it would cause too much trouble. Given the other party's status and standing, if they truly had ulterior motives, they wouldn't need to explain so much to him. Plus, he'd given me money, resources, and even a beast to tame. Joining the Serpent Bureau would not only grant him resources but also elevate his status considerably. The only cost is reporting my Beastmaster's status periodically. Besides, that's just protocol, hardly a sacrifice on my part. No matter how you looked at it, joining was a surefire win-win deal. Uncle Ku, I'm in. Of course, Suyun's decision to join had nothing to do with resources or money. He simply wanted to do his small part, to research something useful for the country, to repay the nation. Purely to repay the nation for nurturing him. Seeing Suyun finally join, Ku Yeliang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ku Yeliang looked at Suyun, who had agreed to join, shook his head, and suddenly a smile spread across his face. This kid, anyone with even a basic understanding of Bureau 12 would be eager to join, whether it was status or benefits. Bureau 12 was undoubtedly among the absolute elite in China and indeed, the world, and the requirements for joining were incredibly stringent. Background, talent, and capability, every aspect was subject to rigorous scrutiny. Yet when it came to letting Suyun join, they were being so picky. Admitting Suyun to the 12th Bureau isn't a decision he can make alone. He alone holds no sway over the matter. If Suyun fails to join the 12th Bureau this time, upon returning, Ku Yeliang had no idea what wrath he would face. Chapter 55, Choosing the Second Beast. After agreeing to join, Suyun rubbed his hands together eagerly. Uncle Ku, about that resource. Seeing Suyun's expression, Ku Yeliang felt utterly speechless. Don't worry about resources. Now that you're part of the Snake Bureau, you'll never be short of them. Here, give me your bank account number first. Alright. Suyun nodded and provided his bank account number to Ku Yeliang. After Suyun finished, Ku Yeliang made no further moves, merely glancing at Lingdi. Lingdi instantly understood. As Lingdi emitted a beep, Suyun's phone vibrated. Suyun pulled out her phone and saw a notification. 100. 000 yuan deposited. Holding the phone, Suyun stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the notification. He counted the zeros after the one over and over, confirming there were indeed 8 of them. Excitement surged through his entire body. 100 million. It really was 100 million. When had he ever seen so much money? Oh, right. For that Class A resource, do you want the Dragon type or the Spatial type? Ku Yeliang asked again at that moment. Yuan possessed 3 attributes: Dragon, Space, and Wood. The Wood attribute was immediately dismissed by Ku Yeliang. Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't choose Wood. Sure enough, after pondering for a moment, Suyun declared, Dragon type it is. Very well. Wait a while longer, and Grade A Dragon type resources will be delivered to you personally. Thank you, Uncle Ku, Suyun replied. Ku Yeliang waved his hand dismissively. You've joined the Snake Bureau. This is rightfully yours. No need for thanks. By the way, do you have any preferences for your second beast companion? Suyun pondered briefly, realizing he didn't have many specific demands. Species? Whatever. As long as it had high racial potential, that would make it easier to cultivate. Uncle Ku, I don't have any other requests either. Just give me anyone with top-tier overlord potential. Ha! As soon as Suyun finished speaking, Ku Yeliang was startled, his eyes widening as he stared at Suyun. What did you say? This. Seeing Ku Yeliang's reaction, Suyun instantly realized something. He seemed to have overestimated Snake Bureau's capabilities. Do you even know what a top-tier overlord represents? Ku Yeliang demanded, his words sharp as a blade. Across the entire Blue Star world, there are hundreds of billions of demonic beasts and beast tamers. Yet those with the potential to become a top-tier overlord? Barely 100 exist openly. The supreme rulers existing today all possess power at least on the level of world-ending destruction. Even if I did find one for you, do you think you'd have the ability to contract it? World-ending power? Suyun was astonished, yet also puzzled. Are the young of supreme rulers born at world-ending strength? Or do supreme rulers not have young at all? He voiced his confusion aloud. Ku Yeliang shot Suyun a glance, seemingly astonished that such a question could even occur to him. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Suyun was merely a high school senior who hadn't even attended university yet. He was barely beginning to grasp the fundamentals of beast taming. It wasn't surprising he'd ask such a question. Ku Yeliang explained. On Blue Star, no Beastmaster is born a top-tier overlord, not even the offspring of a top-tier overlord. Every supreme overlord has ascended through postnatal evolution, transforming step by step. I see. Suyun understood a little more. If a top-tier overlord wasn't feasible, then he'd have to settle for something less. Uncle Ku,
Surely there must be some high-tier overlord cubs available? Get lost. Liang snapped irritably. Be realistic. Ha. Su Yun chuckled bitterly. He'd only asked on a whim. As expected, it was no use. Then, a lower-tier overlord? Su Yun shot a tentative glance at Liang. This time, Liang surprisingly didn't refuse outright. Instead, he fell into deep thought. This could work. Seeing this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. If the lower-tier overlord wasn't an option, he'd just have to make do with something less than ideal. Fortunately, there was hope. Liang's face darkened as he said, a low-tier overlord isn't impossible, but I don't have the authority to decide this matter. Su Yun, a demon beast capable of breeding a youngster with the potential to become a low-tier overlord must possess at least world-destroying level power. A world-ending beast of that caliber? Even the entire Huaxia would seek to befriend such a power, unable to sway its will. If you wish to obtain a youngling with the potential of a low-tier overlord race, you must first gain its recognition. However, I can arrange an opportunity for you to gain its approval. With the S-grade resources you've awakened, there's still a chance you might earn its recognition. That complicated? This time, Su Yun's face showed genuine distress. To obtain a beast with the potential of a lower-tier dominant species, he must undergo its approval? Sigh. Liang sighed. A beast with the potential of a lower-tier dominant species, especially a cub? That's something even catastrophe level, world-ending level, and even legendary beast tamers covet. Demand far outstrips supply, making them naturally exceedingly rare. The analogy wasn't entirely apt, but Su Yun grasped its meaning clearly. From these words, Su Yun discerned another implication. Even if Su Yun secured that chance to gain the other party's recognition, his competitors might not only include peers his own age, but also catastrophe, world-ending, and even legendary beast tamers far older than him. So it's not a sure thing, then? That's right. Liang nodded. Poof. Su Yun clicked his tongue. Not only is it troublesome, but whether he can even obtain it is another matter entirely. Well, if that's the case, I'll just have to make do. Uncle Ku, surely you've got the potential for a sovereign race by now? This time, Liang showed no sign of hesitation. The sovereign race potential is no problem. Liang patted his chest confidently. With the snake bureaus standing in China, we can easily procure several for you to choose from. Su Yun paused at this, then asked for confirmation. You mean you can easily get a few for me to choose from? Of course. This time, Liang finally regained some of the confidence befitting a member of the Chinese Snake Bureau. Uncle Ku, since I haven't finalized the specific requirements for my second beast companion yet, why don't you just gather a few for me to choose from? I don't have any particular demands regarding species potential. Anything below sovereign rank will do. Monarch tier potential, whether lower or higher. In Su Yun's eyes, they were all the same. Why bother distinguishing between them if they weren't overlords? He possessed the system and the eye of truth. With both level and evolution under his belt, wouldn't advancement be a breeze? Alright, let me organize things back at the base. I'll give you an answer within 2 days. Speaking, Liang reached into the pocket of his white lab coat and, as if prepared in advance, pulled out another credential. He handed it to Su Yun. Su Yun accepted it with a puzzled look. A glance revealed it bore little difference from the ID Liang had previously shown to prove his affiliation with the Snake Bureau. The only difference, perhaps, lay in the personnel information recorded on it. Chapter 56, The Mansion. The personnel information recorded on this credential belonged to none other than Su Yun himself. Su Yun looked up, casting a suspicious glance at Liang. Had the credentials been prepared in advance? Uncle Ku, did you foresee I'd join the Snake Bureau all alone? Liang merely smiled without responding. Seeing this, Su Yun silently smiled to himself. Joining the Snake Bureau meant receiving such generous rewards. +1 status would rise accordingly. Who wouldn't want to join upon hearing that? Yet Su Yun remained unaware that Liang harbored different intentions. Watching Su Yun tuck away the documents proving his identity, Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dared not imagine the fury that person would unleash if Su Yun didn't join this time. Even though he and that person weren't from the same bureau, if that person wanted to vent their anger at him, he would likely have to endure it silently. Alright, since there's nothing else for now, I'll be going, Liang said as he prepared to leave. Wait. Su Yun called out to Liang. What else? Liang looked at Su Yun in confusion. Su Yun shifted his gaze to the spirit bud floating in midair, pointed at it, and asked, Uncle Ku, this thing. But before Su Yun could finish, Lingdi cut him off. She retorted with a hint of anger. I'm not called Thing. My name is Lingdi. Alright, Lingdi. Su Yun quickly corrected himself, though inwardly he grumbled. A robot. And she's such a pain in the ass. Uncle Ku, now that I'm a member of the Snake Bureau, Can I get one of these lingdis? No. Koyeliang shook his head flatly. Well, fine. Su-yun felt a pang of disappointment. Seeing how useless this lingdi was, Su-yun had actually considered getting one to play around with. After all, this little thing possessed sovereign-level power. Plus, it seemed quite intelligent. He then explained. Lingdi is an artificial intelligence designed to record various data, specifically equipped for researchers. Only those who achieve significant breakthroughs in beast-taming research can obtain a lingdi subunit as an auxiliary assistant during their studies. Research on beast-taming breakthroughs? Su-yun raised an eyebrow. Beast-master evolution methods, does that count? His eye of truth could perceive numerous methods of beast-taming research. Pick anyone that hasn't been researched yet. Wouldn't that be his own research achievement? But presenting it now would seem too abrupt. It would inevitably stir up unnecessary trouble. Su-yun temporarily shelved this idea. He'd wait until his strength improved further before considering such plans. Koyeliang bid farewell to Su-yun and departed directly for Ningcheng. As the director of the Huaxia Beast Taming Center and a member of the Snake Bureau, he undoubtedly had a hectic schedule on a daily basis. His hasty departure was understandable. Inside the president's office of the Ningcheng Beastmaster Association, Su-yun sat in a chair inside the room. Just then, the door opened. Zhou Rueda, who had seen off Koyeliang, entered with a look of relief. Having such a big shot come by was truly overwhelming. Zhou Rueda walked back to his seat and took a sip of tea that had been brewed earlier. Then he looked at Su-yun. Alright, kid, what's on your mind? Chairman Shou. About that C-grade dragon attribute resource. Boom. Before Su-yun could finish speaking, a wooden box was tossed onto the table. It's inside here. Go ahead and open it. Without hesitation, Su-yun picked up the wooden box and opened it. Inside the box lay a vibrant green blade of grass. A faint blush tinged its stem. At first glance, Su-yun didn't recognize it. Dragon attributes were rare, and he knew very little about resources related to them. This is dragon's saliva grass. It took a lot of effort to get approval for it from above. Zhou Rueda explained to Su-yun, not forgetting to vent his grievances. However, Su-yun paid no heed to Zhou Rueda's complaints. Instead, he compared the Ningcheng Beastmaster Association to the Snake Bureau. The Snake Bureau handed out A-grade dragon attribute resources without a second thought. Yet this Ningcheng Beastmaster Association had to jump through hoops just to get a single C-grade dragon attribute resource. Still, the Snake Bureau was the way to go. Zhou Rueda remained completely unaware of Su-yun's thoughts. He shifted the question, your Beastmaster space is level 2 now? MHM. Su-yun nodded. Have you decided what type of contract to form with your second beast? Thank you, Chairman Shou. But you needn't concern yourself with the second beast. Director Ku has already agreed to handle it for me. Zhou Rueda visibly froze upon hearing this, but he quickly broke into a grin. Director Ku handling it for you? Excellent. What kind of status did Koyeliang hold? If they had asked the Ningcheng Beastmaster Association to handle it, they would likely have secured at most a low-tier beast with monarch-class potential. With Koyeliang stepping in, a mid-tier or high-tier overlord-class beast? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? As for a sovereign-tier potential beast, Zhou Rueda didn't even entertain the thought. Clearly, he understood the challenges involved in acquiring a beast with overlord potential. Since the issue with your second Beastmaster beast is resolved, I have no further business here. Here's the key for you. Key? Su-yun froze for a moment before recalling the scene when Li Jiannan had visited his home earlier. Ningcheng, a luxurious villa. Su-yun stepped out of the car driven by Li Jiannan, his eyes betraying his astonishment. Huge. So big. Not only was the house enormous, but the grounds were even more expansive. Now, Yuan wouldn't have to worry about running out of space at home. Su-yun glanced back at Li Jiannan, still seated in the car, and said gratefully, thank you, Captain Li. He owed his move into the spacious villa largely to Li Jiannan. It was because Li Jiannan had told Zhou Rueda about Su-yun's living situation. Su-yun would still be living in that cramped 50-square-meter apartment. Li Jiannan waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. Even if I hadn't said anything, Chairman Zhou would have arranged a new place for you anyway. Su-yun shook his head. That may be true, but without you, Captain Li, this move wouldn't have happened nearly this quickly. Li Jiannan smiled without further comment. Gesturing, get in the car. We'll go to your old place and move your essentials here. Su-yun eagerly climbed into the car, following Captain Li Jiannan back to his old place. He quickly packed his belongings before heading back to his new home with the captain. You have the keys. Go inside and take a look for yourself. It's all yours now anyway. I've got some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't be able to stay with you. Alright, Captain Li, take care. After bidding farewell to Li Jiannan, Su-yun glanced at the sprawling villa before him. Overcome with excitement, he fumbled for the key, unlocked the front door, and hurried inside. In all his past and present lives, when had he ever seen such a villa? He never imagined he'd ever live in one himself. Only upon entering did Su-yun grasp the villa's true scale. The front yard was a vast open space. Various flowers, plants, and trees adorned the grounds. Not a single plant appeared out of place. Evidently, someone tended to them regularly. Upon closer inspection, among the flora, a few spiritual plants were interspersed. They weren't of high grade. They were only around F or E grade. At the rear of the courtyard lay a vast pond. Several fish glided through its waters. The villa stood at the very center of the compound, occupying a vast area and divided into 2 floors. The interior radiated opulence and was incredibly spacious. Su-yun stepped inside the villa, exploring each room like a curious child. Finally, Su-yun chose the largest room. She flopped onto the soft, wide bed. Ah, bliss. Chapter 57, Mutant Gray Sparrow. He didn't stay on the soft bed for long before sitting up again. There was serious business to attend to. A flash of light summoned Yuan. With his level 2 beast-taming space, plus the guidance he'd received from Yang Hong at the Panlei Martial Arts Hall, Su-yun now summoned Yuan without needing to inscribe a summoning array, capable of instantly calling him forth from the beast-taming space. Upon being summoned, Yuan made no further complaints about why Su-yun had kept him imprisoned all this time. Within the beast-taming space, he understood now. His body was gradually growing larger. He no longer belonged outside. Yuan stood within the room, surveying the utterly unfamiliar surroundings. His mind was filled with utter bewilderment. Where was this? Seeing Yuan's bewildered expression, Su-yun smiled and began to explain. After her explanation, a sharp gleam lit up in Yuan's eyes. So, did this mean he now had a place to roam? Just as he was about to explore the vastness of his new home, Su-yun abruptly pulled him back. Hold on a moment. Following the direction Su-yun pointed, Yuan saw a patch of green grass tinged with a faint blush. In an instant, a thought surged wildly through Yuan's mind. Eat it! A craving consumed his mind. Yet Yuan did not succumb to this craving. Reason still held the high ground. As a noble Azure Dragon, did such a petty craving truly think it could dominate him? Yuan reined in the emerging craving and turned to look at Su-yun beside him. Eat! Upon receiving Su-yun's tacit permission, Yuan could no longer hold back. The craving instantly seized the high ground. He opened his gaping maw and swallowed it whole in one gulp. Yuan's primary attribute was dragon, and dragon attribute resources held immense appeal for him. The allure of dragon attribute resources to Yuan was immense. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your beast companion, Little Green Dragon, has consumed dragon attribute resources, awakening the power of its bloodline and successfully unlocking the mid-tier dragon-type skill, Dragon Tail. The system's voice echoed as the abyss consumed the dragon's saliva grass. C-class resource awakening intermediate skill. Su-yun paused briefly before accepting this reality. Sure enough, the last time he awakened a high-tier skill using C-grade resources, it was pure luck. To reliably awaken high-tier skills, one must use B-grade resources. To awaken a super-tier skill, perhaps only A-grade resources would suffice? And what skills could be awakened from even higher-tier resources like S, SS, and SSS-grade? Su-yun was deeply curious about this. But curiosity aside, he couldn't afford them yet. Su-yun could only set his sights aside for now, pinning his hopes on Ku Yeliang delivering on his promise of A-grade dragon-type resources. Consuming this A-grade dragon-type resource would likely grant Yuan another super-tier skill, right? Meanwhile, after confirming with Su-yun that he wasn't needed, Yuan dashed out in a flash. Su-yun was left alone in the room. Su-yun clutched his phone, checking the balance in his bank account. Over 100 million. The more was practically negligible. Faced with such a vast sum, Su-yun momentarily felt at a loss about how to spend it. After deep contemplation, Su-yun decided to hold on to it for now. She would wait to see how things went with the second beast before making concrete plans. The second beast would undoubtedly require more funds than Yuan. Unlike Yuan, who was born in its highest form, the second beast would inevitably undergo multiple evolutions. It would inevitably undergo repeated evolutions, undergoing transformation after transformation. The costs involved would be nothing to sneeze at. 100 million might not even be enough. Sigh. Su-yun sighed. Money was still in short supply. For the next few days, Su-yun waited anxiously for news from Ku Yeliang. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Su-yun finally received news from Ku Yeliang. Ku Yeliang added Su-yun on WeChat and sent him a file. The file contained a list of all the demon beasts Ku Yeliang had available for Su-yun to choose from for a contract. There were 7 in total. As Ku Yeliang put it, these 7 were carefully selected by him specifically for Su-yun. All 7 were young cubs, meaning they had not undergone evolution and were in their first form. Su-yun opened the file. The first demon beast listed was named the Lihua Fox. An image of the Lihua Fox appeared beside it.
It was a snow-white fox whose tail blazed like a rising flame.
Scrolling down revealed its detailed description. Name, Lihua fox. Attribute, fire. Racial potential medium sovereign. Known evolution paths, three-tailed crimson flame fox, high sovereign, six-tailed mystic flame fox, lower overlord. Suyun continued scrolling down. The second entry featured a black panther covered in deep, shadowy fur. Name, shadow darting panther. Attribute dark. Racial potential medium sovereign. Known evolution path, night shadow demon panther, lower sovereign. The third was a tiger-like demon beast with fur that blended shades of brown and blue. Name, windrock tiger. Attributes, wind, earth. Racial potential high sovereign.
Known evolution path, storm's hard rock tiger. The fourth is a bird-type demon beast covered in purple-white feathers.
Name, thunder wing bird. Attributes, wind, thunder. Racial potential high sovereign. Known evolution path, thunderstorm winged eagle, lower sovereign. Among the 7 demon beasts, there were 4 mid-tier sovereigns, 2 high-tier sovereigns, and 1 low-tier sovereign. Yet, among the 7, the one that truly caught Suyun's attention was neither the 2 high sovereigns nor the 4 middle sovereigns. It was the solitary lower-tier sovereign. It was a low-tier extraordinary species with the potential of a gray sparrow. Its appearance was not much different from an ordinary sparrow. The only difference was that it was slightly larger in size. Yet this gray sparrow bore a distinct difference from its common counterparts. Its feathers did not display the typical brown and gray hues of a sparrow. Instead, it boasts a third color. Numerous feathers on its body had gradually transformed into a fiery red. The description provided for it remains unclear. Name, mutant gray sparrow. Attributes, wind, suspected awakening of fire attribute. Species potential lower sovereign, tentative. Specifics unknown. Known evolution path, undetermined. A mutated demon beast?
Suyun was deeply intrigued by this gray sparrow.
This was his first encounter with a mutant demon beast. He had only heard about them before.
Mutant beasts are creatures that undergo changes under specific environmental conditions in order to survive.
Alternatively, consuming certain substances and surviving the effects could also trigger such mutations.
If Suyun remembered correctly, reports of demon beast mutations frequently surfaced from the neighboring island nation. The specifics were never covered in the news. Staring at this mutated gray sparrow,
Suyun felt a surge of astonishment.
Its potential as a low-tier transcendent species had directly mutated into that of a low-tier sovereign. It had leaped over the transcendent and overlord tiers to reach the potential of a low-tier sovereign species. Such a vast leap, this sparrow was no ordinary creature.
Or, how about this one? Chapter 58, The Unfinished Mutation. With that thought, Suyun drafted a message and sent it to Ku Yeliang. Uncle Ku, what's the deal with this gray sparrow?
Suyun didn't rush into a decision.
Before making a choice, he needed to ask for more details first. He didn't have to wait long before Ku Yeliang replied.
Ku Yeliang, this gray sparrow likely consumed some extraordinary fire attribute resource and then endured its violent energy,
causing its own mutation. Ku Yeliang, based on my research,
that fire attribute resource must be at least S-grade to have elevated its species potential directly from low-tier extraordinary to low-tier sovereign.
Reading Ku Yeliang's response, Suyun fell deep in thought. The fire attribute resource consumed by this gray sparrow was actually S-rank at minimum.
S-rank was merely the minimum threshold. There was even the possibility it was SS-grade,
or even SSS-grade.
As the thought crossed her mind,
Suyun couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
A beast tamer with the potential of a low-tier extraordinary species could actually withstand the violent energy of fire attribute resources starting at least at the S-rank level. This gray sparrow seems to be more than meets the eye. Suyun's thoughts about this gray sparrow grew increasingly complex.
Mutant beasts often possess greater potential,
but greater potential requires research. Clearly, the gray sparrow's greater potential had yet to be fully explored.
A beast whose mysteries remained uncharted, and Ku Yeliang actually intended to entrust it to him?
Suyun began to harbor some doubts about this.
At that moment, Ku Yeliang sent another message. Ku Yeliang, Suyun, do you have any thoughts on this gray sparrow?
Suyun pondered for a moment before replying.
A little. Ku Yeliang, honestly, I'd recommend you contract this mutated gray sparrow. Its mutation has broken through species limitations, and its potential ceiling is surprisingly high. Ku Yeliang, besides, with your S-rank beastmaster talent, wouldn't observing it help you determine the optimal cultivation path for your own beasts? Yes, evolutionary paths are also a form of beast cultivation, so it's not entirely wrong. Ku Yeliang, perfect. Use your S-rank beastmaster talent to cultivate this mutated gray sparrow. You might even get some unexpected rewards.
Ku Yeliang, if you truly manage to research something meaningful from this, it would truly live up to your reputation as a member of the Serpent Bureau.
Suyun sensed Ku Yeliang's earnest anticipation in those two sentences.
Not anticipation about what the mutated gray sparrow might become under his care,
but anticipation about what discoveries he might make. For a moment, Suyun felt at a loss for words. He'd assumed Ku Yeliang had recruited him into the Snake Bureau merely as a good luck charm. Suyun had been quite content with that arrangement. But now you're actually asking me to conduct research? Suyun shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. After all, Ku Yeliang had promised him right to his face that he wouldn't restrict his freedom, much less force him into any research. Uncle Ku, then I'll take this mutant gray sparrow. With Ku Yeliang's recommendation and his own curiosity, Suyun immediately selected this mutant gray sparrow. With the eye of truth, the issue of future evolution posed no real challenge. Leveling up through system stat allocation and boosting his strength wouldn't be a problem either. Who knows? This mutant gray sparrow might even bring him some pleasant surprises. Ku Yeliang, confirmed? Confirmed. Ku Yeliang, alright. I'll deliver this mutated gray sparrow along with the A-grade dragon attribute resources you requested tomorrow morning. Alright, thank you, Uncle Ku. Ku Yeliang, no need to thank me for promises I've made. And so, the two finalized the arrangements. Suyun waited eagerly for tomorrow to arrive. Time flew by. The appointed time with Ku Yeliang arrived in the blink of an eye. Suyun rose early that morning, standing in the vast courtyard, her heart brimming with anticipation as she awaited her second tamed beast. Beside Suyun, Yuan stood erect in his dragon form. He had learned from Suyun about her intention to contract a second beast. Yuan, too, felt anticipation for the companion soon to join them. They didn't wait long before Ku Yeliang walked in, carrying a bag. Beside him was a sheep-like beast. The sheep-like beast measured a full 2 meters in length. Its broad back was spacious enough to comfortably seat a person. On its back, the beast carried a cage-like structure covered by a cloth. Curiosity piqued. Suyun activated his truth eye to examine the sheep-like beast. Beast Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep. Attributes, Wood. Water. Level, Overlord 3. Skills, Basic. Intermediate. Advanced. Racial Potential High Sovereign. Evolution Path Taiching Divine Wood Ram, Mid-Tier Overlord. Overlord. Suyun's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. This Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep was clearly Ku Yeliang's beast. A Dominator tier beast meant Ku Yeliang was at least a catastrophe-level beastmaster. Ku Yeliang walked over to Suyun's side, pointing at the cloth-covered object on the Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep's back, and chuckled. That's the mutated gray sparrow. With that, Ku Yeliang addressed the Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep, Clearwater. Bring it down. The Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep understood Ku Yeliang's meaning. With a slight sway of its form, the cloth-covered object on its back slid smoothly to the ground. Simultaneously, the cloth slid away, revealing what lay concealed beneath. It was indeed a cage. Inside the cage was the very same mutated gray sparrow that Suyun had seen in the documents yesterday. This mutant sparrow was more than twice the size of an ordinary sparrow. A faint yet palpable heat emanated from its surroundings. Such an obvious heat signature, no wonder Ku Yeliang had speculated that the fire attribute resources it had consumed were at least S-grade. Acting on curiosity, Suyun activated the Eye of Truth to examine the mutant sparrow's details. Beast Tamer Mutant Gray Sparrow. Attributes, Wind. Fire. Level, Juvenile Level 4. Skills, Basic. Wind Blade. Peck. Fireball. Intermediate, Fire Feathers. Racial Potential Lower Sovereign. Evolution Path Mutating. Currently unavailable. The data provided by the Eye of Truth aligns closely with Ku Yeliang's findings. The only discrepancy lies in the evolution path. Mutating? Doesn't this mean the gray sparrow is still in the midst of mutation? Suyunchang scrutinized the gray sparrow from head to toe. Its racial potential had already reached the lower sovereign tier, yet it was still mutating? If it completed its mutation, could its racial potential climb even higher? What if its racial potential reached low-tier overlord after the mutation? That would be a huge win for Suyun. So, what do you say? Want to contract this one? As Suyun observed and appraised it, Ku Yeliang's inquiring voice rang out. Chapter 59, Successfully Contracted the Second Beast. This one. Suyun replied without hesitation. At present, this gray sparrow hadn't even fully completed its mutation, yet it already possessed the racial potential of a low-tier sovereign. Once its mutation was complete, its racial potential would increase even further. If not a high-tier sovereign, it would at least reach mid-tier sovereign status. Even a sovereign wasn't out of the question. Ku Yeliang glanced around and said, "This is your home, and the environment is quite peaceful. I think we should just bind the contract here." Bonding with a beast requires a relatively quiet environment. The bonding ritual is quite sensitive to external disturbances. Alright, Suyun wasn't one to make a fuss over trivial matters. For a contract beast, a quiet environment is all that's needed. Ku Yeliang nodded, then added, "Hold on a moment." Suyun looked puzzled, unsure what Ku Yeliang intended to do. Ku Yeliang glanced at his beast, the Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep. The latter immediately understood. The Clearwater Ancient Wood Sheep lowered its head, its gaze fixed intently on the mutated gray sparrow within the cage. Under the sheep's intense gaze, a distinctly human-like look of fear flashed across the mutant gray sparrow's face. Bah! At that moment, a soft bleat escaped the Qingshui ancient wood sheep's mouth. The sound was faint, though Su Yun couldn't understand it. Yuan could. Through Yuan's translation, Su Yun grasped its meaning. The ancient tree sheep of Clearwater was warning the mutated gray sparrow and the others not to resist. Yet to the mutated gray sparrow, this warning sounded like the whisper of a demon. Its body shook like a sieve, and the terror on its face grew even more intense. Clearly, it had been intimidated by the Clearwater ancient wood sheep so often that it had developed a psychological shadow. Seeing the mutant gray sparrow's terrified state, the Clearwater ancient wood sheep finally straightened up. Koyeliang glanced at Su Yun and smiled. Alright, let's make the contract this time. Su Yun said nothing further. Crouching down to approach the cage of the mutated gray sparrow, Koyeliang had done this to increase the chances of a successful contract. Su Yun extended a hand, gently placing it atop the cage before closing his eyes slightly. His consciousness began to connect with the beast-taming space. Suddenly, a white light flared, and within the cage, a white hexagram formation suddenly appeared. The hexagram array emitted a beam of white light, enveloping the mutated gray sparrow within its glow. Immediately, the mutated gray sparrow felt an inexplicable energy enveloping it. It instinctively tried to resist, but then, it suddenly recalled the warning from the Clearwater ancient wood sheep earlier. Thus, its thoughts of resistance instantly vanished. With a swift whoosh, the mutated gray sparrow vanished from within the cage. Contract successful. After the successful contract, Su Yun eagerly opened the mutant gray sparrow's data panel. Beast Tamer Gray Sparrow, mutating. Name, none. Attributes, wind, fire. Level, juvenile 1 equals level 4. Species potential lower sovereign, mutating, not yet at peak tier. Skills, mutating. Specific details will be displayed upon completion of mutation. Evolution path undergoing mutation. Specific details will be displayed upon completion. Current status, consumed an incomplete SSS-grade Phoenix True Flame resource. Survived by chance due to the Phoenix True Flame's Nirvana trait and began mutation. However, due to inherent racial limitations, the Phoenix True Flame within remains incompletely refined, preventing full mutation completion. Solution, requires supplementation with at least S-grade extreme cold resources to aid in refining the incomplete Phoenix True Flame within its body. After reviewing the system-generated data panel for the Gray Sparrow, Su Yun was utterly stunned. His mind was reeling. The data panel provided by the system was completely different from the one seen through the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth hadn't provided any information on this mutated Gray Sparrow's current condition or corresponding solutions. It was the system after all. Su Yun quickly grasped the underlying logic. It was simply that the system was more powerful than his own Ultra SSS tier Beastmaster talent, the Eye of Truth, but that was only natural. His Ultra SSS tier Beast-Taming talent was a reward from the system itself. If his Beast-Taming talent were more powerful than the system, wouldn't that be turning the heavens upside down? Su Yun? After witnessing the contract mutated Gray Sparrow, Su Yun seemed frozen in place. Koyeliang tentatively called out his name. Ha! Oh! Koyeliang's call snapped Su Yun back to his senses. What's wrong? Koyeliang asked with a hint of confusion. Before the contract, I hadn't sensed the true power of this mutant Gray Sparrow. Only after successfully binding the contract did I truly grasp the extent of her might. I was also shocked by her power just now. Su Yun offered a casual excuse. The excuse seemed perfectly reasonable. Koyeliang nodded in agreement upon hearing it. The fire attribute resources this sparrow consumed are at least S-grade, it might even be SS-grade. In terms of potential, I believe this mutated Gray Sparrow is on par with a mid-tier sovereign-level Beastmaster, or even one with high-tier sovereign potential. Koyeliang considered his assessment of this mutant Gray Sparrow to be exceptionally high. However, Su Yun thought to himself, too low. Be bolder. SSS tier resources. To fully complete the mutation, it would likely require at least a low-tier overlord as a starting point. But Su Yun kept these thoughts to himself. He couldn't possibly say them aloud. Too difficult to explain. Koyeliang waved his hand at that moment and said, "Here's the S-grade dragon attribute resource for you." With that, Koyeliang handed over the bag he was carrying. As Su Yun took it, Koyeliang's voice continued his introduction. Inside is a dragon blood flower, cultivated from the blood of a subdragon species whose attributes are extremely close to those of a pure-blooded dragon. Since this is an A-grade resource, it's best not to feed it all at once. Divide it into 2 separate feedings. Got it. Su Yun nodded, indicating he'd taken note. However, the truth was, he hadn't given it a second thought. Yuan possessed such immense racial potential, a mere grade A resource was. It was insignificant. Alright, anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. Nothing else? Uncle Ku, take your time leaving. After bringing you all these benefits, You don't even invite me to sit down?
Ko Yeliang heard Suyun dismiss him without a second thought. His gaze flickered toward the grand villa behind him, then shot a slightly resentful look at Suyun. Suyun slapped his forehead and laughed. Oh dear. I just contracted a beast and was so eager I forgot about this.
Uncle Ku, please come inside for a moment.
No, thank you.
Ko Yeliang had no real intention of going inside.
His refusal was merely a playful jab at Suyun.
I've got things to attend to over there. I'm really heading out now.
Oh, well then, take care, Uncle Ku.
Once Ku Yeliang's figure had completely disappeared,
Suyun summoned the mutant gray sparrow he had just contracted.
After forming the contract with Suyun, the mutant gray sparrow's earlier tension and fear vanished completely.
She could keenly sense that an intimate bond had formed between her and Suyun.
At that moment, Yuan stepped forward and greeted the mutated gray sparrow.
Cheep cheep. The mutated gray sparrow responded to Yuan with an equally cheerful tone. Suyun watched the scene unfold, his heart brimming with profound joy.
He, Suyun, had successfully contracted his second beast.
Successfully contracting his second beast, this was merely the beginning for Suyun.
Suyun believed his story would continue onward. It would continue to be an extraordinary journey.